has to have the same guarantees as a dying declaration or something. It's not like that. He gave interviews throughout all the years talking about his close relationship with Jeffery Williams. And if you let that in, that's great with me. But I'm assuming you're not going to let it in, so I wasn't going to try to get it in because I don't think that that's a dying declaration type of statement. So I'm stuck. So I would like the jurors to know that unfortunately he passed, and as the state stated that they would call him as a witness and subpoenaed him. And if the state has reasons that they didn't call him, that's fine. I understand I'm opening a door, but that's why I put it in writing. That's my motion.
All right. Well, I mean, if the state's case were over with, then that would be a different argument. But it is not as though the state's witness list has stayed in anything like any semblance of order during this trial. So, I mean, I don't think that if you can get a concession out of the state that they weren't going to call him even if he stayed alive, that would also be different. But I don't think that we've got that situation.
I understand the ruling.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we have this issue of the state wanting the court to reconsider its ruling striking whatever day that was, that one day of the detective's testimony and the defense response. And I believe, and Mr. Armstrong, I see you standing because you might want to argue, but I think that the waiver argument that is presented in the defense response is meritorious. I think that the arguments that the state made after that they were waived because they certainly were not made at the point in time when I could have done something about it. But in addition, the state last week ended up calling a different detective and investigator, Detective Underwood, who's on the stand essentially right now in the midst of her testimony and seems to be covering the same things that the other investigator was covering anyway. So it doesn't even seem, it seems like this whole issue is moot. You may be.
May it please the court, Kevin Armstrong for the state. First of all, the contemporaneous objection rule, which was cited by the defense, which is the waiver argument that Your Honor referred to, is one about preserving an issue for appellate review. It is not about a court who can reconsider their rulings during trial. One of the issues that is here is that the court precluded the state from calling that individual back to testify about other things. And that's one of the things that the state filed the motion for reconsideration to avoid. And so the state is asking that for other issues and for whatever issues that have not already been addressed, the state be allowed to recall Detective Dennis to testify about other matters that were not the offending statement, which the court appropriately excluded from evidence. And one of the things the defense brought up in their response was confrontation. I want to make it absolutely clear that there was no intention in the motion for reconsideration to have state's evidence in that they didn't get the right to confront. And so that was not part of the issue. But the issue isn't only the testimony that was struck from that day, it was his future testimony, precluding him from testifying in the future. And while there are other means to get in some of the testimony, I don't believe that is all the testimony that the prosecution team intends to get in through Detective Dennis. And so essentially it's an ongoing order of the court that we would be asking the court to authorize the state to present that witness to testify further.
So tell me what it is that this other investigator or detective is not going to be testifying to, because she was qualified to be able to testify to the meaning or her opinion as to the meaning of particular lyrics. So what is it that only this other witness, Dennis, could testify to?
I'm going to turn that over to the facts prosecutor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dennis testified to a statement regarding Defendant Kendrick, in which Investigator Underwood was not present for that interview. And so he testified to that. He also testified further regarding the Quindarius Zachary interview, in which Investigator Underwood was not privy to that interview as well. Additionally, Your Honor, he was able to introduce several additional exhibits to include the Magic City video that will not be able to come in through Investigator Underwood. And I believe those are the three primary things that Investigator Dennis was able to testify to previously that was struck that Investigator Underwood would not be able to introduce during her testimony. In course indulgence for one moment.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Steele, I guess you sort of led the charge on this, if I'm not mistaken. What do you say to the state's position that the court's decision to strike and prevent further testimony of this witness isn't a remedy that is permitted to the court by statute or the Constitution, and understanding that if this were reconsidered, the state would be, I mean, the defense would be permitted to cross-examine?
So I believe that you have the authority, jurisdiction, and power to prevent a witness from testifying when that witness shows that they are not capable of providing a fair trial and intentionally, and that's my word, but it was clear to me sitting there that when Ms. Hilton asked retired Detective Dennis, tell us about this photograph that has Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a car, his initial lead into that answer is, well, Mr. Kendrick just got out of prison. And, you know, that affects Jeffery Williams. Mr. Kendrick, as the court may have heard, is signed to Mr. Williams' record label. Mr. Kendrick, as you will learn, is at Mr. Williams' home on May 9th, 2022, when Mr. Williams and Mr. Kendrick are arrested. And it is just not that simple to unwind that instruction. It was an intentional, obvious infliction to denigrate this trial and prejudice Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, and all. So you then have to do something about it. And what you asked to do is declare a mistrial. And you said, I'm not doing that, but there will be a sanction. So what are you going to do? So to me, that was the second time. The first time the court, I'm not saying it's not accurate.
So obviously, considering that I'm the one that imposed the sanction, I think it was an appropriate sanction. Address the state's argument that a trial court doesn't actually have the authority to impose that sanction.
I think that's wrong based upon, let me give you, and I put it in my response, but Illinois versus Allen, 397 U.S. 337, it's 1970. What happened there, and the U.S. Supreme Court took down, that was an accused, the accused right to be present at a trial, constitutional right. And there's a dissent in it saying the accused, no matter what their conduct is, they could be gagged and bound. They have to be in the courtroom and watching the proceedings. Otherwise, it's a constitutional violation. But the majority said, this is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that the trial is, and I'm quoting, conducted with dignity, order, and decorum. They are the hallmarks of a court proceeding. And then I found a case, I just found it amazingly similar. California versus Navarrete, Navarrete. Your Honor, it's 181 California Appeal 4th, 828, 2010 case. And in that case, a detective is testifying, and there was a suppression motion granted. There was no Miranda rights given to Mr. Navarrete. And the detective testifies on the witness stand and said, well, the reason I didn't follow up on this DNA swabs is based upon the client's or Mr. Navarrete's statement. The judge did exactly what you did. The judge called the prosecutor, well, a little different, called the prosecutor and defense counsel in chambers and yelled at the prosecutor and said, I'm demanding, what are you doing? The prosecutor said, I didn't know that would happen. Just like here, I'm not saying that it was Miss Hilton eliciting that on purpose. I had no information that she would ever do that. But the judge said, well, this detective knows better. I find the detective is trying to harm this trial. The detective is barred. His testimony is struck. The direct is gone, and he can no longer testify. And the state did exactly what happened here. The state in California, the prosecution, the people, they called the next witness. To me, it's on all fours. The appellate court, Mr. Navarrete is, God forbid, convicted, and the appellate court then reversed and said, that remedy did not go far enough. That had to be a mistrial, that intentional conduct. And here, I'm asking the court, I believe that you have total authority. There is no way that anyone will convince me, I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, that Detective Dennis did not realize. It came out of nowhere. What difference does it make that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison 5 weeks earlier? What difference does it make? He did that to bring out to the jury that Mr. Kendrick was in prison for, and I'm telling you, it's a federal offense, a gun charge. There was no basis. So to me, to say you don't have the authority to do that, I believe you have every authority. If a witness comes in here and starts cursing, I'm using an example, I would assume, you are going to say, this is just not decorum. You can't curse. The witness curses again. You're going to do something. You're done testifying. Courts have that power. So I believe that the state's argument that you have no power to control the proceedings is not backed up by the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, thank you.
May I respond?
You may.
There was a defense attorney who raised their hand.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to be very brief because I don't think what I'm going to add is truly what Your Honor is looking for. But Jay Apt, Your Honor, good morning on behalf of Mr. Kendrick, and I'll try to be extremely brief. Your Honor decided this issue in lieu of granting a mistrial. And one of the things I want to remind the court, really, I'm just here to remind the court, is one of the reasons for this sanction, Your Honor, is because of, and I'm not pointing fingers at any particular district attorney, but the state's repeated unpreparedness, their repeated discovery abuses. And so this is a compound issue. And I think my perception is that the court finally had to say, okay, we're not granting a mistrial, but we got to do something. And if you now go back on that decision and reverse your own decision, you are essentially creating an incentive for the state to continue these, I'll call them mishaps, whether they're negligent or intentional. And I think the court has sent a clear and convincing message to the state that they need to be buttoned up, more buttoned up than they have been. And so I would ask the court, certainly the court has the authority, and Mr. Steele's done a very good job of explaining that, but I would ask the court to uphold its own decision to send that loud and clear message. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. I would agree with Mr. Apt to the point that I would like the court to uphold the determination that the court made, which was that it was not an intentional, willful act, as Mr. Steele has argued. I want to address both of the two cases that he referred to, Illinois versus Allen. One of the issue in Illinois versus Allen was a defendant who refused to act with decorum and was excluded from the courtroom, but was permitted to come in the courtroom if he was going to behave correctly. And so it went specifically to the offensive behavior for as long as the offensive behavior went on. We are asking the court the court appropriately struck the testimony that was at issue. We are asking the court to go further with other testimony that was not the offending testimony. Now, People versus Navarrete is the only case the defense has cited to suggest that this specific remedy was permitted. That is a nationwide search in People versus Navarrete, Navarrete, is the only one that they were able to cite. And that is materially different in a number of ways. Number one, the facts are wildly different. The officer in the case was mad at the judge for excluding a statement that the officer had obtained, and actually had told people that when the prosecutor found out, told the judge after the fact, when they found out, that the officer had basically said he was going to do this because he was mad at the judge and would show the judge what for. That is not anything what happened here. And the reason that the appellate court in California decided that a mistrial was necessary in that circumstance was because of the specific evidence in that case, which is basically three things. You had a witness testifying the defendant had committed lewd acts against them. You had somebody testify they took about, I think it was a dozen or more swabs relevant to that. And then you had the officer testify, oh, I didn't think it was relevant to get the swabs because of the statement the defendant made that I can't talk about. The officer specifically said that because it would prejudice the defendant. And those are the circumstances in which it would, in fact, be incapable for a court to take that away. I would note before I go on to my main point about People versus Navarrete is that the California appellate court stated, we note that a trial court can almost always cure the prejudice of an improperly volunteered statement by granting a motion to strike and charging the jury with an appropriate curative instruction. This court did exactly that. It was just the exact facts, how thin the state's case was on that issue, on basically the entire case. And the reason for it was why they decided a mistrial was necessary on appeal. More importantly, this is the case that they cite that says the remedy of preventing Detective Dennis from testifying further. This is the case that they use for that proposition. At no point in this decision does the appellate court address the legality of that. They simply don't do it. It is not addressed whether that was a legal remedy to occur. It's not something that stands for the proposition that the defense is citing it for, which is that the remedy to prevent Detective Dennis from testifying further is appropriate. And so they have not pointed to any statutory or constitutional authority, and under Rule 402, the exclusion of evidence can exist outside of that in the state of Georgia. Now, I'm sure, let me just strike that. So we're just asking that the detective be able to testify further in the case when the prosecution team determines that he is the person who's best able to testify to facts that are relevant for the jury's consideration.
All right, thank you. So I don't think that the facts in the California case are really that different than the facts here. Frankly, I think that an argument could very plausibly be made that the detective in this case was upset with somebody about his qualifications having been challenged and had made a decision that he was going to show somebody what he thought about that. I don't know that that's what happened, but I do think, like I said before, that the detective absolutely knew better than to have said what he said and did it anyway. And I have given consideration to everything that has been presented, but I am not going to change my decision about this. All right. I think that the next thing that we had to do was sort out the remainder of what we're calling the Ryan evidence. So if y'all want to present what you've come to agreement on and what still needs to be litigated. And thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. And one small matter that's in this act we can address is in the CAD report. Okay. Never mind, Your Honor. Counsel and I have been discussing stuff in frequently. So
Yeah, I know.
I will turn to all that's left to my understanding is the last little bit of Blaylock's Instagram.
Okay. And do y'all want to give me some kind of, I don't know if it's written or whatever, indicator of what y'all have agreed to, or just put it on the record, or what's in, what's out?
Your Honor, I'm trying to think.
Or I guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume y'all are on the same page about it and will abide by whatever it is you agreed to.
Your Honor, I believe that is accurate.
Okay.
I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on,
Okay.
besides what it is we need to discuss this
Okay.
morning.
All right. And so what is it that needs to get discussed this morning?
This morning, Judge, we're going back to content in Mr. Mr. Damone Blaylock's Instagram messages between him and third unknown parties. Your Honor had asked me to take a look as far as co-conspirator hearsay.
Okay.
From what I can tell, every instance I've found requires evidence really from the outside, that basically you could ignore this entire statement and there's still something to indicate participation in the conspiracy. I don't have any sort of law stating one way or another that is what is required. I would just point back to the statute, kind of our indicia of reliability, that they're talking about things that a person who's a member of the conspiracy would know about. And just simply, that's not what's articulated in the statute. If it was supposed to be indicia, then I think we would be there. But that's not what the statute requires. So I don't think that would be sufficient. I think it truly does have to be from outside of that hearsay statement.
All right. And is there further argument from the state on that? And I know there was one, and there might have been two that we had already looked at that were kind of outstanding. And I had given a preliminary ruling subject to further argument on this. And the second one, I think I already brought up, and I don't know, Ms. Sabasi, if you were here that day, but that I
reviewed
didn't
it.
think there was enough, so I have excluded that. But the other one, does the state have any further argument or authority on that?
So, Your Honor, I don't have, the state's argument was in looking at 801 D2E, just the basic building blocks of, if the court finds through the four walls of a statement, evidence in trial, or some other evidence the state would present, ultimately it is the court has to find that that other party, whoever they are, to a preponderance, are part of the same conspiracy against who it's being used against. And I will use, I don't have a specific case for this principle, but I think it illustrates this point the state is making, is if you take aside a gang conspiracy, say you had a murder committed and the defendant's phone, they get a search warrant, they extract it, and he is messaging someone after the murder that you do not know who they are. And he says, I need you to go to my house. The murder weapon's in my back bedroom in the second drawer. And they respond back, yep, the police, I can hear the sirens coming down the street right now. I'm going to go grab that gun. Where do you want me to take it to? And they have this whole conversation. You don't never know who he's speaking with. By my reading of, or an understanding of co-conspirator, that conversation, if you had it in that trial and we're trying to introduce it, I believe a court could find from the four walls, so to speak, of that conversation that that person they're speaking with, to a preponderance, is a co-conspirator. And by that same analogy, if you have in the conversation that the unknown party, so to speak, whether it's their Instagram handle, the fact that they're referencing specific individuals, or that gang APD detectives have referenced are, say, YSL members, or they're discussing locations, or they're using gang identifiers in a private conversation, coupled with the evidence that hasn't came in yet, because no evidence about Blaylock to the jury has came in, but when APD gang detectives to speak about Blaylock and his Instagram and public and private conversations indicative of his own membership in the YSL criminal street gang, all of those the court can use or not use in making that determination. And so I don't have a seminal case that says you need more than the statement itself. I think oftentimes the statement itself, absent this kind of, in a gang context, there's other information versus when you have just, say, a murder case, you would, other than the factual analogy I just gave to the court, it would probably be hard to decipher. If you just had a single text with an unknown party, you wouldn't know who they are unless it was like the analogy I used. So the state doesn't have any additional case law. I always will cite, because I think it's a seminal case and important for a criminal street gang conspiracy, which all of Blaylock's are the state's arguments related to them are not tethered to the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're tethered to the YSL criminal street gang. At least the ones that are in dispute, I should say.
All right, so can somebody remind me where it is that we're going to find the statement specifically that we had been paused on before?
Ye-
Don't know if this, I'm sorry, excuse me. I don't know if the state sent to the court a new link or we're
I'm
still on
sure
the
there was
prior
a
one.
link that y'all sent me at some point.
I can create
Over and over again, I know, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
for a,
Most recent
If,
one, I
if
don't
you want to
know.
just remind me when that was, I could probably find it.
The-
Or what folder it was in.
yes, Your Honor. The initial folder was 9 October centralized motion folder in Dropbox. For efficiency's sake, I can
Okay,
quite quickly create and
that would be
send.
wonderful. A new link,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay. And I guess it'll be easy enough to see once, once we're all looking at it again. But I cannot remember whether in this particular one that we were talking about, there was anything like the other speaker's handle or anything like that that would have been outside of the statement itself. So I guess when we get the link, we can look at that.
And Your Honor, I'm going to try initially to email because Blaylock's Instagram is 28-page PDF. So I think that that should be small enough to send via email.
Okay.
That email has been sent, Your Honor. I utilized the Zoom link email that Ms. Percival had sent. If anyone does not get it, please let me know.
Thank you. All right, so it was at some point after the 293 one. It may have been the one directly after that.
I
Yeah.
believe we had the court's preliminary ruling of admissibility pending additional case law from defense ended on 344.
Right.
And so there's only, I believe, 5 PDF pages left for
Okay.
Blaylock. And so it will start in PDF page 13, Instagram page 359.
Right, but my preliminary ruling pending the additional case law is still a preliminary ruling. And
Yes, Your Honor.
so the conversation, if you will, that starts on
342.
342 and goes through 44?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the one that it was only a preliminary ruling. And so the person whose true identity is unknown, is their handle Snake Life Maniac?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And did I understand your argument to be that the court could take into consideration in determining something outside of, if there's anything outside of the statement itself or the conversation itself that would indicate kind of a co-conspirator nature, that the court could and should take that into consideration?
Yes, Your Honor. And what the state's referencing in regards to that is the totality, specifically or almost exclusively from APD gang detectives, which started with Detective Belknap, the first witness in the trial, in terms of, like, for example, and there's also, they're discussing, someone references Pokey, which has come up periodically in this trial and is one of the individuals that Quindarius Zachary mentions was participated in the shooting of Miss Reed's home, right? When he's discussing Kenneth Copeland returning. And also when this Snake Life Maniac, when Blaylock, who's One King DO1, states he was stamped into the street gang by Pokey, the individual responds, he's been locked up a good 6 to 7 years. When did you get stamped? And he's kind of checking to see if that story checks out. And so the state's argument, and then it of course continues on, but and the Snake Life Maniac says, I never met the young rock crew. There's been a lot of testimony about rock.
Right. But if
Yes, Your Honor.
if I have to find something outside of the statement itself, then that would indicate, I think, that I can't take into consideration the contents of what this unknown person is saying to make that necessary determination, right? So
The state's understanding and argument is that you can use, whether it's this statement itself alone, the court just has to find to a preponderance that this
well, we
individual
know
is
that the
a
statement
conspiracy.
alone can't establish the existence, or I'm sorry, the participation of the declarant in the conspiracy. I mean, that the statute itself provides that much information.
And I guess my argument, Your Honor, is that the testimony in trial is in addition to the statement. As in, like, if you just had this in a vacuum and I presented no other evidence of why what they're saying is significant, if you didn't have APD gang detectives who've testified about what these indicate or mean.
So because we have outside of this statement testimony about Pokey and testimony about how people get included in gangs and things like that. Is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
argument?
That's the
And
state's
in
argument.
addition to that, this person's handle itself indicating their connection to YSL.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. A preponderance is really not that high of a standard burden to meet. So I am going to find that this one does meet that. outside of the statement alone, so that entirety of that can come in. So we then need to move on to whatever was left. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and so the next one would be on page 430, or are there some that y'all have?
359, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a different one? Yeah,
It's
I'm
a different
sorry,
one.
yes. Okay, so 359.
So what's highlighted is Blaylock stating you have to pay the dues January 15th. That's the day you got stamped. And then the individual responds back, essentially like he will pay him when he sees him. The state, I will, because this conversation is so brief in terms of comparatively to the one before, the state will concede or not utilize 359.
Okay. So y'all withdraw that one.
But with yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
430.
Mhm.
So the individual that Blaylock is messaging, YSC Prince,
Mm-hmm.
he says he's leaving that YL up to you and me. YL is Young Loyalty. So when YSL, the criminal street gang, you have remnants of, Young Loyalty is essentially a subset of that. And so when he said he's going to leave YL up to me and you, he said when he gets out, it's still going to be YL, but we're going to take it over basically. Let's push up next weekend. The state wanted to include that because of direct reference to Young Loyalty and someone having to take it over. This would be in conjunction with, which I don't believe or do not recall, testimony thus forth in trial, as in through Detective Belknap, or will be when Detective Viverito testifies about Young Loyalty YL. But that was the state's request or argument in terms of this would have to be, the court would have to deem YSC Prince making that statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy to admit this as an exception to hearsay.
Okay, and you're saying we don't thus far have any evidence about YL or the meaning of YL, and are we going to get any?
Your Honor, yes, the state, I am drawing a blank if Detective Belknap addressed that when he first testified in this trial. I just do not recall as I'm sitting here. But if he has not, the state would proffer that Investigator Viverito would discuss that at a future date. I do not have any additional
And
evidence or any-
YL is, how is YL furthering this conspiracy? I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
So Young Loyalty YL is a part and parcel of YSL. It's like a subset. And so the state, by him saying we're going to take over specifically YL, that is trying to assert leadership over Young Life or Young Loyalty, Your Honor. So
That one seems a bit, I don't know, far afield.
understood, Your Honor. The state will
Okay,
not
I'm gonna-
utilize
all
430.
right.
And
Okay.
the last one, Your Honor,
Ms. Atkins, do you mind if Your Honor, can I just interject?
Sure, I mean, they're withdrawing it and or I'm excluding it,
Okay.
but, so do you need to?
No, I
Okay.
thought it was still up in the air.
All right, so 2145,
and Your Honor, the last thread of this nature is when you go to page 446, there's just one line where Blaylock is discussing, he says, "You're not slime." And on 447, they go back and
I don't see a 446, 447.
it is PDF page 15, Your Honor, and PDF
Okay.
page 16.
Okay.
And
sorry.
the key, the statement that the state is seeking to introduce is when Blaylock on page 447 states, "I stamped you in slime behind the Blue House," talking about bringing that individual into the gang. The 446 is only included for brief context to that. The state would not necessarily have to use 446, but the argument is that when Blaylock states, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house to this individual when they're going back and forth about if that individual is slime. That
Mhm.
statement, the state believes there's two arguments for this statement in terms of Blaylock definitively stating that he brought this individual into a criminal street gang, and he references the blue house of just a specific location to remind him where he stamped him in. That statement is a co-conspirator statement, but in addition is a statement against interest. And the best example of why it's statement against interest is the case of this nature. As in, if Blaylock was in this physical courtroom right now, that statement he made there is against his interest in terms of definitively asserting he has enough rank in a street gang to stamp someone in, and would be evidence that could be used against him in a criminal street gang or RICO predicated on a street gang trial. And so the reason that the state articulates that this is 801 D2E is because when he's telling someone, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, it's a conversation between, he's asserting in this statement that he brought this person in the gang. And so those kind of conversations, they have to be able to speak freely amongst each other, and they're discussing criminal street gang activity in terms of he's referencing when he brought him into the gang. And given the liberal standard of admissibility from Kemp and its follow-on cases, and that fostering cohesion, also, the direct reference to the exact criminal street gang conspiracy that the state is alleging they are a part of, feels that Blaylock's statement, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house, should be admissible under either of those two bases, Your Honor, is the state's argument for why it's not hearsay.
All right. Why? I think that one passes muster. Yes, sir.
I believe that a statement against the penal interest, as articulated by the prosecutor, if it only goes to Mr. Blaylock, that we would get a limiting instruction.
I think it comes in as a co-conspirator exception. I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
Okay, and understanding the court's finding, then I would ask you to decide whether 24-8-805 hearsay within hearsay would apply, because I don't see the exception on the other end of the conversation. I don't see I stamped you in. The other person's statement is also 801 D2E.
The other person's statements, frankly, are GMFU and you not.
So how did
I mean, I don't
that conversation
think
further the
it
interest?
seems, I don't think it does, but I don't think those statements are being offered for their truth.
That is correct.
All right. All right. So what's the next one?
Your Honor, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bassi or Ms. D. Williams, but all of the remainder of this are conversations we have discussed that are pertaining to the February 23rd, 2019, the day of the murder itself, not gang co-conspirator statements. They're tethered to, they're ones we've discussed of no issues with. Unless
Okay.
defense counsel corrects me.
That's right?
Accurate.
Okay. All right. And so is that it for
That's the entirety of Mr. Blaylock.
Ryan evidence? All right. And when are we, we discussed before about how we need to get to this kind of grouping of evidence before the end of this month. Is that going to happen?
Your Honor, there is yes, Your Honor, the state, we could reach this case today.
Okay. All right. Sounds good then. And then how about the Mr. Arnold scheduling? Is that gotten nailed down? Okay. All right, because we are waiting on the arrival of a juror, we are going to, at this point, I'll entertain argument on our outstanding issue of whether an overt act not included in the indictment might be able to form the, and this is obviously hypothetical, but we need to sort it out, the sole overt act that a jury finds in support of guilt on count one, the RICO count. So whomever wants to open up that argument. And I know y'all both wrote briefs, but if y'all can brief me, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, I think this was the state's argument for why that would be acceptable.
I think you're right. And it may be that, I don't know if anybody in court right now is ready to argue that, or if y'all need to call Mr. Armstrong back or somebody else from the DA's office. Okay. All right, why don't we take a recess while whomever's going to argue that for the state arrives, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Do we have whomever's going to argue for the state yet?
It's Miss Love. I'm just trying to get her ETA, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so in the meantime, do we still need to sort out anything about the evidence that's going to come in with Wooney Lee? Because I see that witness is on our list for this week.
I thought we discussed everything that was in his folder, Your Honor.
Making sure.
I didn't know that we had gone through all of his Instagram posts. I don't know that all of it will be relevant, although it depends on what he says on the stand. I don't know if the state would agree or disagree with that.
Sure. Just want to sort out what we can while we've got time beforehand and not have the jury waiting, because Lord knows they have to wait on us enough as it is. Although today we're waiting on them. Where did Misty Williams go?
This is the restroom.
Okay, well.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Anthony. Good weekend. Got me some cotton candy from the fair. I just went there for that, and that was it. I hope you had a good weekend. I missed the beginning of the trial, so I don't know what's going on. But hopefully they're not going to be going long. So if you've been watching my channel, I usually post DIY videos and stuff, but I did post a video today. I just posted it a little while ago about some stuff I've been going through. I hope you check it out and leave a comment. Let me see if, oh, the lead is on. So we'll check his, go his, go on his platform for a little bit. See what he's talking about.
We had the court's preliminary ruling of admissibility pending additional case law from defense ended on 344.
Right.
And so there's only, I believe, 5 PDF pages left for
Okay.
Blaylock. And so it will start in PDF page 13, Instagram page 350.
Right, but my preliminary ruling pending the additional case law is still a preliminary ruling. And
Yes, Your Honor.
so the conversation, if you will, that starts on
342.
342 and goes through 344.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the one that it was only a preliminary ruling. And so the person whose true identity is unknown, is their handle Snake Life Maniac?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And did I understand your argument to be that the court could take into consideration in determining something outside of, if there's anything outside of the statement itself or the conversation itself that would indicate kind of a co-conspirator nature, that the court could and should take that into consideration?
Yes, Your Honor, and what the state's referencing in regards to that is the totality, specifically or almost exclusively from APD gang detectives, which started with Detective Belknap, the first witness in the trial, in terms of, like, for example, and there's also, they're discussing, someone references Pokey, which has come up periodically in this trial and is one of the individuals that Quindarius Zachary mentions was participated in the shooting of Miss Reed's home, right? When he's discussing Kenneth Copeland returning. And also when this snake life maniac, when Blaylock, who's one King DO1, states he was stamped into the street gang by Pokey, the individual responds, he's been locked up a good 6 to 7 years. When did you get stamped? And he's kind of checking to see if that story checks out. And so the state's argument, and then it of course continues on, but it's, and the Snake Life Maniac says, I never met the young rock crew. There's been a lot of testimony about rock.
Right, but if
Yes, Your
I'm,
Honor.
if I have to find something outside of the statement itself, then that would indicate, I think, that I can't take into consideration the contents of what this unknown person is saying to make that necessary determination, right? So,
The state's understanding and argument is that you can use, whether it's this statement itself alone, the court just has to find to a preponderance that this
well, we
individual
know
is
that the statement
conspiracy.
alone can't establish the existence, or I'm sorry, the participation of the declarant in the conspiracy. I mean, that the statute itself provides that much information.
And I guess my argument, Your Honor, is that the testimony in trial is in addition to the statement. As in, like, if you just had this in a vacuum and I presented no other evidence of why what they're saying is significant, if you didn't have APD gang detectives who've testified about what these indicate or mean.
So because we have outside of this statement testimony about Pokey and testimony about how people get included in gangs and things like that. Is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
your argument?
That's the
And
state's
in
argument.
addition to that, this person's handle itself indicating their connection to YSL.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. A preponderance is really not that high of a standard burden to meet. So I am going to find that this one does meet that outside of the statement alone.
Myself.
That entirety of that can come in. So we then need to move on to whatever was left. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so the next one would be on page 430, or are there some that y'all have?
359, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a different one? Yeah,
It's
I'm
a different
sorry.
one.
Yes. Okay. So 359.
So what's highlighted is Blaylock stating you have to pay the dues January 15th. That's the day you got stamped. And then the individual responds back, essentially like he will pay him when he sees him. The state, because this conversation is so brief in terms of comparatively to the one before, the state will concede or not utilize 359.
Okay. So I'll withdraw that one.
But with yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
430.
Mhm.
So the individual that Blaylock is messaging, YSC Prince,
Mm-hmm.
he says he's leaving at YL up to you and me. YL is Young Loyalty. So when YSL, the criminal street gang, you have remnants of, Young Loyalty is essentially a subset of that. And so when he said he's going to leave YL up to me and you, he said when he gets out, it's still going to be YL, but we're going to take it over basically. Let's push up next weekend. The state wanted to include that because of direct reference to Young Loyalty and someone having to take it over. This would be in conjunction with, which I don't believe or do not recall, testimony thus forth in trial, as in through Detective Belknap, or will be when Detective Viverito testifies about Young Loyalty YL. But that was the state's request or argument in terms of this would have to be, the court would have to deem YSC Prince making that statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy to admit this as an exception to hearsay.
Okay, and you're saying we don't thus far have any evidence about YL or the meaning of YL, and are we going to get any?
Your Honor, yes, the state, I am drawing a blank if Detective Belknap addressed that when he first testified in this trial. I just do not recall as I'm sitting here. But if he had not, the state would proffer that Investigator Viverito would discuss that at a future date. I do not have any additional
And
evidence or any-
YL is, how is YL furthering this conspiracy? I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
So Young Loyalty YL is a part and parcel of YSL. It's like a subset. And so the state, by him saying we're going to take over specifically YL, that is trying to assert leadership over Young Life or Young Loyalty, Your Honor. So
That one seems a bit.
That's a stretch.
Field.
understood, Your Honor. The state will
Okay,
not
I'm
utilize
fine.
430.
All right.
And
Okay.
the last one, Your Honor,
Ms. Atkins, do you mind if Your Honor, can I just interject?
Sure. I mean, they're withdrawing it and or I'm excluding it,
Okay.
but so do you need to?
No, I
Okay.
thought it was still up in the air.
All right. So 2145.
and Your Honor, the last thread of this nature is when you go to page 446, there's just one line where Blaylock is discussing, he says, "You're not slime." And on 447, they go back and
I don't see a 446, 447.
it is PDF page 15, Your Honor, and PDF
Okay.
page 16.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
the key, the statement that the state is seeking to introduce is when Blaylock on page 447 states, "I stamped you in slime behind the Blue House," talking about bringing that individual into the gang. The 446 is only included for brief context to that. The state would not necessarily have to use 446, but the argument is that when Blaylock states, "I stamped you in slime behind the Blue House," to this individual, when they're going back and forth about if that individual is slime, that
Mhm.
statement, the state believes there's two arguments for this statement in terms of Blaylock definitively stating that he brought this individual into a criminal street gang, and he references the Blue House of just a specific location to remind him where he stamped him in. That statement is a co-conspirator statement, but in addition is a statement against interest. And the best example of why it's statement against interest is the case of this nature. As in, if Blaylock was in this physical courtroom right now, that statement he made there is against his interest in terms of definitively asserting he has enough rank in a street gang to stamp someone in, and would be evidence that could be used against him in a criminal street gang or RICO predicated on a street gang trial. And so the reason that the state articulates that this is 801D2E is because when he's telling someone, "I stamped you in slime behind the Blue House," it's a conversation between, he's asserting in this statement that he brought this person in the gang. And so those kind of conversations, they have to be able to speak freely amongst each other, and they're discussing criminal street gang activity in terms of he's referencing when he brought him into the gang. And given the liberal standard of admissibility from Kemp and its follow-on cases, and that fostering cohesion, also the direct reference to the exact criminal street gang conspiracy that the state is alleging they are a part of feels that Blaylock's statement, "I stand you and slime behind the blue house," should be admissible under either of those two bases, Your Honor, is the state's argument for why it's not hearsay.
All right. Why? I think that one passes muster. Yes, sir.
I believe that a statement against the penal interest, as articulated by the prosecutor, if it only goes to Mr. Blaylock, that we would get a limiting instruction.
I think it comes in as a co-conspirator exception. The "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house."
Okay, and understand the court's finding, then I would ask you to decide whether 24-8-805 hearsay within hearsay would apply, because I don't see the exception on the other end of the conversation. I don't see "I stamped you in." The other person's statement is also 801D2E.
The other person's statements, frankly, are GMFU and you not.
So how
I mean, I don't
that conversation
think
further
it
interest?
seems, I don't think it does, but I don't think those statements are being offered for their truth.
That's correct.
All right. All right. So what's the next one?
Your Honor, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bossi or Ms. D. Williams, but all of the remainder of this are conversations we have discussed that are pertaining to the February 23rd, 2019, the day of the murder itself, not gang co-conspirator statements. They're tethered to, they're ones we've discussed of no issues with. Unless
Okay.
defense counsel corrects me.
That's right.
Accurate.
Okay. All right. And so is that it for?
That's the entirety of Mr.
Ryan
Blaylock.
evidence. All right. And when are we, we discussed before about how we need to get to this kind of grouping of evidence before the end of this month. Is that going to happen?
Your Honor, there is yes, Your Honor, the state, we could reach this case today.
Okay. All right. Sounds good then. And then how about the Mr. Arnold scheduling? Is that gotten nailed down? Okay.
Little side-by action.
Yeah, let's see if we got a little TiVo. Let's see how far they're gonna take us, guys. This TiVo. Wow, that was a long sidebar. All right, we are right back into action. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Here we go. We're right back in it.
All right, because we are waiting on the arrival of a juror, we are going to, at this point, I'll entertain argument on our outstanding issue of whether an overt act not included in the indictment might be able to form the, and this is obviously hypothetical, but we need to sort it out, the sole overt act that a jury finds in support of guilt on count one, the RICO count. So whomever wants to open up that argument. And I know y'all both wrote briefs, but if y'all can brief me, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, I think this was the state's argument for why that would be acceptable.
I think you're right. And it may be that, I don't know if anybody in court right now is ready to argue that, or if y'all need to call Mr. Armstrong back or somebody else from the DA's office. Okay. All right, why don't we take a recess while whomever's going to argue that for the state arrives, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Uh-oh.
A lot of missing people this Monday.
For real. You can tell us on Monday they're gonna take a recess. Oh my God, thank the Lord for TiVo. All right, we're right back in it, guys. We ain't missing a beat.
Anything about
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Love TiVo time.
whomever's going to argue for the state? Yeah.
It's Miss Love. I'm just trying to get her ETA, Your Honor.
Oh, she's late.
All right. So in the meantime, do we still need to sort out anything about the evidence that's going to come in with Wooney Lee? Because I see that witness is on our list for this week.
I thought we discussed everything that was in his folder, Your Honor.
Making sure.
I didn't know that we had gone through all of his Instagram posts. I don't know that all of it will be relevant, although it depends on what he says on the stand. I don't know if the state would agree or disagree with that.
Sure. Just want to sort out what we can while we've got time beforehand and not have the jury waiting, because Lord knows they have to wait on us enough as it is. All day today, we're waiting on them.
Man, what is going on with this? Man, TiVo saved us. Look at that. They're taking a break. Somebody write TiVo.
Seriously.
TiVo
So
saved
Friday,
us.
Friday was bad. Friday morning. That was a rough start.
I know it ain't Love up in here, is it? Let's see.
I see pink color. I see pink, so it might be her.
Oh, you know who it is. You know who it is. Man, this volume is terrible. That's why me and AV sound so loud, because I'm having to turn up the volume, guys. So me and AV are going to try not to speak too much. Oh my God, they took another break.
Oh no, are we out?
We
We're out
fucking
of
out of
speak-
TiVo. Oh my God. We out of TiVo, guys. What do y'all think, man? Wait. All my audio's all messed up. Let me see if I think on Fox and on 11 Alive, their audio was kind of messed up too. The audio team for the courthouse was apparently at work over the weekend. You know, on Friday, the judge was complaining about the audio issues, and now all the audio is turned down. So we are waiting here. They have apparently one of the jurors did not show up. Can't blame them. I wouldn't show up either. So everybody's just kind of sitting around waiting for the juror to show up. AV, I don't know if you can check Thugger Daily, see if they've got any new insights.
Yeah, let me check it out.
Oh, there's Shart. Shart was talking about something. So we'll see what the hell Shart was talking about right now. This was a few minutes ago. They still haven't cut on the audio yet, although we got some movement. There is the lovely Lady Love in the what would you call that? A little peach right there?
Salmon, a little salmon color.
A little winter salmon. Oh.
Per per Thugger Daily, nothing new. The only thing we have is that motion for reconsideration that they lost. Now, the judge did say something interesting per Thugger Daily. She thinks that the detective said that on purpose because just before people were questioning his authority as a witness in lyrics. Remember that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we see Shark standing up in the back, guys, but there's no audio coming from it. I've got the audio all turned up. They just didn't turn the microphones on to catch his arguments. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be private or what the deal is. But yeah, as we turn back and let me just make sure. Man, we had all this TiVo time saved up and they just wasted it.
Yeah.
While we are waiting, let me give a big shout out again to High Value Man on deck, blessing her with the 100. Such a strong brother. We got Philly Diva in the house. The beautiful Philly Diva, thank you for becoming a member. We got me, also a member. Let me check my likes. Are y'all up with it? If y'all can get me to y'all still aren't there, are you?
Nope.
Damn, y'all, man, all I want is a 2-to-1 ratio. Give me the 2.6, guys. I want to let you in. Give me the 2.6. Shout out to Mimi for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Shout out to K Wags for becoming a member. Thank you so much, K Wags. Really appreciate it. Shout out to Antoinette Smith becoming a member as well. So it is going to be 30 days until Antoinette gets locked out, until Kay gets locked out. Mimi, they have secured their spot for a whole month. Thank you. Shout out to Miss L Boogie, says lead AV. Love has really been missing in action lately. Has her role in this trial been demoted? Yeah, she showed up today. We saw her in the salmon. Now we got some head action.
Yeah, we just saw head.
Right. But no, I think well, I don't want to say demoted, but they have put some new people on. They've got some fresh blood in. We see Abate in there. We see other people. So it's not just this Love and Hilton team. You know, they brought in some substitutes to kind of share the load. And we're seeing White Boy Atkins take more of an active role in this case too. So great question. Great question, Miss L Buggy. We got Sue. Sue says, how can Abate be a witness and then prosecute these people?
Right?
I am confused. Yes, I remember Abate did get up on the stand, but I don't know if he was talking, if he was on the witness stand about anything substantive. What do you remember, AV? What was the?
I do remember seeing him. It was very brief, but I think it was like a minor issue.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I don't think he's testifying to any of the things that were going down in terms of the RICO. It might have been just something procedural. But great question, Sue, because Abate got a little crunk about being sworn in. He didn't want to be sworn in, so that was interesting. So great question, Sue. We got Healthy Mama in the house. Shout out to Healthy Mama. Ain't nothing better than being healthy, boy. I'll tell you that right now. So big shout out to Healthy Mama who has become a new member. And guys, we are just sitting here watching. They're coming back any moment now. They have been out for 15 minutes. And then before that, for another 15. Look, shit, they've been missing in action for about an hour and 15 minutes. This is reminiscent of Glanville.
It is interesting though, because we are gonna be having a new witness this week named Wooney Lee. Now, Wooney Lee apparently is another key player that has taken a plea deal. So we have that plea deal, but the crazy thing with this case is we're seeing people get screwed with their plea deals, especially after what we saw on Friday with Moontung. It was really sad to watch him.
Yeah, man. Somebody write MT in the chat. Shout out to Moontung. He was facing 28 years. The judge went easy on him. Easy. And only gave him 5 years in prison. So 5 years in prison is a long time. Is he going to do the whole 5? No, he'll probably do about 2. This is assuming, of course, that he can, keep his nose clean. And that, pardon the pun. All right, pardon the pun. All right, can he keep his nose clean? In there, if you're part of a gang, sometimes you got to put in work. Sometimes you got to have contraband. This stuff can get you more time. So you were only looking at 2 years. Now it's 2 years and 6 months. Oh, well, now they want you to shank somebody. So that's another year. And you see how it stacks up. So you were sentenced to 5. If you went in, you would only do 2 for good time, but now you got the contraband, now you caught a body, and now it starts escalating. So hopefully we'll keep our fingers crossed for that brother, but he took one for the team, for real. So shout out to Monk Tonk. Big shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Shout out to Trin. Somebody write Trin in the house, Trin. He sees y'all. Six. I'm gonna say y'all got my likes right. I'm gonna go on and say it. I'm gonna go on and say it. Shout out to Trin, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. He convinced me. Y'all got my likes about right. So I'm gonna go on and let you. And it's a Monday. Y'all see the court, man. The court's kind of like, I don't really know what's going on. That's the same way y'all are acting with my likes. Y'all like, I don't know what's going on. Should I hit the like button? Should I not? So, but it's a Monday, so come on in. I'm in Atlanta. AV is up north. Come in and let us know where you at. Where you calling in from? Where are you hailing from? Come on in, everybody. Shout out to Dale the Hater. Dale the Hater.
Dale, you're not a member?
Okay, tell Dale to go and get a goddamn membership. Dale be in this bitch every day.
Dale is a mod on my side. How is he not a member?
Shout out to Dale the Hater, been in this shit all day. Go and get you a $5 membership. I'm surprised you haven't been gifted one. You're here all the time. Shout out to Dale, said free at last. We got Chattanooga in the house. Cleveland, boy, Bone, Thugs and Harmony, put y'all on the map. Tucson, Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, Virginia in the house, Charlotte. Somebody said finally free. They'll be hating for real, 100%. Shout out to Houston. We got Detroit, Houston, the DMV, San Diego, Macon, Georgia. Okay. Cincinnati, Brooklyn. Y'all are up in here, man. Switzerland, Sweden.
We international.
Decatur, all right. Naptown, I don't know where that is. Shout out to Atlanta, Fulton County. Oh, man. Who is that, Sarah? Somebody up in there. Indiana, Detroit, y'all are up in there. The UK. All right, we got the misses up in here. The Bahamas. Wow, y'all are chilling in the Bahamas. Ghana, Ireland. Shit, can I find Ghana on a map? Can I find Ireland on a map? Well, what did Dinar say? Come on in and have a seat. All right, come on in. Y'all finally got my likes right. So we are in here. This is I think upon what the judge said last, that they were waiting on a jury member.
Yeah.
And
Love's
shit.
gonna argue something as well. I think it is that whole person that is going to be testifying.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, it's damn near 11 o'clock. If it's 11 o'clock and that jury member ain't here, that jury member ain't coming.
I wonder if it's the one that had to take a flight on Friday.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good question. Let's see if we can
I
get.
thought we discussed everything that was in his folder, Your Honor.
Making sure.
Let's see if we can see what the judge said on one of these breaks here.
Yeah.
It's Miss Love. I'm just trying to get her ETA, Your Honor.
All right. So in the meantime, do we still need to sort out anything about the evidence that's going to come in with Wooney Lee? Because I see that witness is on our list for this week.
I thought we discussed everything that was in his folder, Your Honor.
Making sure.
I didn't know that we had gone through all of his Instagram posts. I don't know that all of it will be relevant, although it depends on what he says on the stand. I don't know if the state would agree or disagree with that.
Sure. Just want to sort out what we can while we've got time beforehand and not have the jury waiting, because Lord knows they have to wait on us enough as it is.
All right, so they're talking about the testimony, the upcoming testimony of Wooney Lee.
Yeah, Wooney Lee. I have his plea deal here.
Who is that?
So he's a key minor character in this case. They have some Instagram posts. Looking at his plea deal, let me scan it real quick. He's got his not overt acts in here. He's got his he's got 10 factual acknowledgments.
He's got 10 Can you email me that? That might be something good to look at.
Yeah, it's only 4 pages, so this is a good time killer.
Shout out to Life in AI TV says, good morning, lead and Queen Slime. Got Queen Slime in the house.
Okay.
What did y'all do this weekend? Anybody do anything good? Your boy, y'all know me, man. I was inside. Your boy just chilling. So hopefully some of y'all got outside. Put in the chat what you did this weekend. If you were productive, if you had fun.
And I know y'all both wrote briefs, but if y'all can brief me, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, I think this was the state's argument for why that would be acceptable.
I think you're right. And it may be that, I don't know if anybody in court right now is ready to argue that, or if y'all need to call Mr. Armstrong back or somebody else from the DA's office. Okay. All right, why don't we take a recess while whomever's going to argue that for the state arrives, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Did they say they're waiting on a witness for the state? And now we got the spiral of death going on. Boy, it is a Monday. Shout out to Ari. Ari said she was homing for my daughters. What does homing mean? I don't know what that means. Shout out to Ron. Ron said he washed the cars. Okay. D says, nope, I stay inside. People be outside. That's how I am. Shout out to Unchanged Me. She said she worked the whole weekend. Ain't nothing worse than working the whole weekend and then Monday hit you right in the face. You got to go to work again. KM said she went to dine in a theater. Okay. Got some nice theaters out there. That's true. She from Brooklyn. Jesus went bike riding. Nice. The weather was nice. Healthier Me with Z said she's studying for my CPA. Okay. We got a numbers person in here. Get these taxes right. Ari Nicole went shopping. Of course. Of course. Thank you. Shout out to Here Comes Drama. Says Dale, I'm going to throw 5 on your books. Okay. Somebody give Dale a damn, somebody give him a Cinnabon. Somebody give him a soup. They'll be in here every day. I'm surprised he ain't got a gifted membership. Thank you so much. We got Jazz, or really Jazz, becoming a new member. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jazz, for becoming a member. Pamela Salter said had surgery Friday, so I rested this weekend. Okay, Pam. I hope your surgery was successful and that you got a good rest and that you are back on the mend. Somebody write Pamela in the house. Health is everything, guys. Believe you me. So shout out to Pamela. I hope you are healed up. Shout out to Sophisticated Black Strong Channel. The Sophisticated Black Strong Channel says my birthday was on the 18th. Lead, I turned 45, man. God is good. God is good, 100%. Let me make sure they aren't back yet. Not yet. So shout out. Somebody write Sophisticated. Happy birthday. Evie, were you able to send me that thing? I think you're muted.
It was me. I was like, did something happen? Is my mic bad, by the way?
No, it just sounds loud because again, the volume in the court is so low.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, I sent it to you. You should have it.
Awesome. So shout out to the sophisticated Black Strong channel. We got Davante Dockery says HU homecoming. Okay. Good times in the DMV. Who is HU? Is that Howard? Is Howard in the DMV?
I think it is.
Shout out to the homecoming. Let's take a look at the plea deal that is kind of on the table, or I guess that was signed by one of the witnesses who's going to testify. Now we saw what happened to Moonton. They used his plea deal against him, and they said that he wasn't testifying in the spirit of the deal. So let's take a look and see what they got for this gentleman here. Let me share the screen right quick. Bam. All right. Shout out to Davante. Shout out to Kamala. Is that how you say it? Kamala?
Yeah, come on.
Kamala? Is it Kamala or Kamala? You never know these days in 2024. Said she went to an air show. NAS Jack's Blue Angels Rock.
I've
Okay.
been wanting to see the Blue Angels. I saw a trailer on Amazon Prime for it. It looks so cool.
Really? Man. The stuff they're able to do in those, let me scoot over. Stuff they're able to do in those airplanes is amazing. Shout out to Full Drink and a Half Thinking Trend said, I've been shaving love back all weekend. Shake my head. My damn arms hurt. What? I'm shaving love. Oh,
Trend's going
my
hard
God.
today.
Shaving love's back. Yeah, y'all are now first it was Fanny with the gorilla grip. And now we shaving back. All right, shout out to Trent. Thank you so much. Big shout out. Shout out to Life says I watch every stream while I drive. Y'all are too funny, man. You doing some driving. All right, you be riding out. Thank you. What's that behavior says pin then bend their weekend. All right. Got the rhyme scheme going on. And Pamela, what did she say? She says, thank you, healing gracefully. Today is my 41st anniversary at work. Wow. Wow. Some of y'all can't stay married for 15 years. She's had the same job for 41 years.
Congratulations, Pamela. That's a lot of years of service with one place.
That has to be government, right? What do? You work for the government?
Banking. You see that a lot in banking too. 41
years. Yeah, something that has to be really traditional. So shout out to Pamela. That is amazing. And glad that you are on the mend. Awesome. Shout out to Sue. Sue says Ashley Merchant is on live in Judge Krause's courtroom live. What really?
So she might be doing the Fonnie Willis Open Records thing. So,
oh my God, that was a damn shit show.
Yeah, she was she had Dexter Bond on the stand and he was being not very nice to her.
He was fighting the whole way.
Yeah.
Fighting the whole way.
Yeah.
So shout out to Sue. Thank you so much, Sue. I did not know about that. Let's take a look and see what we got right here. This is a plea agreement. And we see it is delivered in person to Wooney Lee. State of Georgia versus Wooney Lee, aka Slime Life Shouty. All right, this is his plea agreement. What is his current charge? Count 1. Conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, aka the RICO. Negotiated sentence. What is his sentence to be? And let me hold up right quick. Let me see if I can blow this thing up a little bit so we can see it a little bit better here. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do it like that. What is the negotiated sentence? Well, since he violated the RICO Act, he will get 10 years with 1 to serve. So he's got a 10-1, commuted to time served with the balance of 9 years on probation. Okay, so he got out of jail. He just has 9 years on probation. Now we saw what happened to Moon Tung. Moon Tung had 30 years on probation. He was always going to go back to prison. No one on earth can do 30 years probation. It is impossible. So he was just going back. It was just a matter of time. This brother's got a 10-1 with the 1 being commuted, so he's got 9 years on probation. He gets first offender treatment. The state does not object to the court ordering the seal of the clerk's file after 3 years of probation has been served. All right. The state does not object to the court including a behavior incentive date not later than 3 years. Okay. Special conditions. Oh, shit. What's the first thing that my man signed? You see his initials, Woonie Lee, WL. What's the first thing? YSL is a gang. Oh, man.
Here we go.
Man, here come the BS. The first thing out the gate. Somebody write out the gate. The first thing out the damn gate, YSL is a gang. What's the second thing? He became associated and or affiliated with YSL in the year 2017 at the age of 19. Now it's interesting. In Moon Tung's, they wanted this YSL as a gang. Moon Tung said, "Nah, man, I can't sign that. I can't do that." So they left that one out for Moon Tung, but for the youngin, they put it in first thing. He became associated with YSL at the age of 19. What's number 3? A special condition. He sent to a witness who testified in the state versus Ryan and Blaylock a message on Instagram containing a rat emoji and a brain emoji. All right, I don't know what that's about, but I'm sure that's going to be cleared up once he testifies. He's not going to possess any guns. Not going to commit any criminal acts. So no guns and no criminal acts for at least 9 years. What are the statements that he says that he knows to be true? Number 1, WL, his initials. YSL, otherwise known as Young Slime Life, is a gang. All right. They got to reiterating it.
Twice. Yeah.
All right. So you hit him right. You know, if this was a mistake, it's like, oh, I didn't know. Love slid this one in. I was just signing. Well, what about this one right here? You said it again. Young Slime Life is a gang. Number 2, do you want to read this one, AV?
Yes. Some of the identifiers of YSL are wearing a green or red bandana. They spell bandana wrong. B, wearing clothing with the words YSL or slime. C, wearing pendants displaying the letters YSL or the word slat. D, the colors of YSL are red for bloods and green for slime.
Wow. Keep reading.
Yep. 3, YSL uses several hand signs, some of which are wiping the nose with the index finger.
All right.
Curling the ring and pinky finger inward towards the palm while extending the index and thumb with the middle finger slightly curved.
I have no idea.
Right? I was like, that sounds like you're doing something else.
Right, I have no idea what that means.
Some of the language that members of YSL use is black, which means blood love all the time. Slat, which means slime love all the time. Calling Cleveland Avenue, Cleveland, replacing the C with the B. Calling each other blood or slime. Some of the symbols that YSL uses are a green heart and a green snake. 6, I am aware that members or associates of YSL claim to have committed at least one of the following acts in the name of YSL: murder, aggravated assault, robbery, theft, and illegal firearm possession. I am remorseful for participating in this type of activity. Gang life destroys the lives of young people, and I no longer want to participate in this type of activity that destroys the life of our youth in my community. Why is that in here?
Oh my God. They just rubbing it in. They just rubbing it in. I'm remorseful for being in the gang. Your ass ain't remorseful for shit. You're remorseful you got caught. All right, but this is the
Oh
type of
my
stuff
word.
that love makes you sign. Oh yeah, gang life destroys the lives of the young people. It's
Oh
like,
my word.
come on, man. This is terrible. What else did he say? He said, if I violate this plea agreement, the district attorney can and will use this statement during any judicial proceeding. And I am subject to being re-sentenced to the maximum sentence allowed by law for each charge to which I am pleading guilty. Number 9, any violation of this plea agreement may result in my first offender status being revoked and my being resentenced to the max for this RICO charge that I have gotten. And number 10, no promises, agreements, conditions have been made other than those set forth in this document. All right, and we see it right here. I, Wooney Lee, have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I fully understand the agreement. No promises other than those that contain in this agreement have been made to me in furtherance. I fully, freely, knowingly, voluntarily enter into this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. All right. So we see Wooney Lee's signature right here. Now, this was dated 2 years ago. I bet he never thought this day was gonna come,
A
man. But
lot of
over
these plea deals were in December of 22. This is probably the fourth one that we've seen that was signed around that time.
yeah, I think this whole case got indicted in 22, didn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is sorry about that, guys. So this is Wooney Lee's signature right here. He had one attorney, Robin Rubin, had another attorney, Big False Hodges, and then Adrian Love. You know, she was in on the action. So you know, this young man, he is absolutely stating that YSL is a gang. He said it twice. Number 1 right here, YSL is a gang, period. And then number 2 right here, YSL, otherwise known as Young Slime Life, is a gang. So guys, he's supposed to be testifying.
You
What
can't make it up.
What the hell are you gonna say, Wooney?
And Woody, you better be careful because love will throw your ass in jail.
Right? You see what damn they did to Monk Tunk? 5 years. I don't think Wooney wants to go back. So let me see. Let me check to see. We are still on break.
Still not back yet.
Still not back. Here's what I'm gonna do while we wait. I'm gonna drop the link. And if y'all want to come up and let me know how y'all are doing and kind of where you see this case. So I'm gonna drop the link. Now we got some rules about dropping the link, guys. All right. Number 1, you have to have your camera on. All right. We can't do any of this camera off stuff because we had an infestation of trolls back in the day. Number 2, do not be driving. I'm sick of y'all driving on the damn highway trying to talk to me. And then number 3, you will hit the link and you will probably not be brought up. All right. Because when I put the link out, everybody hits it. And, you know, so only a few will actually come up. And if you're up here and then the show starts again, the cameras are starting rolling in the courtroom, we're going to go straight to that.
We're gonna talk to people.
Come
Yay.
chat with us. All right. So we're going to drop the link. And come on up here and let us know what you think about this dang case. I'm gonna pin the link to the top. And while y'all file in, let me see. AV, do you have any cash apps?
I do. A little slow this morning. I think I saw 1 or 2 of them. Shout out to Leslie who hits me with the 10. This is Miss L Boogie. She hits me with 10 and says happy Monday AV with the coffee emoji. Thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. And that's all I have.
Nice. All right. She kind of dry over there, guys. Y'all need to wet it up. Y'all see the damn cash app under there now. Let's see here. Let me share my screen right quick so we all be on the same page. So we're just waiting, guys. Big shout out to Pamela. Pamela said, started at the age of 16, held several positions. I work for a healthcare company. Wow. Started at the age of 16.
Wow, Pam.
Pam's been in it. She in it to win it. Thank you. Shout out to Cam. She says, Cam, like Pamela. My friends call me Cam Capone. Okay. I'm sure y'all can guess why. Oh man, she got the Glock. All right. Kamala's trying to catch a RICO charge. So big shout out to Kamala. Says, did we find the RICO, AV? I think that's more to you.
Did we find the RICO? Yes, I have a funny joke on my channel. The other day I got up and was looking under. I was like, y'all see RICO? Where's RICO?
All right, did we find it yet? It apparently not. Let's bring up our first contestant. We got Fabian. Fabian, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, brother. Actually, I'm sophisticated black strong, man. Just to let you know.
Oh,
Happy birthday! It's your birthday, right?
Yeah.
It's on the 18th. Yeah, happy birthday.
I appreciate it, y'all.
No problem. Listen, what do you think about this case? Like, where do you think it's going? What do you think it's going to result as? What are some of the impressions that you've gotten from the prosecution? Kind of tell us how you feel about it.
Just specifically, one of the things I haven't been able to comprehend, just on my level of understanding the things of the law, is how is it that they are able to create these specific conditions on these, agreements, that seem to be so lame in my, lack of, definition. Like, it just seems as if like they just boxing them into like to confess some things that they are trying to prove, and they are just putting in the terms on this agreement. They sign it, and it's like they stuck with it, and they don't have any means of being objective, to answering the idea of, if it's true or not. Because I really feel like they're just doing it because they're ready to get out of jail. That's really specifically the thing I've been paying attention to, especially being that you guys mentioned this new guy that's getting ready to come up. They even did the same thing with Mook, and then he get up there on the stand and like, well, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that. They didn't agree with it before they even signed it.
Right.
That's a good point.
So that's been my whole thing. I'm like, that is crazy that they're able to do that. And it's all, to me, trying to get Young Thug, and saying, well, they said this and they said that, and then they even signed this agreement. But that don't necessarily mean that it's true. They did it out of desperation, in my opinion.
I totally agree. These people looking at 10 years, 15 years. Mook was looking at 30 years. They'll sign anything just to go home, if we're honest, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're right that they are being boxed in, they're being trapped. And you're right that they are going to use the government, the prosecution is going to use these plea agreements against the people that are in the courtroom. But, who's to say that whatever these people sign to get out of jail, who's to say that it's right? Who's to say that it's verifiable? Who's to say that it's the truth? Maybe, like you said, it was just something they signed just to come home. So I think you nailed it. I think you absolutely nailed it, Fabian. Now the flip side to that is that they're not just signing these documents and the documents go before the jury. No, these people have to get up and testify. And that's going to determine if it's the truth or a lie, because you get to listen to them. We got to hear Woody. We got, Woody was talking. We got to hear Moontunk. We got to hear the brother with the sickle cell.
Yeah.
And once you started talking to him, you were like, okay, y'all, a lot of this stuff, y'all are, I don't know whether it's the truth what you put down on paper or it's the truth what you're saying now, because some of it sounds like a lie. A lot of times Moontunk was backsliding, which is why he's gone to prison for 5 years, because he was trying to walk back some of the things that he signed.
Right.
Just like you said, he was signing stuff to get out of prison. Now that he's out, he has to testify to it. He doesn't want to testify to it because it hurts his credibility, right?
Right.
What do you think this trial is going to end as? Do you think it's going to end in a conviction? Do you think it's going to be not guilty? Do you think it's going to be a mistrial? Kind of, what are your thoughts on it?
Being that they severed some of those people, I don't know how many people are still within the same case with Young Thug, but I believe there's going to be some more severing. I don't know. I mean, and hopefully I'm defining this properly, but I don't think that Young Thug is going to go down for the RICO itself, but they're going to try to get him on the other charges and potentially get him time served potentially. I don't know. It's kind of weird. You can't really call it, but that's just kind of where I'm kind of seeing it. Like I don't think they're gonna get him on the RICO though. I really don't think so.
Interesting. All right. We'll see if anybody else gets severed. I think there are 6 people left from the 30 or 31 or whatever.
Yeah.
6 people that are in this courtroom that still have their cases going. So we'll see how it goes. But listen, thank you so much, Fabian, for coming up, brother. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate
You
it,
can
y'all.
come up anytime.
All right, thank you, sir.
Bye.
No problem. No problem. So how do you guys see it? Do y'all think this case is going to end in a mistrial? Do you think it's going to end in a conviction? Do you think it's going to end in a not guilty? Which one? Not guilty, mistrial, or a conviction? Those are kind of your 3 options.
That's it.
That's kind of it. What you got right there. Let us keep it going. Shout out to Copper Vibrations. Like that name for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Shout out to Jacqueline, the beautiful Jacqueline. I'm saying that right, Jacqueline?
Jacqueline, yes.
Yes, thank you, Jacqueline, for becoming a member as well. Really appreciate it. And Cooper, not only did Copper Vibrations get a membership for themselves, but they got one for someone else. They gifted a membership for someone else. Thank you so much. Shout out to Isla. Is that how you say that?
Yes.
Shout out to Isla. Isla says, the defendant that sits at the end of the courtroom made the and sign to the camera last week. Y'all have it on video. Law and Crime panned away after he did it.
Oh, the defendant that sits at the end of the courtroom. Matthew's client, Huey?
Maybe that's him from the Silver Fox. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, Silver Fox table.
Do y'all remember there was a guy at that table? He got severed because he kept doing all these hand and arm gestures because he was trying to make like he was insane. Do y'all remember that dude?
Is that a thing?
Yes. And Judge Glanville let him sit there doing that hand stuff for like a month. And he would put his arm over here and he'd be swimming. Everybody be looking at his ass.
We need to find that footage.
Yes, but then Brian Steele stood up and said, listen, man, we're about to bring the jury in. The jury cannot see this dude swimming in the courtroom, right? Glanville was like, yeah. Glanville was like, if you don't get your fake insanity ass up out of here. So he got, do y'all remember who I'm talking about? I forgot that dude's name.
Swimming. That's crazy.
He was like, man, he definitely wanted his, he wanted his not guilty by reason of insanity.
You cannot make
100%.
this up with this case. You really can't.
So shout out to Isla. Shout out to Danielle. Danielle says, does this being an Alford plea have any effect on the factual acknowledgments, i.e. less credible to the jury because the Alford plea is not admitting guilt? Great question. The answer is no. He still signed it. Each of those special conditions has his initials by it. And then after the initials, it has him signing and dating the entire thing. And it's witnessed and is signed by not one, but 2 of his attorneys. So even though it's an Alford plea, he's 100% locked in. So he's saying that regardless of what type of plea it is, whether it's an Alford plea, a straight up plea, a no contest plea, whatever it is, this is what I am attesting to. All right. So, but great question, Danielle. Let's see who else we got. We got Calvin. Calvin, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? How we doing?
Hi,
Doing
Calvin.
fantastic.
Hey, how you doing, AV? I'll be watching both of you. I'll be watching both of you guys. Faithfully.
Awesome. All right, we appreciate it. Yeah,
All
let
right.
us know what you think about this case, man. What you think about what's been happening
be
thus
hon-
far.
To be honest with you, I mean, once you start studying law, you kind of understand the tricks and the trades in which they do, which is not really fair to the defendant. I think it's going to either turn into a not guilty plea or a mistrial. And the only reason why I said it because it's too many discovery issues with the state. It's like the judge said in the beginning. Even though she wants to be on the fence with the prosecution, but she's realizing that the prosecution is putting together this case as she's trying. It's evident. We can't ignore that. And if you're not ready to bring a case, you shouldn't bring it. But they brought this case with the intent that all of a sudden, magically, something's going to pop up and we got you. They're waiting for that gotcha moment. And right now it's not happening. Because they're bringing up witnesses to see if they can push some type of evidence that can conclude to the fact that they're guilty, but they haven't brought that witness yet. They haven't brought that evidence yet. So they're still pandering this case along to see if they can't delay time so that way they can get that evidence. But you can't keep dragging this case out just to get that I got you moment. These guys have rights. So if you don't have the evidence now, you got to suffice. You got to let go.
When do you think this trial is going to end? Do you think it's going to end in guess the month and the year?
Man, woo! With love, I don't know. Because like I said, they're looking for that gotcha moment. And it's just not happening for them. You know what I'm saying? They're looking for that piece of evidence that there it is. They're looking for that there it is, but they don't have it. If you didn't have it in the beginning, what makes you think you had? So that's why they're dragging out this case, witness after witness, document after document, video after video, phone conversation after phone conversation, because they're trying to find that gotcha moment, and they don't have it.
Totally agree. Totally.
They don't have it. They don't have it.
Interesting. All right. Well, listen, thank you so much, Calvin, for calling in.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it, brother. All right. Going to get that cinnamon toast crunch on aisle 16 now. That should be good as hell. All right. Shout out to Calvin. Thank you so much.
All right. You guys have a blessed day.
Bye, Calvin. He was in Walmart. I love that.
Dude, put y'all's favorite cereal in the chat, boy. That damn Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Not the 2024 Cinnamon Toast Crunch is like,
Oh, the old school back in the day.
Oh my God, that 1998 Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
That was so good.
It was the best. EKPM says Fruity Pebbles. Nah, man, Fruity Pebbles.
Honeycomb is pretty good too.
Honeycomb was good. Somebody said Raisin Bran. I can get with the Raisin Bran. Frosted Flakes. Yeah, you put that banana up in there, and if you're trying to get fancy, put some damn strawberries up in there. Yeah, I can get with that Raisin Bran. I used to eat grape nuts. Get grape nuts and put a ton of sugar in them damn things. We didn't have stevia back then. Put a ton of sugar.
I used to do the same thing, but because we were poor. Cheerios, right? Just like, like you get that on WIC when you're little.
Oh my God.
So we had Cheerios and like we needed sugar. So it was just like, then you get to the bottom and the sugar is like on the bottom.
Yeah, they'd be on the bottom of the milk. Yes. That milk be the best. Just said Zucaritas. What do you know about some damn Zucaritas? ¿Qué sabes de eso? ¿Qué sabes de eso? What are Zucaritas? Zucaritas are Mexican Frosted Flakes.
Oh my God, that is funny.
Oh my God, yeah, that damn Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I got a couple of boxes up there in the cabinet waiting on me right now. Boy, I go through a box a day. That's the bad thing. I can sit down with a bowl and demolish a whole box. And you know it ain't good for you. It's just sugar. Ellen says grape nuts is that granddaddy. Dude, I was eating this at 12. It was so good. You put that damn sugar on it. You got to put a lot of sugar. If you don't put sugar on it, you
he had elderly ways in his youth.
For real. It was kind of messed up. Apple Jacks. I think I remember Apple Jacks. Captain Crunch. I remember Captain Crunch. I don't even know if they sell that anymore. Yeah, Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms is a real one. Lucky Charms is a real one. All right, let's keep it going here. Shout out to Jazz. Jazz says the dream team broke my femur on my knee replacement leg. Shit.
Oh my God, Jay-Z.
Jay-Z. Haven't had neck surgery yet. Definitely not coming up. Which do I fix first? Hot mess doing my best. I like that. Hot mess doing my best. Broke your femur on your knee replacement leg.
Jeez, that sounds painful.
Oh my God, did you fall? To break your femur? That's like your biggest bone, isn't it? In your body?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Jay-Z. Listen, y'all know I've been dealing with medical shit all year. So I got a special a special place in my heart for you, but your shit sounds way more traumatic, to be honest. You got a lot of stuff going on. Just wishing you a full recovery in all aspects, because you got a lot of stuff going on out there,
Better,
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Somebody write Jay-Z in the damn chat, man. Listen, there is nothing more important than your health. Nothing. Nothing. We are still waiting on the court, guys. We're not just slow rolling, y'all. Let's bring up somebody else. Let's bring up Dana. We got Dana in the house. How are you doing?
It's Donna. But
Donna.
That's okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Donna. Listen, one of the problems with my medication is that it messes up my my vision. And I tried to wear my glasses, but you can't see it. I mean, all of the lights, I can't wear
Yep.
them. So I'm
I
sorry
don't like
about
wearing
that.
mine either, so I'm with you.
No, yours look a lot better than mine.
Yeah, you
So-
want to see my big guy next to me?
Wow, look at that. That's a huge dog.
I-
What's the name?
His name is Griffin. He's
Griffin.
a
Griffin.
giant breed. He's 155 pounds.
Oh my word.
Huge.
Yeah.
That is a huge dog.
Yeah.
All right,
he is.
Donna, what do you think about this whole trial? What's been your impressions thus far on the
well-
prosecution and all of this?
I've absolutely loved watching you guys. I discovered you with this case, so
Mm,
I guess I'm a relative newbie, although I have been watching it since way back when. It feels like already forever.
it does. You're right.
AB, you have been kicking butt, lady.
Thank
I
you.
mean, I've been watching you grow, and I am
Mhm.
so proud of you. And
Aw,
do not
thank
listen to
you.
any haters because you are fabulous.
Thank
Look
you,
at
Donna.
that.
That means a
Yeah.
lot.
And lead, I've been praying for you. And
Thank you.
I
I
hope
need it.
all goes well and continued success with what's happening with you.
Thank you. I
Um,
appreciate that.
Now, as far as the case, it just seems like it's a cluster. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
It's been kind of crazy, the change of judges. And I thought for sure that she was going to come in with all the craziness she's been seeing with the, shuffling and scrambling, that
Mhm.
she would start to actually put the hammer down on this, because I think she's getting as frustrated as us, the public, is getting watching it.
Yes.
That's a great
So
point.
I'm pretty surprised that she has not finally said enough is enough. We're not going to do this anymore, and there's going to be serious consequences next time.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I think there should be a mistrial. Is there going to be a mistrial?
Yeah.
Who knows? I don't know that any judge is going to have enough gumption or balls to do it. So I hope so, but it just doesn't look like it. We'll see. But
Yeah.
I love
So
the other attorneys. They're fantastic. Watching
that's
them is-
true.
Mhm.
yeah.
If
They
there's
got
no
the shot.
mistrial, how do you think this case is going to end? Do you think it's going to end in a conviction for some type of crime? Do you think it's going to be a not guilty? Kind of, what's your sense of it?
My hope is mistrial. What I think is going to happen is probably some kind of conviction on something.
Mhm.
I do not think as well that it'll be RICO. I just don't think they have it for RICO. It looks like there was a whole lot of other stuff that was happening though with these guys. So I think they've kind of proven some of that. So I think maybe there will be a conviction on a few counts, but I don't think RICO. I don't think it's happening. I really
Mm.
don't.
So if you think there's going to be a conviction, how long do you think the sentence will be? What do you think Young Thug is going to be sentenced to? 6 months in prison, a year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Kind of, what do you think?
I hope time served,
Time served.
considering how much they've really hurt them in this trial, that it seems like their rights have just been trampled on.
Mhm.
So whether they did things or didn't do things, we still have a constitution, right? We still have rights. And it seems like a lot of their rights really have been trampled on. So I hope if it's the case, it's time served. If not, probably 5 years or less is my guess. If it's no RICO.
I love it. 5 years or less. Okay.
That's a good estimation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of get the Monktunk treatment, right?
Exactly.
Right? right. Well, listen, thank you so much, Donna, for coming up. Really appreciate it. You can hit the link. You can come up anytime. All
I
right.
appreciate it. Love you guys. Really. You're doing a
Bye,
great job.
Donna.
Thank you
Love
so much.
Thank you.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate it. Shout out to Donna. Yes. We are keeping it going, guys. Y'all see, still waiting in the courtroom. They're supposed to be on break. Little camera motion there. AV, I don't know if you can check Thugger Daily right quick to see if we got any heads up, any updates. Shout out to Lady BC says, watching this daily, there is no way they will walk. If they were going to walk, it would have happened with Woody. Corruption is playing out daily, and the judges' hands are tied. All right. Shout out to Kamala, like Pamela, says they could be jury misconduct. I say not guilty. That's true. True. All right, not guilty. That's her vote. Shout out to the beautiful Marie. Shout out to all the truckers. I think the first brother that we called up was in a truck.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Marie. Marie been a member for 33 months.
Wow.
Jeez.
Almost
Forever.
3 years.
God damn, boy. So shout out to Marie. Thank you. Oh, look who we got. We got Ranch Turner. Ranch, how is it doing? Said Ranch Turner says, hey, Lead, I heard you had the nerve to try and get sick on it. Yeah, that ain't very zone 6 of you, bro. That's true. Hope you are feeling better, good brother. Praying for your big dog. I will receive it. Thank you so much, Ranch Turner. Shout out to Ranch Turner. Hope you are doing well too, brother. Haven't seen you in a while. Do you know if he's still making content?
Yes, he came up on my feed last week. I said, look at Wrench making content.
Make the content, push it out, brother. That is excellent. Thank you so much, Wrench. Great to see you. And shout out to Ramu. I hope I'm pronouncing that. Shout out to Ramu, becoming a new member. Thank you. Shout out to, we got Michael Love in the house. Shout out to Michael Love. Somebody write Michael. Huge supporter of me. Huge supporter of AV. Says, what are all of the charges against the defendants? Yeah, I think it's like a 50 count indictment, 61, 30 counts?
About 56. So all of them have the first count, which is conspiracy to commit RICO. And then everybody's situation is different. So they all have count 1, but like Yak Gotti might have 56, 26, 36, right? And then if you go to Huey, he I think has the most.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah. We did a breakdown on all the defendants and their attorneys recently. But yeah, everybody's count is different. Actually, Michael Love, you might want to check out that video. I forgot we did it, but it breaks it all down there.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a little complicated because everybody's got different charges. But great question, Michael. All right, let us keep it going here. Let us bring up, we got Mr. Marsh. Mr. Marsh, how you doing, brother?
Mr. Marsh.
Oh, we got some lag issues. Mr. Marsh?
Can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
I just want to say, can you hear me?
There we go.
Good. How are you
Can you hear me?
doing? How's it going?
All right.
Good. All right, listen.
Hey, is that better? Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Awesome. Why don't you let us know kind of what your opinion is on this trial? Kind of what do you think about the prosecution? What do you think about the defense's prospects for winning? Kind of what's your take on what's been going on?
It's been a very long road. The coverage on it has been very intuitive, and I just want to say I really don't know. I really don't know. I really think it's going to be a mistrial. There's really just too much going on. And it's not really not looking good for the state. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous. Sorry about that.
Oh,
you're fine. You're doing great. You're
fine.
doing great. You're doing
sure.
great. Why do you think the state is coming up short?
Just for the simple fact that it's just with these witnesses. It's not a good look with the witnesses. It's just not going right. You're supposed to be your star witnesses, and it's just they're not coming through. They're just not really doing it in the clutch. Not doing it in the clutch at all.
I agree. You know, when do you think this case is going to end? If you could look into your crystal ball, put the month and the year. When do you think this case will be finally wrapped up after the prosecution rests? The defense counsel does its thing. They put on their case, and then they rest, and the jury has to a chance to decide what's going to happen, assuming there's no mistrial. When do you think this case is going to come to its conclusion?
I'm calling mistrial in a year because I say 2 more things happen and she's gonna have to call it. She just can't. She can't keep going through this every day. It's just not a good look for Georgia. It's not a good look for the state. You know what I mean? At all.
So what's the month and the year?
Let's go with March. 2027.
Wow. You just went 2 years.
God damn.
Yeah.
We're in 2024.
Yeah, I know. I'm nervous. I know.
It's okay.
No, you're fine. Listen,
Fine.
if this case lasts to 2027, me and AB are going to be rich.
Get the money gun out right now.
And we all going to be sick of this damn case. 2027 is 2024 right now. That's what's up. But listen, yeah, hopefully it'll be done. Probably not this year, right? But it's hopefully next year. It'll be over with. But we'll see. But listen, thank you so much, Mr. Marsh, for coming up. Really appreciate it. You can hit the link anytime, brother.
Sure, absolutely. You guys have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Yeah, man, this case is dragging on. 2027, no, but I shoot myself.
I mean, that's a long time. We be in these chairs for like that's a bid. That's 2.5 years in these chairs.
For real. God damn, boy. That would end my YouTube career. Shout out to Jay-Z says, thought of you lead. My doc literally said wonky blood work. Body and bone scan next.
Oh.
Thank God for you and AV for making things better. Thank you. No, thank you. Somebody write Jay-Z in the chat, man. It's nothing like having health issues. I mean, once you have a health issue, it really puts everything in perspective. The little stuff that we deal with daily, the stresses, the arguments, someone cut us off in traffic and we pissed off. Went to Starbucks yesterday. I always get the pumpkin loaf. They got pumpkin bread and banana nut bread. And I went there last night and they only had the damn pumpkin. They ain't had the banana nut. I was like, well, why even like it'd be the little shit, that you can get caught up in. But you have a huge health issue. Fuck that damn pumpkin bread. I don't give a shit any other bread. You really start focusing on what's important.
Mm-hmm.
And Jay-Z, you got some significant stuff going on. Sometimes you can feel like your stuff is significant, like the stuff that I've been dealing with all year. I've been in and out of hospitals and doctors' offices. This year, I have been to over 125 visits, either to the doctors or the hospital. So kind of going through it. But then when I go to these hospitals, I see people who are just in way worse shape than me. So you feel like it's a curse, but it's also a blessing that you aren't where you could be. Because Lord knows things can always get worse. So big shout out to the beautiful Jay-Z. Just wishing you a super fast and comprehensive recovery. Shout out to Dee. Dee says,
Old love been terrorizing these folks like Debo to lie for her.
Facts, been damn getting them out of the hospitals and threatening them with jail. That is so true. Says, well, just remember eventually. Oh, come on now. All right, old love. That's Debo in slingback. So.
Not Debo and slingbacks.
Oh, shout out to Dee. Thank you so
That's
much.
a shirt. That's a shirt. Quote of the year.
And Pamela, big shout out to Pamela. Pamela Dora says, I went back and watched y'all's coverage of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. And it was amazing that TLA was saying, look at her, not knowing JD would never look at her again. That's a great point.
Yeah.
That is a great point. That is
oh my God, that's
irony.
Look at her.
Look at the porcelain skin, the braid swirl. Somebody write braids. Y'all don't even know, man. Some of y'all are such newbies. Y'all do not know about the braid swirl.
The jawline, the porcelain skin.
It's been absolutely insane. We are still waiting, guys. They have still not come back from the break. It has
Oh
been.
my word. And there's no updates on Thugger Daily right now. I don't even think that team knows what's going on.
Oh my God. It has been since there was some real stuff going on in the courtroom. It's been 2 hours, over 2 hours.
Oh, here we go. It appears the ghost of Glanville continues to haunt the case because we're at lunchtime with zero testimony, still waiting on all the jurors to show up. There is
Wow.
also a motion the judge/defense was ready to be argued, but apparently no one except Miss Love can argue it.
So are they going to lunch?
Yes.
Did they say when they'll be back?
No. I can DM them. They'll
Jesus
respond, yeah.
Christ. All right. So apparently they're at lunch, guys. So we're going to take lunch too, but not before we bring up our man, Trent. Trent, how's it going, brother? How are you doing?
Yo, peace. What up, bro? Yo.
Listen, shout out your channel, man. Let everybody know who you are.
Bro, it's the full drinking and half thinking clan, man. What's up?
We got full drinking and half thinking in the house. If one of the mods could drop the link to my man's channel in the chat.
How y'all doing?
We are doing fantastic. Well, apparently we're at lunch, man. We didn't even know. We were waiting around for these jokers to come back.
According to Sylvia, 12:45 is when they will be back.
12:45. All right. So yeah, because I'm gonna need to get something to eat. But
Yeah.
before we do that, Trent, let everybody know what you got going on your channel. And everybody go subscribe. One of the mods could drop a link to Trent's channel. This is Full Drinking and Half Thinking, guys. Y'all see him in the chat. He's gifted so many of y'all subs. All right. Thank you, Trent. What do you guys talk about on your channel?
A bunch of madness, bro. It's everything, just life in general, things we experience. It's a lot of jokes that goes on in the meantime. The girls pop by all the time and talk trash to us, so it's good. It's a good vibe. Always.
I love it. And what do you think about this case right here? This Fulton County YSL case, kind of. What are your thoughts on it?
Basura, hombre.
Basura. He says it's pure trash.
It's done, man. They could have tried this case at a different pace instead of going for a RICO. RICO is just so broad, right? It's like a shotgun versus, a straight up 9mm shot downrange one, right? They could have hit everybody. They could have hit the murder case. They could have hit the dope case. They could have hit the gang injunction case, whatever the case was. But no, they said no, RICO. Nah.
You don't think they're gonna get it?
It's a bad look.
When do you think this case is gonna end? If you had to guess, put a month and a year on it.
See, I don't know, G, but what I do want to happen is this. I want it to happen like a week before the election for the DA, so Fanny gets smoked.
That would be a ton of egg on her face. That's a great point. If she lost this right before the election,
that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for.
So that would have to be a mistrial then, and there's a good reason. I mean, the judges kind of flirted with the idea of mistrials before, right?
Yep. We already seen it. Low key AV as usual. I sent you a little coffee joint. So go ahead and you're not dry no more. You should be wet by now.
No, wait it.
Wet it up. TLA, bro. Real talk. You look good, man. You do.
Oh, well, thank you, man. I'm trying. I'll be gaining weight, then losing weight, try to hold on. So I appreciate that. I really do.
Yeah, the brain is working. I could tell from the first time you came in, right? And now, like you firing on your cylinders. So I'm like, dope.
I appreciate that. Yeah, they put me on some damn vitamin B12. That's supposed to help with your cognition. And then also creatine. Creatine, guys, not only does it work for your muscles and your cardio, but it also works apparently for your mental acuity as well. So I really appreciate that, Trent.
My man. Good to see you.
All right, well, listen. Apparently the court is at lunch right now, and we will be back at 12:45. So that's what we're gonna do. But thank you so much, Trent. Somebody write Trent in the damn chat. This is a Full Drinking Half Thinking, one of the mods over here. Such an important person to the community. Not only a great content creator, but a great human being. So shout out to Trent. Thank
A
you
love
so
thing,
much,
bro.
Trent. So
Thank you.
glad that you come up, and you're welcome to come up anytime, brother. Okay.
Thank you, bro.
Excellent. Shout out to Trent. And all right, guys. Shout out to Wrench Turner too, man. Please come back, Wrench Turner. Shout out to Wrench. Please come back. But we gotta get we gotta get something to eat right now. But listen, guys, we will be back at 12:40. Well, pon tú como a la una, digamos. We'll be back at like 1 o'clock. Give us a little TiVo time. Who knows? They'll be back then. But 1 o'clock, guys, come back and we will be ready. Everybody go get you something to eat. And hopefully we'll have some fireworks. This
Yes.
morning has been a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, and we'll get all the cash apps later too, guys. So thank you.
In the progress of the trial by a proper objection made part of the record. And he gives Torres v. City of Jonesboro. Like, this is just so Brian. The state's motion for reconsideration injects new theories of why this honorable court supposedly committed error and thus is untimely, and hence there is nothing to reconsider, as the state has waived these objections by failing to raise them timely/contemporaneously. Additionally, in Illinois v. Allen, our highest court articulated 3 principles regarding courtroom decorum. It is essential to the proper administration of criminal justice that dignity, order, and decorum be the hallmarks of all court proceedings. The flagrant disregard in the courtroom of elementary standards of proper conduct cannot be tolerated. Trial judges confronted with contumacious, stubborn, defiant witnesses are vested with sound discretion to meet the circumstances of each case. Striking the testimony of a witness is a drastic remedy, which is not to be lightly done. However, this honorable court properly exercised its power and authority to attempt to keep. Words are so important, you guys. This honorable court properly exercised its power, good job, Whitaker, and authority to try. So we're not saying you succeeded, although you did everything within your power. That's like the best way you can compliment the judge while also saying, still don't know if you can fix this trial, but you're the best one out here to be able to try to find a way. Like, that's such a great way to compliment somebody, coax the ego without, conceding that everything is fine. To keep this trial constitutionally and statutorily fair. In California v. Navarrete, the California court was met with an issue closely mirroring the state in the case at bar. So we're going outside of, our circuit here, but this case matches really well. Why does this case match so well? Specifically, the prosecution called a detective. So we're dealing with a detective who probably knows how to testify. That's very similar. Who testified and impermissibly commented on Ms. Navarrete's in custody statement. So we're getting a defendant who was in custody at some point. The detective comments on it. Very similar. That was deemed inadmissible because it violated the requirements of Miranda. the sister trial court sua sponte. So at this court, the court stops. The defense doesn't object in this situation. The court says, whoa, 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 whoa. Interrupts the proceeding, called counsel into chambers, demanded the prosecutor to explain, what do you have to say for yourself? And the prosecutor replied that he did not expect the detective to answer in that impermissible manner. And this is exactly how Hilton explained herself. But we didn't expect him to give that answer. The defense lawyer moved for a mistrial based upon the detective's reference to the suppressed statement, but the trial court denied that motion for mistrial and instead crafted the sanction that the detective's testimony would be struck in its entirety and that the detective could no longer testify on the case. So there was a motion for mistrial, but the judge in this same case said, no, but we're going to strike the testimony and the detective's got to go. So point for point, this is very similar to what happened with Kendrick, Doug Weinstein, Hilton, Detective Dennis. The trial court then returned to the courtroom and instructed to the petite jury that the detective was excused. The jury must disregard the detective's testimony in its entirety, admonished the detective, and prohibited him from further testimony in the case. The prosecution then called its next witness. Interestingly, the Court of Appeals in California, 2nd Appellate District Division 8, held that the sanction of preventing the detective from testifying further in the case and striking of the detective's direct testimony did not go far enough to ensure that a fair trial was available based on the deliberate, highly prejudicial conduct by a trained law enforcement officer. And this misconduct mandated a reversal of Mr. Navarrette's convictions and sentences. Whew. Great comparable case, and it's not, when you can find something in another circuit, it might not be binding in and of itself, but it can be highly persuasive. And when it matches these details across the board, highly, highly persuasive. As shown above, and I think we're wrapping this up, so we'll get into the arguments from this morning. We'll start playing the trial stream. As shown above, this honorable court has considerable discretion, which is true, to control this trial to ensure fairness and the orderly administration of justice. See Jackson v. State. It is the duty of the trial judge to control the trial of the case to ensure that a fair trial occurs on the disputed issues, and that this honorable court has considerable discretion and power to control and meet these constitutional guarantees. Respectfully, this honorable court should deny the state's motion for reconsideration as untimely and not legally correct. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully requests a hearing on this motion, and at the conclusion of same, asks this honorable court to deny the state's motion for reconsideration as same is not timely, not based on accurate facts, and not supported by case law or constitutional and statutory provisions applicable to this matter. And we've got a footnote. Moreover, it appears, we're ending this with a footnote. Moreover, it appears that much of this motion is deemed moot as the state on Friday, October 18th, 2024, over defendant's objections and continued objections, is, quote, redoing the testimony of retired Detective Dennis with Detective Underwood. For this additional reason, the state's motion must be denied. So we put this common sense extra argument down here as a footnote at the very end. Man, shout out to Brian Steele. Shout out to Keith Adams too, because I'm sure Keith Adams had a role in this. But what do you guys think, guys? This is why we go back and read these things, because we'll see some of this argued orally. But there's some stuff you get from reading this that you won't get from, with oral arguments. You want to be concise. You want to value brevity. We might miss some of the stuff that's in these written responses here. And I loved this all the way through. I loved the extra, to me, it was like a left field, never expected an argument. But I'm sure Brian Steele, it was like common sense in the moment it was happening when they didn't object in that moment or didn't raise their issues. This, it wasn't timely. So to see that additional argument in here, I was like, oh, good lawyer there. Good lawyer. So what do you think? Rate this on a scale 1 to 10, with 10, of course, being 10 stars the best. What do you guys think? Drop this link for you in the chat and put it in the description. And we can get on over to this actual trial day. We'll be able to catch up, you guys. Switch over to here. get some captions on, and like great across the board. And I really think you guys, you know, we love to go extreme sometimes and give 10s for the sake of giving 10s. But even I know some people never want to give something a 10. Even seeing 9s, I think, is really nice. And remember, I think Steele didn't have to put that much effort into this. Whitaker just wanted like a case law site. So thought it was really great. There we go. Tons of 10s, a 9+. Love that. And I do want to give a shout out before StreamYard picked up on it. I saw that Gigi for Liberty became a member. Thank you so much. Same with Jason King hopping up on in here. Thank you for becoming a member. Victor Johnson, again, thank you for the super chat. Didn't mean to bark at you, but just wanted to reiterate we are getting to the oral motions here. So we will get there. And then Kamala Norris, thank you for becoming a member. Love the tiger picture. And also, guys, amazing right here. Muck Duck, very generous. 50 gifted memberships. So while we're giving these 10s, if you want to give a shout out here to Muck Duck for giving out so many memberships, incredibly awesome. We're going to get the squeak counter going. And I don't know how many squeaks we'll get today because it seems like Adam Abate tried to move the chair around. So we'll start with 0 squeaks. We'll see if we get any. And that is going to be sponsored by Muck Duck Inc. Super generous. Tons of 10s, 9s on the board here. And I don't know why the stream counter is wrong. It is only showing 51 new members. I think YouTube cut off the people that joined before the stream actually started. So we are at 51 new slimes. Thank you again to Muck Duck Inc. And the reason I think that's so important, if you guys are on X, you may have seen, yesterday we were going through the transcript of the Daubert hearings for Detective Marissa Viverito. And we were going through it. It was a time and a half. Very interesting. Might do a transcript reading if I can find time either this evening or tomorrow. But there was this part where Viverito says, her question was, during your time investigating the gang known to you as YSL, were you able to identify any terminology that is used primarily between members, affiliates, or associates of YSL? She says, sure. Reviewing the terms, I would say slime, slat. When they refer to Cleveland Avenue as Bleveland Avenue, I think in one of the phone dumps or one of the phone extractions I looked at, I think the word slime or slat had been used over 300 times in conversation. And I laughed so hard when I said this because in my head I said, that's it. We go through one stream and we say slime and we say slat way more than that. So that's the crux of their investigation on gang terminology and usage between the alleged associates of YSL. And guys, we outdo that every day. So all the love to the honorable chat. And big thank you, Muck Duck Inc. here. We got 50 slimes right here initiated today. And we're competing up against a mere and measly 300. So love to see it. Good morning to everybody. Good afternoon, depending on where you are. Let's get into these morning arguments.
Actually, honestly, the motion to eliminate is basically saying, can we make sure that we follow 24/7 704, which we will. But in terms of preventing testimony short of something that would violate that statute, it's denied short of that. So it's not going to change any of the previous rulings about what various experts can testify to. All right, motion to eliminate 65.
I like the way Yak is dressed today. I like that.
I printed those out, but I didn't bring them with me this morning. So give me a second. Actually, I think they're arriving right now. So the contours of Investigator Viverito's permissible testimony have already been established as well. And so we won't be changing the ruling on that either. And then we've got motion limine 66, which concerns Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Kwan, and neither side really should be able to say. It seems that the defense wants to bar the state from being able to say the defense didn't call this witness at trial, which obviously they concede they have no right to do and say they have no intention of doing, and they would not be permitted to do such. But at the kind of flip side of the same coin, the defense seems to maybe be suggesting that they would like to present that the state could have but did not call that witness. And I would not permit that either, because we're clearly nowhere near, unfortunately, the end of the state's case. And obviously, Mr. Lamar has now passed, and so we don't know whether they would have called that witness or not. So I wouldn't permit the defense to make that kind of a presentation either. So I trust that everybody understands what they would not be permitted to do. And then we have, yes, sir. Yeah.
Good day, Your Honor, and good day, everyone.
Good morning.
So I understand your ruling, obviously, abides by it, but I'd like the record then to show, if you don't find this to be changing. The state sent us lists of witnesses on a short list that they were going to call Mr. Lamar, who's a performer known as Rich Homie Kwan. This was well before September 5, 2024, when he, God forbid, passed unexpectedly. So to me, and the state has put in evidence over objection that starting in the fall of 2014, Mr. Lamar and Jeffery Williams don't get along, and Mr. Lamar's with Mr. Donovan Thomas, who doesn't get along with Jeffery
Right.
Williams. And it's all, to me, it's all made up. It's not supported. Obviously, the jury can make that determination. But I think that it is important that the state, in writing, put the predecessor court, as well as the Mr. Williams et al., on notice that they were going to call Mr. Lamar. They filed their service of a subpoena, and they don't call him to support this, supposed beef. And I can't do anything about his prior statements now because it would be frivolous under 24-8-807, which is rarely used. It's frowned upon, and it has to have the same guarantees as a dying declaration or something. It's not like that. He gave interviews throughout all the year talking about his close relationship with Jeffery Williams. And if you let that in, that's great with me. But I'm assuming you're not going to let it in, so I wasn't going to try to get it in because I don't think that that's a dying declaration type of statement. So I'm stuck. So I would like the jurors to know that unfortunately he passed, and that the state stated that they would call him as a witness and subpoena him. And if the state has reasons that they didn't call him, that's fine. I understand I'm opening a door, but that's why I put it in writing. That's my motion.
All right. Well, I mean, if the state's case were over with, then that would be a different argument, but it is not as though the state's witness list has stayed in anything like any semblance of order during this trial. So, I mean, I don't think that if you can get a concession out of the state that they weren't going to call him, even if he stayed alive, that would also be different. But I don't think that we've got that situation.
I understand the ruling.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and then we have this issue of the state wanting the court to reconsider its ruling, striking whatever day that was, that one day
The
of,
reconsideration.
the detective's testimony and the defense response. And I believe, and Mr. Armstrong, I see you standing because you might want to argue, but I think that the waiver argument that is presented in the defense response is meritorious. I think that the arguments that the state made after that they were waived because they certainly were not made at the point in time when I could have done something about it. But in addition, the state last week ended up calling a different detective and investigator, Detective Underwood, who's on the stand essentially right now in the midst of her testimony and seems to be covering the same things that the other investigator was covering anyway. So it doesn't even seem, I mean, it seems like this whole issue is moot. You may be.
May it please the court, Kevin Armstrong for the state. First of all, the contemporaneous objection rule, which was cited by the defense, which is the waiver argument that Your Honor referred to, is one about preserving an issue for appellate review. It is not about a court who can reconsider their rulings during trial. One of the issues that is here is that the court precluded the state from calling that individual back to testify about other things. And that's one of the things the state filed the motion for reconsideration to avoid. And so the state is asking.
This is Kevin
that,
Armstrong.
For other issues and for whatever issues that have not already been addressed, the state be allowed to recall Detective Dennis to testify about other matters that were not the offending statement, which the court appropriately excluded from evidence. And one of the things the defense brought up in their response was confrontation. I want to make it absolutely clear that there was no intention in the motion for reconsideration to have state's evidence in that they didn't get the right to confront. And so that was not part of the issue. But the issue isn't only the testimony that was struck from that day, it was his future testimony, precluding him from testifying in the future. And while there are other means to get in some of the testimony, I don't believe that is all the testimony that the prosecution team intends to get in through Detective Dennis. And so essentially it's an ongoing order of the court that we would be asking the court to authorize the state to present that witness to testify further.
So tell me what it is that this other investigator or detective is not going to be testifying to, because she was qualified to be able to testify to the meaning, or her opinion as to the meaning of particular lyrics. So what is it that only this other witness, Dennis, can testify to?
I'm going to turn that over to the facts prosecutor.
All right.
What is Hilton saying?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dennis testified to a statement regarding Defendant Kendrick, in which Investigator Underwood was not present for that interview. And so he testified to that. He also testified further regarding the Quindarius Zachary interview, in which Investigator Underwood was not privy to that interview as well. Additionally, Your Honor, he was able to introduce several additional exhibits, to include the Magic City video that will not be able to come in through Investigator Underwood. And I believe those are the three primary things that Investigator Dennis was able to testify to previously that was struck, that Investigator Underwood would not be able.
Hold on, call me crazy, but at the end of the day, on Friday, we ended with her teeing up questions to get that Magic City video in. And the judge seemed to see that and realize, hey, that's going to take some time. We have like 13 minutes before the hour. We've got to get this juror out of here, and I've got to do this Mooktunk hearing. So what is she talking about that she wouldn't be able to get this Magic City video in? Because they were about to roll it on Friday, except time got in the way.
To introduce during her testimony. In course indulgence for one moment.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Steele,
Is my mic better?
You sort of led
A little better?
charge on this, if I'm not mistaken. What do you say to the state's position that the court's decision to strike and prevent further testimony of this witness isn't a remedy that is permitted to the court by statute or the Constitution, and understanding that if this were reconsidered, the state would be, I mean, the defense would be permitted to cross-examine?
So I believe that you have the authority, jurisdiction, and power to prevent a witness from testifying when that witness shows that they are not capable of providing a fair trial, and intentionally, and that's my word, but it was clear to me sitting there that when Ms. Hilton asked retired Detective Dennis, tell us about this photograph that has Mr. Kendrick standing on top of a car, his initial lead into that answer is, well, Mr. Kendrick just got out of prison. And, you know, that affects Jeffery Williams. Mr. Kendrick, as the court may have heard, is signed to Mr. Williams' record label. Mr. Kendrick, as you will learn, is at Mr. Williams' home on May 9th, 2022, when Mr. Williams and Mr. Kendrick are arrested. And it is just not that simple to unwind that instruction. It was an intentional, obvious infliction to denigrate this trial and prejudice Mr. Williams, Mr. Kendrick, and all. So you then have to do something about it. And what you asked to do is declare a mistrial. And you said, I'm not doing that, but there will be a sanction. So what are you going to do? So to me, that was the second time. The first time the court, I'm not saying it's not accurate.
So obviously, considering that I'm the one that imposed the sanction, I think it was an appropriate sanction. Address the state's argument that a trial court doesn't actually have the authority to impose that sanction.
I think that's wrong based upon, let me give you, and I put it in my response, but Illinois versus Allen, 397 US 337, it's 1970. What happened there, and the US Supreme Court took down, that was an accused right to be present at a trial, constitutional right. And there's a dissent in it saying the accused, no matter what the conduct is, they could be gagged and bound. They have to be in the courtroom and watching the proceedings. Otherwise, it's a constitutional violation. But the majority said, this is ridiculous. Courts have to have the power to ensure that the trial is, and I'm quoting, conducted with dignity, order, and decorum. They are the hallmarks of a court proceeding. And then I found a case, I just found it amazingly similar. California versus Navarrete, Navarrete. Your Honor, it's 181 California Appeal, 4th, 828, 2010 case. And in that case, a detective is testifying, and there was a suppression motion granted. There was no Miranda rights given to Mr. Navarrete. And the detective testifies on the witness stand and said, well, the reason I didn't follow up on this DNA swabs is based upon the client or Mr. Navarrete's statement. The judge did exactly what you did. The judge called the prosecutor, well, a little different, called the prosecutor and defense counsel in chambers and yelled at the prosecutor and said, I'm demanding, what are you doing? And the prosecutor said, I didn't know that would happen. Just like here, I'm not saying that it was Ms. Hilton eliciting that on purpose. I have no information to that she would ever do that. But the judge said, well, this detective knows better. I find the detective is trying to harm this trial. The detective is barred. His testimony is struck, the direct is gone, and he can no longer testify. And the state did exactly what happened here. The state of California, the prosecution, the people, they called the next witness. To me, it's on all fours. The appellate court, Mr. Navarrete is, God forbid, convicted. And the appellate court then reversed and said, that remedy did not go far enough. That had to be a mistrial, that intentional conduct. And here, I'm asking the court, I believe that you have total authority. There's no way that anyone will convince me, I'm not the one who needs to be convinced, that Detective Dennis did not realize. It came out of nowhere. What difference does it make that Mr. Kendrick was released from prison 5 weeks early? What difference does it make? He did that to bring out to the jury that Mr. Kendrick was in prison for, and I'm telling you, it's a federal offense, a gun charge. There was no basis. So to me, to say you don't have the authority to do that, I believe you have every authority. If a witness comes in here and starts cursing, I'm using an example, I would assume, you're going to say, this is just not decorum. You can't curse. The witness curses again. You're going to do something. You're done testifying. Courts have that power. So I believe that the state's argument that you have no power to control the proceedings is not backed up by the U.S. Supreme Court.
All right, thank you.
May I respond?
You may.
There was a defense attorney who raised their hand.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to be very brief.
Sounds like Jay, Big J apt. Your own co-counsel would tell you to get to the microphone.
Jay Apton, Your Honor, good morning. On behalf of Mr. Kendrick, and I'll try to be extremely brief. Your Honor decided this issue in lieu of granting a mistrial. And one of the things I want to remind the court, really, I'm just here to remind the court, is one of the reasons for this sanction, Your Honor, is because of, and I'm not pointing fingers at any particular district attorney, but the state's repeated unpreparedness, their repeated discovery abuses. And so this is a compound issue. And I think
One in the chat for unpreparedness.
The court finally had to say, okay, we're not granting a mistrial, but we got to do something. And if you now go back on that decision and reverse your own decision, you are essentially creating an incentive for the state to continue these, I'll call them mishaps, whether they're negligent or intentional. And I think the court has sent a clear and convincing message to the state that they need to be buttoned up, more buttoned up than they have been. And so I would ask the court, certainly the court has the authority. Mr. Steele's done a very good job of explaining that. But I would ask the court to uphold its own decision to send that loud and clear message. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. I would agree with Mr. Apt to the point that I would like the court to uphold the determination that the court made, which was that it was not an intentional, willful act, as Mr. Steele has argued. I want to address both of the two cases that he referred to, Illinois versus Allen. One of the issue in Illinois versus Allen was a defendant who refused to act with decorum and was excluded from the courtroom, but was permitted to come in the courtroom if he was going to behave correctly. And so it went specifically to the offensive behavior for as long as the offensive behavior went on. We are asking the court to, the court appropriately struck the testimony that was at issue. We are asking the court to go further with other testimony that was not the offending testimony. Now, People versus Navarrete is the only case the defense has cited to suggest that the specific remedy was permitted. That is a nationwide search, and People versus Navarrete, Navarrete, is the only one that they were able to cite, and that is materially different in a number of ways. Number one, the facts are wildly different. The officer in the case was mad at the judge for excluding a statement that the officer had obtained, and actually had told people that when the prosecutor found out, told the judge after the fact, when they found out, that the officer had basically said he was going to do this because he was mad at the judge and would show the judge what for. That is not anything what happened here. And the reason that the appellate court in California decided that a mistrial was necessary in that circumstance was because of the specific evidence in that case, which is basically three things. You had a witness testifying the defendant had committed lewd acts against them. You had somebody testify they took about, I think it was a dozen or more swabs relevant to that. And then you had the officer testify, oh, I didn't think it was relevant to get the swabs because of the statement the defendant made that I can't talk about. The officer specifically said that because it would prejudice the defendant. And those are the circumstances in which it would, in fact, be incapable for a court to take that away. I would note before I go on to my main point about People versus Navarrete is that the California appellate court stated, we note that a trial court can almost always cure the prejudice of an improperly volunteered statement by granting a motion to strike and
Red Bunny, I'm
charging
going to
the
pull
jury with an
that
appropriate curative instruction.
motion.
This court did exactly that. It was just the exact facts, how thin the state's case was on that issue, on basically the entire case. And the reason for it was why they decided a mistrial was necessary on appeal. More importantly, this is the case that they cite that says the remedy of preventing Detective Dennis from testifying further. This is the case that they use.
Okay, just found it. Red Bunny, I'm pulling up. Harvey put in a new motion for mistrial again. We can pull that up, guys. We can look at that.
For that proposition. At no point in this decision does the appellate court address the legality of that. They simply don't do it. It is not addressed whether that was a legal remedy to occur. It's not something that
The portal
stands for the
sucks.
proposition that the defense is citing it for, which is that the remedy to prevent Detective Dennis from testifying further is appropriate. And so they have not pointed to any statutory or constitutional authority, and under Rule 402, the exclusion of evidence can exist outside of that in the state of Georgia. Now, I'm sure, let me just strike that. So we're just asking that the detective be able to testify further in the case when the prosecution team determines that he is the person who's best able to testify to facts that are relevant for the jury's consideration.
All right, thank you. So I don't think that the facts in the California case are really that different than the facts here. Frankly, I think that an argument could very plausibly be made that the detective in this case was upset with somebody about his qualifications having been challenged and had made a decision that he was going to show somebody what he thought about that. I don't know that that's what happened, but I do think, like I said before, that the detective absolutely knew better than to have said what he said and did it anyway. And I have given consideration to everything that has been presented, but I am not going to change my decision about this. All right, I think that the next thing that we had to do was the sort out the remainder of what we're calling the Ryan evidence. So if y'all want to present what you've come to agreement on and what still needs to be litigated. And thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, Your Honor. And one small matter that's in this act we can address
Okay.
is in the CAD report. Okay. Never mind, Your Honor. Counsel and I have been discussing stuff in frequently. So
Yeah, I know.
I will turn to all that's left to my understanding is the last little bit of Blaylock's Instagram.
Okay. And do y'all want to give me some kind of, I don't know if it's written or whatever, indicator of what y'all have agreed to, or just put it on the record, or what's in, what's out?
Your Honor, I'm trying to think.
Or I guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume y'all are on the same page about it and will abide by whatever it is you agreed to.
Your Honor, I believe that is accurate. I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on,
Okay.
besides what it is we need to discuss this
Okay, all right. And so what is it?
Hey, Red Bunny, if you're still in the chat, I looked at 2 different portals and don't see anything from Nichols here. So if you have it, would you be able to email me? Or send it on X? because I don't see new filings from like really any mistrial motion from an attorney, and nothing new under Nichols. So, but I'll keep looking to see if something new comes up there. Also, big shout out to the Honorable Iron Rabbit here, gifting 5 gifted memberships. We'll get you in the banner here. You guys throw some rabbit emojis in the chat. I'm telling you, we're growing the slimes. We're gonna beat the number that Viverito threw out there, that 300. Have we said slat enough times in the chat yet? Have we said slime enough times in the chat? Big shout out there to Iron Rabbit. Yeah, that says don't speed play. We'll catch up close to end of lunch. I know, guys, most of this is break. If you can see this toggle down here, we will be caught up in no time. Just insane. We don't have that much to get to. We've got like 30 minutes and then we'll be out of content. If there is a new motion for mistrial from Bruce Harvey, which I don't see, but if there is, we can read that as well, but I'm not seeing it. Thank you. Yeah, that Katie Coco with some mod love says, if I haven't said it before, the hardworking positive mods are a great compliment to Kat's knowledge and humor. I love the mods. They keep this. They are the glue. I'm just here on the screen, but they are really the glue that keeps the whole community together, keeps the slimes intact. Thank you so much, Katie Coco, for the mod love. Also, for these live streams, you guys, any mod that was willing to provide like a PayPal or Cash App, I do link them in the descriptions of all my lives. So just so you know. Squirrel Brain gifted 5 new memberships. Squirrel Brain out here. Now, which Squirrel Brain are you? Because it used to be Thorpe, but at this point, I think Squirrel Brain can apply across the board to several of these detectives. Like Dennis might be going for the crown there. We'll get Squirrel Brain in the banner. Thank you so much, Squirrel Brain. And guys, vote in the chat who you think is the ultimate Squirrel Brain detective. Just crazy, this whole case. Lib Mr. Duck says court volume super low. Am I better now, you guys? And I'm not really playing the court, but I've turned it down twice. And I'm watching you guys for the feedback. That way I'm not blaring out your eardrums. I don't want to do that. So thank you so much for the prompt reminders. I do try to adjust as soon as I see it. Jordy says, whoo, Kat, I sent you an email last night. Okay, I got to check my emails, you guys. I will do that. Good to see you, though, Jordy. Stephen T. Satchel out here sniping. Thank you so much, Stephen. Great to see you. Kamala Norris says, I'm old enough to remember my kids wiping their nose meaning slime. I'm also a gang expert witness. I've watched those movies and listened to rap with closed captions. Heck yeah, I mean, it's just crazy what counts as being an expert. And if we get a chance this week to look at Detective Viverito's Daubert hearing transcript, I think you guys will be blown away with the way that Glanville was willing to redefine certain things to make certain things allowable for Viverito and the state to be able to talk about. But then as soon as it was the time for the defense attorneys to cross-examine during this Daubert hearing, that redefinition was walked back and flipped the other way to keep the defense from getting into the same sort of, the opposite side of the same question. Really crazy to look back at. So we might have to look at this Daubert hearing and see exactly. I didn't find a stream of it, so we'll have to read the transcript. But Kamala Norris, I think you'll be blown away that this is pretty much, this and Kenneth Copeland were the substance of looking at YSL and deciding YSL was a gang, doing things in furtherance of YSL. Thank you so much for the super. Muck Duck Inc. Oh my God, she called it. He was butthurt. Yes, Dennis was butthurt and wanted revenge because they criticized him for reading these magazines and saying he was an expert. And that's really similar. And when Kevin Armstrong was making the case that this California case was different from what happened here with Detective Dennis, and he was like, well, the witness was personally offended and wanted to get revenge. No, it wasn't that different. It was not that different. And you are right. Whitaker called that out, and I'm very glad she did. Muck Duck, thank you for the 10. Ms. Kim says, good afternoon, all. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. Super sweet, Ms. Kim's. The likes are very low. She's so nice. She gives a spoonful of sugar. She's like, hey, everybody, the likes are low. What's going on? Hit that like button, you guys, if you could. Peace and blessings to all. Thank you so much, Ms. Kim's. Love the way you worded that. sometimes I don't have kids myself, but I know Miss Kim's is not only a great parent, but also a great grandparent. Well, a great space, a wonderful grandparent. And I can tell sometimes the way, and Drea is a great example in the chat, some of the mods that are moms like Steph JK, the way you guys are able to very kindly ask for something. I'm like, you guys are parents. You guys are good parents. So love to see this wording here. Thank you so much, Miss Kim's. And then Leah's dad, another parent, says, this is the first time her bias against Black men has helped the defense. Right. Yeah, like I just want to admonish Detective Dennis for being an adult and maybe wanting revenge. Thanks, Detective Dennis. Dennis getting the Adams, Brown, and Matthews treatment. And DeWilliams. I'll add DeWilliams to that list. But yeah, good way to put that. It's working in the other direction this time. So thank you so much for the super there. Guys, I don't know if we'll have content to get us this
that
court
needs to be
feed.
discussed this morning.
We are getting very
going
close
back to content.
to this long break. Oops, look at me messing it up.
Last little bit of Blaylock's Instagram.
Okay.
There we go. Sorry.
Jen, what's
Clicked
that?
when I didn't mean to click.
Your Honor, I'm trying to think
Or I
of-
guess, if you don't have something at the ready, then I would assume
Oh,
y'all
Viverito
are
for
on the same page
Friday.
about it, and we'll
Brace
abide by
yourself,
whatever it is
guys.
you agreed to.
Shout out to Thugger Daily, the Honorable Thugger Daily.
Accurate. I think what the state would be moving to enter into evidence is things that we've agreed upon or the court has already ruled on,
Okay.
besides what it is we need to discuss this
Okay,
morning.
all right. And so what is it that needs to get discussed this morning?
This morning, Judge, we're going back to content in Mr. Mr. Damone Blaylock's Instagram messages between him and third unknown parties. Your Honor had asked me to take a look as far as co-conspirator hearsay.
Okay.
From what I can tell, every instance I found requires evidence really from the outside, that basically you could ignore this entire statement and there's still something to indicate participation in the conspiracy. I don't have any sort of law stating one way or another that that is what is required. I would just point back to the statute, Your Honor, that I think what Your Honor had referred to, I would say kind of are indicia of reliability, that they're talking about things that a person who's a member of the conspiracy would know about. And just simply, that's not what's articulated in the statute. If it was supposed to be indicia, then I think we would be there. But that's not what the statute requires. So I don't think that would be sufficient. I think it truly does have to be from outside of that hearsay statement.
All right. And is there further argument from the state on that? And I know there was one, and there might have been two that we had already looked at that were kind of outstanding. And I had given a preliminary ruling subject to further argument on this. And the second one, I think I already brought up, and I don't know, Ms. Abbasi, if you were here that day, but I didn't think there was enough, so I have excluded that. But the other one, does the state have any further argument or authority on that?
So, Your Honor, I don't have, the state's argument was in looking at 801 D2E, just the basic building blocks of if the court finds through the four walls of a statement, evidence in trial, or some other evidence the state would present. Ultimately, it is the court has to find that that other party, whoever they are, to a preponderance, are part of the same conspiracy against who it's being used against. And I will use, I don't have a specific case for this principle, but I think it illustrates this point the state is making, is if you take aside a gang conspiracy, say you had a murder committed and the defendant's phone, they get a search warrant, they extract it, and he is messaging someone after the murder that you do not know who they are. And he says, I need you to go to my house. The murder weapon's in my back bedroom in the second drawer. And they respond back, yep, the police, I can hear the sirens coming down the street right now. I'm going to go grab that gun. Where do you want me to take it to? And they have this whole conversation. You don't never know who he's speaking with. By my reading of, or an understanding of co-conspirator, that conversation, if you had it in that trial and we're trying to introduce it, I believe a court could find from the four walls, so to speak, of that conversation that that person they're speaking with to a preponderance is a co-conspirator. And by that same analogy, if you have in the conversation that the unknown party, so to speak, whether it's their Instagram handle, the fact that they're referencing specific individuals, or that gang APD detectives have referenced are, say, YSL members, or they're discussing locations, or they're using gang identifiers in a private conversation, coupled with the evidence that hasn't came in yet because no evidence about Blaylock to the jury has came in. But you know, when APD gained detectives to speak about Blaylock and his Instagram in public and private conversations indicative of his own membership in the YSL criminal street gang, all of those the court can use or not use in making that determination. And so I don't have a seminal case that says you need more than the statement itself. I think oftentimes the statement itself, absent this kind of, you know, in a gang context, there's other information versus when you have just, say, a murder case, you would, other than the factual analogy I just gave to the court, it would probably be hard to decipher if you just had a single text with an unknown party. You wouldn't know who they are unless it was like the analogy I used. So the state doesn't have any additional case law. I always will cite because I think it's a seminal case and important for a criminal street gang conspiracy, which all of Blaylock's are, the state's arguments related to them are not tethered to the murder of Jamari Holmes. They're tethered to the YSL criminal street gang, at least the ones that are in dispute, I should say.
All right, so can somebody remind me where it is that we're going to find the statement specifically that we had been paused on before?
I don't know if sorry, excuse me. I don't know if the state sent to the court a new link or we're
I'm
still on
sure
the
there was
prior
a
one.
link that y'all sent me at some point.
I can create
Over and over again, I know, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
for a,
The most recent
If
one, I
if
don't
you wanted
know.
to remind me when that was, I can probably find it.
The-
Or what folder it was in.
yes, Your Honor. The initial folder was 9 October centralized motion folder in Dropbox. For efficiency's sake, I can
Okay,
quite quickly create and
that would be
send.
wonderful. A new link.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We got a squeak.
And I,
We got
I
a
guess
squeak.
it'll be easy enough to see once, once we're all looking at it again. But I cannot remember whether in this particular one that we were talking about, there was anything like the other speaker's handle or anything like that that would have been outside of the statement itself. So I guess when we get the link, we can look at that.
And thank you for all the birthday love here for Muck Duck Inc. in the chat. We're having like a
And
mini
Your Honor,
party
I'm
in
gonna
the
try
chat. I
initially
love
to
it.
email because Blaylock's Instagram is 28-page PDF. So I think that that should be small enough to send via email.
Okay.
That was definitely another squeak. It was very quiet, but I heard it. All right, and we can fast forward through this searchy McSearchington.
That email hasn't sent, Your Honor. I utilized the Zoom link email that Ms. Percival had sent. If anyone does not get it, please let me know.
Thank you.
He sat down so quietly to avoid the squeak. You got to use that arm strength to settle down into the squeak chair. Oh my goodness. Okay, is my audio still low now? Or is my audio too low now? The court is across all streams, low audio. So. All right, let's see. Do you guys remember last Monday when we started late because of my Monday meeting and we couldn't get caught up because it was the first day that Love wasn't there like at all, or one of the first days, and they were so productive. They called like 1 million witnesses. And
Right, so
for
it was at some
once,
point after
we
the
couldn't get caught
294
up.
one. It may have been the one directly after that.
I
Yeah.
believe we had the court's preliminary ruling of admissibility pending additional case law from defense ended on 3/44.
Right.
And so there's only, I believe, 5 PDF pages left for
Okay.
Blaylock. And so it will start in PDF page 13, Instagram page 359.
Right, but my preliminary ruling pending the additional case law is still a preliminary ruling. And
Yes, Your Honor.
so the conversation, if you will, that starts on
342.
342 and goes through 44?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the one that it was only a preliminary ruling. And
Squeak.
so the person whose true identity is unknown, is their handle Snake Life Maniac?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And did I understand your argument to be that the court could take into consideration in determining something outside of, if there's anything outside of the statement itself or the conversation itself that would indicate kind of a co-conspirator nature, that the court could and should take that into consideration?
Yes, Your Honor. And what the state's referencing in regards to that is the totality, specifically or almost exclusively from APD gang detectives, which started with Detective Belknap, the first witness in the trial, in terms of, like, for example, and there's also, they're discussing, someone references Pokey, which has come up periodically in this trial and is one of the individuals that Quindarius Zachary mentions was participated in the shooting of Miss Reed's home, right? When he's discussing Kenneth Copeland returning. And also when this Snake Life Maniac, when Blaylock, who's One King DO1, states he was stamped into the street gang by Pokey, the individual responds, he's been locked up a good 6 to 7 years. When did you get stamped? And he's kind of checking to see if that story checks out. And so the state's argument, and then it of course continues on, but and the Snake Life Maniac says, I never met the young Rock crew. There's been a lot of testimony about
Right.
Rock.
But if I have to find something outside of the statement itself, then that would indicate, I think, that I can't take into consideration the contents of what this unknown person is saying to make that necessary determination, right? So
the state's understanding argument is that you can use, whether it's this statement itself alone, the court just has to find to a preponderance that this.
well, we
individual
know
is
that the statement
conspiracy.
alone can't establish the existence, or I'm sorry, the participation of the declarant in the conspiracy. I mean, that the statute itself provides that much information.
And I guess my argument, Your Honor, is that the testimony in trial is in addition to the statement. As in, like, if you just had this in a vacuum and I presented no other evidence of why what they're saying is significant, if you didn't have APD gang detectives who've testified about what these indicate or mean.
So because we have outside of the statement testimony about Pokey and testimony about how people get included in gangs and things like that, is
Yes,
that
Your
your
Honor.
argument?
That's the
And
state's
in
argument.
addition to that, this person's handle itself indicating their connection to YSL?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. A preponderance is really not that high of a standard burden to meet. So I am going to find that this one does meet that outside of the statement alone, so that entirety of that can come in. So we then need to move on to whatever was left. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so the next one would be on page 430, or are there some that y'all have?
359, Your Honor.
Oh, that's a different one? Yeah,
It's
I'm
a different
sorry,
one.
Yes. Okay. So 359.
So what's highlighted is Blaylock stating you have to pay the dues January 15th. That's the day you got stamped. And then the individual responds back, essentially like he will pay him when he sees him. The state, because this conversation is so brief in terms of comparatively to the one before, the state will concede or not utilize 359.
Okay. So y'all withdraw that one.
But with yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
430.
Mhm.
So the individual that Blaylock is messaging, YSC Prince,
Mhm.
he says he's leaving that YL up to you and me. YL is Young Loyalty. So when YSL, the criminal street gang, you have remnants of, Young Loyalty is essentially a subset of that. And so when he said he's going to leave YL up to me and you, he said when he gets out, it's still going to be YL, but we're going to take it over basically. Let's push up next weekend. the state wanted to include that because of direct reference to young loyalty and someone having to take it over. This would be in conjunction with, which I don't believe or do not recall, testimony thus forth in trial, as in through Detective Belknap, or will be when Detective Viverito testifies about young loyalty YL. But that was the state's request or argument in terms of this would have to be, the court would have to deem YSC Prince making that statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy to admit this as an exception to hearsay.
Okay, and you're saying we don't thus far have any evidence about YL or the meaning of YL, and are we going to get any?
Your Honor, yes, the state, I am drawing a blank if Detective Belknap addressed that when he first testified in this trial. I just do not recall as I'm sitting here, but if he has at a future date. I do not have any additional
And
evidence.
YL is, how is YL furthering this conspiracy? I'm not following your argument. I'm sorry.
So young loyalty YL is a part and parcel of YSL. It's like a subset. And so the state, by him saying we're going to take over specifically YL, that is trying to assert leadership over young life or young loyalty, Your Honor. So
That one seems a bit, I don't know, far afield.
understood, Your Honor. The state will not
I'm gonna-
utilize
all right.
430.
I would say it seems
And the
confusing for
last
the
one, Your Honor-
jury. I think that would hurt the state.
Do you mind if Your Honor, can I just interject?
Sure, I mean, they're withdrawing it and or I'm excluding it, but so do you need to?
No, I
Okay.
thought it was still up in the air.
All right, so 2145.
And Your Honor, the last thread of this nature is when you go to page 446, there's just one line where Blaylock is discussing, he says, "You're not slime." And on 447, they go back and
I don't see a 446, 447.
it is PDF page 15, Your Honor, and PDF
Okay.
page 16.
Okay.
And
sorry.
the key, the statement that the state is seeking to introduce is when Blaylock on page 447 states, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," talking about bringing that individual into the gang. The 446 is only included for brief context to that. The state would not necessarily have to use 446, but the argument is that when Blaylock states, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," to this individual, when they're going back and forth about if that individual is slime, that statement, the state believes there's two arguments for this statement in terms of Blaylock definitively stating that he brought this individual into a criminal street gang, and he references the blue house as just a specific location to remind him where he stamped him in. That statement is a co-conspirator statement, but in addition is a statement against interest. And the best example of why it's statement against interest is the case of this nature. And if Blaylock was in this physical courtroom right now, that statement he made there is against his interest in terms of definitively asserting he has enough rank in a street gang to stamp someone in, and would be evidence that could be used against him in a criminal street gang or RICO predicated on a street gang trial. And so the reason that the state articulates that this is 801D2E is because when he's telling someone, "I stamped you in slime behind the blue house," it's a conversation between, he's asserting in this statement that he brought this person in the gang. And so those kind of conversations, they have to be able to speak freely amongst each other, and they're discussing criminal street gang activity in terms of he's referencing when he brought him into the gang. And given the liberal standard of admissibility from Kemp and its follow-on cases, and that fostering cohesion, also, the direct reference to the exact criminal street gang conspiracy that the state is alleging they are a part of, feels that Blaylock's statement, "I stand you in slime behind the blue house," should be admissible under either of those two bases, Your Honor, is the state's argument for why it's not hearsay.
All right. Why? I think that one passes muster. Yes, sir.
I believe that a statement against the penal interest, as articulated by the prosecutor, if it only goes to Mr. Blaylock, that we would get a limiting instruction.
I think it comes in as a co-conspirator exception. I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
Okay, and understand the court's finding, then I would ask you to decide whether 24-8-805 hearsay within hearsay would apply, because I don't see the exception on the other end of the conversation.
All right, I assume we're going to be picking up with Detective Underwood. Okay. All right, if you want to go ahead and get her on the stand, we're going to get the jury out. Unless, let me ask, is there anything anybody needs to put on the record before we get the jury out and start with testimony again? Nope. Nope. All right. Okay, let's get Detective Underwood. And we can be getting the jury out as well. All right, the jury's going to be coming out also. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't write it. You know what? It's probably on this witness. No. Oh, you know what? Detective Underwood? Oh, maybe Mr. Abadi's getting her? Yes. Yeah, no, he went out to get her. Good afternoon. Sorry to keep you waiting around. All right, thank you. Everybody can be seated, and we're picking up with Detective Underwood's testimony.
Good afternoon, Detective Underwood. How are you today?
Good.
All right. Soon as Ms. Knight gets set up, we're going to start with some defense exhibits that I want you to look at. Let me ask you this while we're trying to do this. Last week, you said that that some of the violence died down in about March of 2015.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit, Mr. Williams, number 19. Do you see what the cover of that says?
Rodeo tour,
And what's the year?
2015.
And I'm gonna flip to, I believe, page 3 of that exhibit. What does that say?
Tour schedule.
All right, and can you tell George roughly when did that tour begin?
Look like Saturday, February 28th, 2015.
And when did it end?
Maybe it's the last date on this page is April the 3rd, 2015.
And prior to today, had you heard of this tour?
No.
Do you know Mr. Williams was featured on this tour?
I don't know. It just says rodeo tours, but I don't know who. It don't say who was featured.
I want you to go back to that tour date page.
Okay.
Do you see a stop on that tour for Houston, Texas?
Yes, March 23rd, 2015, Houston, Texas.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 418Y. When you look at State's Exhibit 418Y, do you see the caption on that picture?
Yes.
What is the caption on that picture?
We in Houston with this S word.
Okay. And are there emojis next to it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell what those emojis are?
Snake emojis.
All right. And what's the date and time of this post?
9:43 p.m. 3/22/2015.
Okay. And in looking at that post, are you able to identify any of the individuals in that post?
Yes.
Okay. If you can. Permission for witness to step down?
Yeah.
All right. And using this, the model board, you can just tell the jurors.
There should be a pointer somewhere and a laser
Oh,
pointer.
I got it. Just who you are able to identify now.
Vivian Darlington, Anastia Wells, Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bidley, Octavius Stevens, aka Tick, Jeffery Williams, aka Young Thug, that's Demise McMullen, aka Nard. That is Antonio Sledge, aka Wintu. I'm not sure which sister this is. It's one of Williams' sisters. I don't know which one. He has a couple. I don't know who that is or that is.
Okay, thank you. And did you say that the tour made a stop in Houston around that date?
Yes.
So based on this picture and the tour dates, is it fair to say that at least for this date in March, some people associated with YSL was in Houston, Texas?
Yes.
Now I want to go to what's been marked as defense, I think Williams 220. And what we're going to do is we're going to scroll through defense exhibits 220A through XX. And as we scroll down, I want you to tell me the dates that are in January. And as you're looking at the dates here, and you can slow down a little. As you're looking at the dates, are these dates, let me know first, do they appear to be in chronological order?
I can't tell. My screen
Is
is not.
there a paper copy of this exhibit?
All right.
Would it be easier to let the witness look at the paper copy?
Well, last,
Unless I can make my screen a little bigger, because it's kind of minimized.
and as I'm looking for the paper copy, if it's easier to turn around, look at the bigger screen to see if you can see the dates on the bigger screen.
I mean, I can see the date on here. It's just the actual window is not as big, I guess.
That's as big as it is on anybody's.
Yeah, that part is not. Is that all? Yeah, that one needs to be bigger.
But are you able to see the dates on the flyers?
I can.
Okay, we'll just keep scrolling till I can find the paper copy.
Okay.
They appear to be in chronological order as well.
Yes.
Well, it's fine, Miss Hilton. Y'all sorted out the issue with her
Yeah,
not being able
I
to
can,
see
I
it,
can see the
so
dates
she
on the
can see
flyers.
it.
It's just kind of smaller than what it probably should be.
And are these flyers now in the month of November?
Yes.
And now these flyers starting in December.
Yes.
Are we now in January?
We are in January.
Is this the first one in January?
Yes.
What's the date of this post?
January 18th, 2015.
And sorry, going back to this post, where is this show located, supposed to be performed?
Like I said, Tampa, Florida. At the bottom, maybe.
Is this another one in January?
Yes,
What's the-
January 21st.
And is that in 2015?
Yes.
Where is this supposed to be performance?
She moved it up a little. It looked like Santa Ana, California.
Are we still in January?
We in February now.
Okay.
on this.
And I just want to keep scrolling down, see if we see anything else for January.
No, it's still February.
Now, I asked you earlier about the rodeo tour, remember?
You did.
Do you see Defense Exhibit 220 KK?
Can she roll it up just a little? Maybe? Okay.
And remember earlier I asked you who was on that tour?
Okay.
Who's on that tour, that rodeo tour?
Travis Scott and Young Thug.
And that's the same tour that's in the book that we just referenced a few moments ago?
Yes.
And where the group was in Houston, or where the tour stopped in Houston in March of 2015?
Yes.
Now, are we in March?
Yes.
Okay. Are we now in April?
Yes.
And are we now in June?
Yes.
And is that the 220XX, that the last of the exhibit?
Yes.
Were the only two January flyers January 18th and January 21st, 2015?
I think so.
Okay.
It wasn't very many January.
All right. Did you see any flyers for January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Did you see any flyers in Miami for the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th?
No.
Have you ever been to Tampa, Florida?
Yes.
Have you been to Miami, Florida?
Yes.
Do you know about how far the distance is between Miami and Tampa?
I haven't driven them. I've driven, I know from Georgia, where my house, south of Atlanta, it was like 10 hours when we drove to Miami, but I have driven to Tampa, it was like 6 hours.
Okay. So from Atlanta to Tampa was 6, from Atlanta to Miami was 10.
Right.
Now, in 2015, immediately following the death of Donovan Thomas, were there social media posts that appeared to threaten members of YSL?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the type of posts that, those types of posts?
Hearsay, best evidence rule.
Sustained is the best evidence.
Have you seen pictures of those types of posts?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee. Do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
Yes.
How do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 546 Yankee?
I recognize it because back during the Operation Planners investigation, we actually had a war room at APD.
See the terminology?
We
Don't
ha-
take anything from the fact that they called it a war room.
It's like it was like our meeting room.
I understand.
And we put all our pictures on the wall involving the Operation Planners investigation. So we would collect social media posts and we would put them all that was related to the actual investigation on the wall. So we had this particular one on our wall.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the one of the posts that you had on your wall.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I say what I intend to say, Exhibit 546Y into evidence.
Object under foundation and authenticity. Just because it's put on a wall does not mean where it was posted or found.
All right, sustained, but you may establish a foundation if you can.
Was this, where were these posts?
On social media.
Okay. And was there a particular name or social media account that were posting these type of threatening posts?
Yes, it was named.
It's a reading from a document, not an evidence.
Sustained.
We're looking at that, refresh your memory as to what the name of the post was. Just look at it. If it refreshes your memory, look up when you finish.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
The name of the actual account was Death to the State N-words.
And were there multiple posts on that website that you all gathered back in 2015 from,
Yes.
from that website? And is that one of those posts?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to maintain my objection, which was the same as Mr. Steele's, regarding the authenticity and foundation behind these posts.
Okay, overruled at this
and-
point. Go ahead.
My objection is we're talking about the collective, we did this, we did that, and I don't believe that this witness is the proper foundation for these posts. I don't believe this witness collected them.
Did y'all work together as a team to collect or view social media in order to assist with your investigation in this case?
Yes, we work as a collaborative group between Atlanta PD Gang Unit and ATF.
And as a part of this, is this one of the posts that you saw on social media at the time in which you all were investigating Operation Planters?
Yes.
And was this pulled from the site that you saw on social media?
Yes.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And what was the nature of what the post would say? So not specifically, but what was the nature of the post when you all were pulling? And let me answer that question. What made this of interest to the Atlanta Police Department?
I'll object to that phraseology. First, it'll be hearsay, and then talking for other people. I will object.
Sustained.
What was the nature of the post?
The nature.
Overruled.
Actually, there were threats coming in right after Donovan Thomas's murder from this particular social media site, and it was towards only members of YSL. So it was significant for that reason.
Thank you. Now, after 2015, did you all continue to look at social media even after 2015?
Yes.
Specifically, I want to direct you to 2019. Did you have the occasion to look at a post of an individual standing on a car?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may approach the witness freely.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3TT. Without telling me what is contained in the picture, is that a picture that you've seen previously?
Yes.
And where did you first see this picture?
On social media.
And
I'm going to object to the authentication and foundation of this photograph. I don't think that this detective has the personal knowledge of who took the photo, who posted it. Whoever posted the photo should be the one laying the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And specifically talking about the picture itself, what was of significance, without saying what's in the picture, what was of significance of the picture itself?
Significance was disrespect from one gang to another.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that response and ask it to be struck. That is beyond 24-7-704B. Talks about the
Sustained.
As a gang investigator, what was of note in that exhibit?
It was a individual standing on a vehicle.
Okay. And the vehicle, who did it belong to?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If it's within her knowledge, don't speculate.
It was Rayshawn Bennett's vehicle, YFN Lucci.
Okay. And the person on the vehicle, were they a member of, okay, were they
Why?
associated with another, a rival gang of YFN Lucci's?
Yes.
Okay.
Same
And
objection, Your Honor. There's been no foundation laid for how this detective has knowledge about someone's political.
Actually, yeah, there has. Overruled.
And it was that of note when you all first saw this picture back when you first saw it?
Yes.
You know, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 3 TT into evidence.
3 TT?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, looking at State Exhibit 3 TT, is the car that you were just referencing this blue Maybach?
Yes.
All right. And was it of note of the individual standing on the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
Diamante Kendrick.
Okay. And again, was this posted on social media?
Yes, it was.
As a gang expert, is there some significance of a person associated with YSL standing on top of a vehicle with someone associated with YFN?
Yes, it is significant.
I'll object under 24-7-74D about the significance of somebody's mental.
All right, I don't understand it to be asking that question. Overruled.
What, if any, significance is that as a gang investigator when you see a post such as this?
It showed the, like I said earlier, the disrespect between, I felt like that this particular,
In your opinion?
in my opinion, this is a sign of.
Just a second.
Okay.
Your Honor, it's also calling for her to have.
She's been qualified as an expert.
I understand, but she's just because she's an expert doesn't mean she knows someone else's mental state.
And she's not testifying to their mental state. Overruled. Go ahead.
Working as a gang investigator and dealing with different actual rivalries and, you know, the gang problems that we have had in the city. When we saw this particular post, we saw that it was like a gang member taking a shot at another gang member by standing on his vehicle outside of one of our malls here in Georgia.
And what mall was this?
Lennox.
Now, we've spoken about this term gang culture. Can you just briefly explain to the jury, when we talk about gang culture, what, if anything, are we referencing when we talk about that term gang culture?
I think of gang culture as the behaviors, the actual gang showing their characteristics, may it be whether they're displaying their hand signs, their colors, their tattoos, and just their way of life as gang members.
Can music be a part of gang culture?
Yes.
How?
A lot of the gang members, especially here in Atlanta, uses music to express themselves. They kind of, you know, talk about where they came from, how they came from it, things that they've done, their lifestyle in the music.
Do gang members sometimes use music to promote violence and fear of their gang?
Yes.
How?
Hypothetically, if gangs are beefing and even if they're local and they know that they listen to each other's music, they would take a shot one gang would take a shot at another gang by saying disrespectful things or just letting them know that they are actually targeting them or talking to them through the words that they use.
Do gang members use music to promote allegiance to their gang?
They do.
How?
They brag about their gang. They glorify their gang. They glorify their gang members. They show the, like you said, alliances. It could be a blood gang that's, really, really friendly with a Crip gang here in Georgia, and they will actually shout them out in music.
Do gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
They do.
How?
They send messages, indirectly, maybe directly, just, they might say, I saw you at the club, or I jumped you at the club, and you are this gang, and they might call out that particular gang in the song, or they may not.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
All right, I don't think that anything I've heard so far is in contravention of 704B. You may have a continuing objection.
Do gang members sometimes use music to send messages to other members of the same gang?
Yes.
And do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness? So sorry. Do gang members use music to send messages to promote cohesiveness with their fellow gang members?
They do.
In your experience, what genre of music do gang members use to promote their gang?
Just from my experience, being here and working here in Atlanta for over 30 years, I've only seen the gang members use rap music.
Does it always have to be rap music?
It don't always have to be, but that's what I've seen over my career.
As a gang investigator, do you focus on music and hope that it leads to an investigation, or do you focus on the investigation and it may lead to music?
Sustained.
I'll ask first. As an investigator, do you focus on music?
No.
What do you focus on?
The crime at hand and the actual person that committed the crime.
And are there times in your investigation that music may become part of your investigation?
Yes.
How is that?
Because if it's a particular person that was maybe a singer or a rapper or whatever that may have committed a crime, that us looking at the crime, me looking at the particular crime will kind of lead me back to the music portion, or if they're a rapper, or if they, like a lot of gang members here in Atlanta, they call themselves rappers, but they're like studio gangsters, or they just put music out on YouTube. So even if they're not as big as most rappers, we still pay attention to what they're saying, the drill music that's going on, and because a lot of time it does lead to violence.
You said drill music. What is that?
Drill music is kind of something new where the rappers, they kind of talk about, they rap about violence, and they mostly target, the rival or the ops in that particular music. And it's really fast and really, they actually, like I said, talk about violence, talk about firearms, talking about drive-by shootings. And that's been popular here in Atlanta as of recent.
And as you're listening to the music, are you in your mind thinking about your investigation and whether or not there are particular words in the music that match your investigations?
It depends. Every investigation is different. So if we do listen to it just to see if we can get any kind of, I guess, maybe confessions. Sometimes it's confessions in music, or any kind of thing that is said that relates back to our investigation.
Now, as an expert, I want to ask you a couple hypotheticals. If you heard a gang member sing a country song, about putting 100 rounds in a Tahoe. And that song comes out a year after a rival gang member was gunned down while standing near his Chevy Tahoe. And that Tahoe was hit multiple times with bullets. Would you consider that song in furtherance of the gang that gunned down that rival gang member?
Sustained.
Would that be consistent with something that's in furtherance of the gang? Not if you say
Overruled.
Like I said, each case is different, but if a country artist did do that and that country artist was a gang member, then yes, we would look at that gang member furthering the gang in that particular song.
what if a gang member had a calypso song where he said, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. And there was some information that members of that particular artist's gang shot at his rival gang member's mother's house. Would that be something that you would look at as being consistent with furthering the gang?
Overruled. Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're listening to songs, if they come up in your investigation, will the entire song be disrespect or have words of cohesiveness, or would it be portions of the song? What has your experience been when you were listening to the music?
My experience is it's not the entire song. It might be a verse, or it might be just a line or a couple of words or a few words.
In preparation for your testimony, were you asked to review 3 songs in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Steele? You're welcome. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 535 Y Alpha, 539 Y Alpha, and 537 Y Alpha. And tell me if you recognize those as the songs that you were asked to listen to.
Yes.
Okay. First, starting with 535 Yankee Alpha. What is the name of that song?
Slime, S-word.
And who is the artist?
Young Thug.
Now looking at 537 Yankee Alpha, what's the name of that song? Excuse me, 539 Yankee Alpha.
539 is gonna be Just How It Is.
And who is the artist?
Young Thug.
And then looking at 537 Yankee Alpha.
It look like it says Juice WRLD, Bad Boy featuring Young Thug.
You're right. This time of state with like the tender in the mid. States did with 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
What are Yankee? Because all she's testified to is
The-
the Yankee Alphas.
The actual song. So it was 535 Yankee, the song that you actually listened to prior to.
Yes.
Okay. For each, that's true for each of those.
It's 537 Yankee, the actual song that you listened to.
Yes.
And it's 539 Yankee, the actual song that you listened to.
Yes.
I just want to say what I did tender in a mid. Stacey's a bit 535 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, 539 Yankee and Yankee Alpha, and 537 Yankee and Yankee Alpha.
All right, those are admitted. Overruled.
And permission to first publish 535 Yankee.
You may.
Slay. Hey, get out your motherfucking seat to this one, you know. Slay. Slay. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah, give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town, I'm prepared to take him down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit, hey, YSL shit, hey, kill it 12 shit, hey, fuck up jail shit, hey, drink it at the bitch, hey, on that snail shit, hey, took it white brick, hey, wrist and bell shit, hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call that ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a bitch. Slime looky slime. Maniac don't have a mind. These niggas be bitches, a lot of them snitching, a lot of them driving them down. I come to the point of my life that I just want one of my wives. I think that I want that new sprite. We rich, so I know that it's like. I'm so true to shit. I'm some helmet shit. Diamond dancing bitch, YSL VVS in the Ville, and I got that pistol on my hip. You praying that you live, I'm praying that I hit. Hey, get that slime shit, need a slime bitch, compromise shit, down the ride shit, but the police in a high speed, let her out and bleed, let her out and bleed. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah, give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town, I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit, hey, YSL shit, hey, kill it 12 shit, hey, fuck up jail shit, hey, drink it at the bitch, hey, on that snail shit, hey, cook it white brick, hey, wrist and bell shit, hey, bitch, I'm super rich. Bitch, I'm stupid rich. I go ape shit. Call that ludicrous. I'm not new to this. I'm so true to this. I done put a whole slime on a other bitch. Got banana clip for all these niggas acting up. These niggas sandwiches in the street, they need hood on fun. Got 10 trucks slots, stay bunking, all of them doing on me. They just be talking, I swear these little fuck niggas don't want. I'm praying up my money and I'm still in the trenches. Working calculators when we fuck with weight, we call them bitches. Got burger local, true, they with me. Real neighborhood. Banking neighborhood six. Tiny low still fish. I get it, I get it, I get it, I help it, I get it, I get it on my own. What? The burger said they got me so high, I swear to God, I'm in my own damn zone. $1,000 off alone. All of the extras up on your home. And it's big like the dome. Hold up, catch up, I call on my phone. Man, I just sold up. 100 rounds in a towel, nigga, lighting up your tacos. Yeah, give him surgery, no lipo. Down, like that bitch will pull you down. Pull up to a nigga town, I'm prepared to take her down. Nigga, hey, do that slime shit, hey, YSL shit, hey, kill it 12 shit, hey, Fuck up jail shit, hey, drink it at the bitch, hey, on that snail shit, hey, cooking white brick, hey, bricks and bell shit, hey, bitch, I'm super rich, bitch, I'm stupid rich, I go ape shit, call that ludicrous, hey, I'm not new to this, hey, I'm so true to this, hey, I done put a whole slang on a bitch, did that slime shit, did that mud shit, did that $100,000 do the charge shit. Down the dial, but they rush it, cut it to my money. They say we getting money, now these niggas acting funny. And they all fake, like some bitch titties. Tell they bitch another locker, we ain't fucking with them. And they groovy niggas, and they hold tight. For the jail, why I say all that, that mall like. Got these bankrolls on up, we in Vegas. Yeah, I ain't going back and forth with y'all. Hello. Yeah, I'll bet me $100,000 tonight, all motherfucking hundreds. Good, check. Yeah, put me up.
And looking at State's Exhibit 535YA, when did this song come out? Or when was the song at least posted on YouTube?
March the 25th, 2016.
And as an investigator and an expert, were there any particular words of note to you as you listened to this song?
Yes.
What were those words of note?
The 100 rounds in the Tahoe.
And why was that of note to you?
Because 2015, the year prior, we had investigated murder of Donovan Thomas where.
Hang on just a second. Yes, sir.
I'm going to check this point. This court, the trial court in this case, has previously ruled that.
Do we need to take this up outside the presence of the jury?
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse y'all for a minute, please. And Detective, I'm going to ask you to step out, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So there's a previous order in this case bifurcating that any expert who would be on the stand in this case, who would also be providing factual testimony.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
Splitting out the factual and the
And
expert.
so, yeah, and this witness is now, she's given expert opinions, which we've heard, but now she's testifying about factual information. And I think that's going to mislead and confuse the jury. And even if Your Honor doesn't believe so, there's a previous order that in this trial, we would have a bifurcation of those issues. So I'll object to her testifying about any factual information about what happened in 2015. I also think that I also want to raise an objection because the state has proffered this evidence as something that happened in 2016, when in fact, I think the state is misleading the jury because this particular song that they've now introduced to play with the jury was actually recorded 2 years earlier in 2014, prior to any murder of Donovan.
All right. Well, you'll be able to cross-examine on that. Can you address the issue of the bifurcation?
Yes,
I
Your
mean,
Honor.
not address the issue. I know that was the order. Address why this is or is not violating that requirement that the fact and expert testimony be bifurcated.
Your Honor, there is evidence already in about the shooting of Donovan Thomas. I believe as an expert, I could simply ask her, I can probably show her the evidence, the pictures of the evidence that we're discussing at this point to make sure that we don't violate her talking about her opinion as to why this song was significant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking through when we have a medical examiner who is an expert, who can talk about the facts of the autopsy and give their opinion as to the cause and manner of death, that this is similar in nature, that she as an expert can speak to specific facts and give her opinion as to why that particular fact is of significance in her opinion. And so that's what I'm trying to correlate it to, very similar to a cell phone expert who can talk about the facts that come out, but can give their opinion on certain information. I'm trying my best to correlate how we can do those two things, because I do think an expert can speak of facts and how those facts can form an opinion.
All right, so are we finished with the portion? Has this witness testified to all of the facts that she's going to testify to as a fact witness?
Yes.
Okay. And so whatever you were about to elicit was
information that has already come out, but we're not.
right. I mean, you were getting an expert opinion on something?
Yes.
Okay.
If the state proffers that they're going to stick to asking about expert opinions, then I'll withdraw the objection. It certainly sounded like to me that she was asking about factual evidence about an incident in 2015.
Okay, but you're not establishing that fact through that witness. You're asking, why is this fact significant to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't think that violates that bifurcation order. All right, let's get the jury back and the witness. Is there anybody that knows that we need the jury back? I don't know. I think. We surprised y'all with a short break. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
So I think when we left off, I was asking, what was of note to you in that song?
The 100 rounds in a Tahoe.
And why was that, as an expert, of note to you?
Because of the murder of Donovan Thomas. When he was murdered, he was standing outside of his Tahoe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 6 Exhibit 8Y. I'm going to also show you what's been admitted as 6 Exhibit 12Y, 27Y, 26Y, 218Y, 174Y, 193Y, and 221Y. Is that the Tahoe that you were just referencing?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that of note because of that particular wording in the song?
It was because it was actual crime that was committed with a murder happening, and the fact that it was a rival between the two. It was a rival between the YSL crew and the Inglewood Family Bloods crew. Donovan Thomas was an Inglewood Family Blood, and it was significant for us in our investigation.
And when you were talking earlier about sometimes gang members use music in order to let me make sure we get the language right. In order to send messages to rival gangs, is this an example of that type of messaging?
It is.
Overruled.
It is.
Okay. Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
I think the part about killing 12.
And why was that of note?
Because the police is referred to as 12. And if you're, I guess, rapping or singing about killing somebody in law enforcement, that's not nice.
And let me ask you, this was in 2016. Were you aware of any incidents of YSL members alleged to have shot at police after 2016?
After 2016, yes, we had a police officer shot, a gang officer shot.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection I raised previously.
Sustained.
Was there anything else of note to you in this particular song?
If you can refresh my memory with a copy of the lyrics, maybe.
I'll get you a copy because I think my copy has writing on it. My copy has writing on it, so we'll get you a copy. We'll go to the next song while we're getting you a copy. I'm gonna go to State's Exhibit 539Y. Is that just how it is?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Diamonds think of boo. Ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, I done did the robbing. I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers. I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at? Tell me where it is. I came from rest, riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list, cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is. Put it in your Uber, send it to a super. Ask me how they do it, kicking shit right you. Put it in the cab, send it to an Arab. Hit them with the mat now, that's whole body scale. Cash on delivery, hey, go talk of the century. Oh, no time for gibberish. All the critics hearing this, all the bitches lipstick, and the pussy slippery. I can call her true, go by the name of Duke. Kidnap a kangaroo. I can send them moves. Niggas sold a chain, but they ain't worried fool. I'ma keep on spinning till they tell me poo. Ooh, ooh, diamond speak a boo. Ooh, ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh, I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers, I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at, tell me where it is. I came from rest, riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list, cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is. I don't gotta throw you shit like Captain. Nah, I got 7 bitches with me, Captain. Yeah, R.I.P. Nipsey, I can tell you how to get rich. I can tell you how to die or how to live in this bitch. I can tell you how to talk the most impeccable shit. I can show you how to walk like you got decimal, bitch. Show you how to get the top from all the top 10 bitches. I got white outer raws, I like my son. I got lights on, baby, I got mouse in this bitch. No flats on, count you like your mouse in this bitch. Roll tap on, and I took some losses, you bitch. I'm a boss, but I don't like to take a loss in this bitch. Such a player, but I can't control all of my bitches. I got layers, I got millions, I got all type of billions. Fuck around and add a pussy nigga out like Linux. Last nigga tried me, almost got popped in Linux. Ask the cops, ask the detectives, they know all the business. Ask the cops and the detectives, all the jurisdictions. Ask the kids at school who ambition, all the missions. Gave the lawyer close to 2 million, he handled all the killings. I don't know and I don't wanna know who flaws business. I don't know what's going bro, I think they all spilling. We don't speak about shit on West, it's all my business. We known to kill the biggest cats of all kiddies. Ooh, ooh, diamond speak a boo. Ooh, ooh, I done fought the crew. Ooh, ooh, I done did the robbing, I done did the jacking. Now I'm full rapping. I put on my brothers, I put on my bitch. Had to wear the dress, cause I had a stick. You know where the bag at, tell me where it is. I came from rest, riches on the shit. I can no longer disguise a bitch, cause I'm rich. I got cause good Lord, little bitch, cause I'm rich. I escaped every one of the list, cause I was supposed to be rich. I don't care about no cop, I'm telling you just how it is.
When was this released on Mr. Williams' YouTube channel?
September 16th, 2019.
What, if anything, was of note to you in this song?
We killed the biggest kitten of all kitties.
And why was that of significance to you?
Again, it reflected us back to the Donovan Thomas murder. He was a big person for the Inglewood family, Bloods. He was a high-ranking member, well-known, well-respected, I guess, among his gang.
Overruled.
Was there anything else of note to you in this song?
It was a part about I did the jacking and the robbing. Now I'm rapping.
Okay. And let me ask you specifically, in 2013, were you made aware of any robbery in which Mr. Williams was a person of interest?
Yes.
Okay. Did one of those involve an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we can approach.
Yeah, I think y'all might need to. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
So before we broke, we were talking about an incident May. Oh, sorry. Back around. It's okay. Sid, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1AA. And you were speaking about brief. Do you know where this is or the location?
Look like Trussell Tree.
Okay. And are you aware of an Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were talking earlier, based on your review of reports and information that you gathered as an expert, were you aware of a robbery of Archillian Bennett in May of 2013?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sustained.
Were you aware of a police report involving Archillian Bennett?
Yes.
In which she alleges to have been robbed in 2013?
Object to what she said is a leading question and proof facts and evidence.
So I'm trying to narrow down the issue so we can get to the answer as an expert that she's reviewed and she's aware of
All right.
this.
So the jury will recall what the prior testimony was. Go ahead.
And as a part of that, are you aware who was a person of interest in that armed robbery?
Yes.
Who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 23AA. Are you familiar with the individuals in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the two individuals in that picture?
Look like Jeffrey Williams and DK, and his name's not coming to me right now, but his nickname is DK. He's a YSL member.
Okay. Does the name Walter Murphy sound familiar?
Walter Murphy, yes.
All right. Now I'm going to also publish for you what has been marked as 170 or admitted, excuse me, as 175C alpha starting at 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Hello, this is a free call from
Adrian.
Hey.
So you got minutes on the phone. Bro, what's up, man? What to do, Brody?
You alright?
Hell yeah, man.
I just talked to a nigga thug, though.
What they talking about?
Shit.
Man, I know how that nigga, man. Them nigga that nigga got a nigga killed, boy.
Fuck you talking about, man. I seen
Little
that
nigga
shit,
DK,
man.
little nigga DK shot at 12, nigga.
Yeah, he said it.
For no reason, boy. He shooting for no
Nigga
reason,
said-
though.
That's why they started shooting that child.
Man, that nigga just up, boy, for no reason. Call the little young guy there. I'm like, hell no, boy. Hit Big Fred, hit his ass. Me and Thug got there. We get out the car and run. I just went the wrong motherfucking way, man. I should have followed Thug there.
Fuck that
Everything
wall.
happened for a reason, though, man. They got to get this shit off his back anyway.
For sure, bro. Yeah, yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, man. Damn, bro. We had to go like that, man.
Nah.
Yeah, nah.
Everything for a reason, though, man. You know what I mean? It was all set up. I did the same
What
thing
they
I did. Sitting around goddamn last night, goddamn talking that bullshit. But I ain't gonna never goddamn do it like this. I never do this, man. Can't no
What they got you charged with, bro?
shit, but little punk ass little driving license, suspended license, little charge, goddamn the aggravated assault. I ain't charged with none of that shit today. I could have gave AC nothing and been at home, child, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought you did. That's why I kept telling the store, don't tell them
I
that
just know that I was a victim, man. I had to take out Rob, man, and they was shooting at me, and I was running for my life.
For sure. That what's up, nigga. Call goddamn. I ain't see DK don't pull out on that boy. All they know is Red. That nigga Red was trying to rob y'all.
Yeah, that's what they said, too.
For sure. They just let that nigga out, though.
Around, man.
They just let that nigga go, bro.
Yeah, they let the nigga go, man. Me and that nigga, he ran. I wasn't too far from him.
Nah.
He went to Mickey D, nigga. I went from around the laundromat to goddamn that Dollar King over there, trying to make it over there through Little Haiti for Cleveland E, goddamn. Up through the top of there, and I go hit Jamal in my old apartments, goddamn. Go down there and chill with Big Nick, you know. But shit, man, that whole goddamn come out of nowhere, boy, run me clean over.
That was goddamn double thumb, man.
Big Nick out.
Yeah.
They hit you with the car.
Yeah, they ran me smack ass over, man. My mom broke my goddamn collarbone and shit, man.
You alright though, ain't it, bro?
Big ass out on the back of my head.
That nigga skate brought the police back to the spot, bro.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, went up there trying to get the fucking car?
Yeah, they what they call him? Bring him to the person who he let the car to.
No, he's come out goddamn. I've been down here chilling with Bean. He been staying down here and all this and shit.
Them folks car fucked up.
Yeah.
You don't even look like a nigga to survive in that motherfucker.
Fuck you talking about, nigga.
That shit,
alright, man.
that shit breaking news all day long, man. It's like that give it on news all day long.
I'm on the news?
Yes, sir.
My picture and everything?
No, they just show you get in the police car.
Oh, shit, man. I made the news.
Well, that shit everywhere, man.
Hell.
Yeah.
Man, they really get out, man. They don't, like I said, everybody happen for a reason, though, man. Fuck it.
For sure,
I
bro.
don't know if do shit with nigga like that anyway, so.
For sure, man. That would make sense. That's sad, man.
Like, I can't even think about this. All I've been thinking about all day, like, just told babe, you know what I'm saying? Like, this shit crazy. This shit don't even seem real.
Fuck, man, broke over these niggas, man.
You drive your own shit. I don't give a fuck what's going on. You feel what I'm saying?
Because, like, nigga, you just stay here. We went to Ken Shop first, right? But you know, when you see shit, man, you gotta go on and get that shit. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go on and get it, bro. I said the same thing.
Man, when you see it, you gotta
it.
go on and get it right then. Man, we got them going back to the Ken Shop. Okay, they coming out of Ken Shop right there by the Chevron. Boom. Damn, man, they ride. I see them, I turn around, I'm following them, nigga. I follow them, nigga, all the way up there on some of them. So, okay, cool. Soon we see the tire. I said, give me a chance and let me see what the fuck this is in the tire first before you even get out the car, DK. Man, that nigga hopped out the car, man, and just started busting. Wow. 12 goddamn bag. I turn around, bag up. Niggas, by that time, they're trying to turn around and get up out that motherfucker. They run and hit me. Boom. Bump the car. I run clean through the goddamn gate, through Summerdale on the opposite side. Boom. He shooting through the car. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm talking about, man, I'm talking about bullet car sprint clean through the window, boy, down like it had went through my head, boy. I guess I came through my head and came out my face, boy. Bullet car clean through that motherfucker. Boom. Then I believe one of them niggas in the back shot Big Club, man.
Say the police shot.
12 shit. Big Club, DK had to shoot that nigga. Cause 2-3 shots went off with the car. And we were jumping them hills and shit. So I was like, damn, boy. After we sprayed, I'm glad one nigga didn't just hit me in the head and shoot me, boy. Cause them niggas ran.
That nigga Thug say goddamn Big Fred got out the car. The police shot. They was still shooting.
Nah, that nigga probably shot Big Cuz. Him, Big Fred, and goddamn DK had to scrap. I wouldn't even scrap my 22 at home and my AR in the trunk.
You get that $150 out the cup holder, bro? Huh? You got that $150 out my cup holder? No, so say you had $150 to go buy the lean. Nah, man. Well, no money in the cup holder, bro. Oh, my motherfucking money. Yeah, he said he had the money to go buy the lean. Nah, I think I had nothing $50, $40. He didn't even have that because DK didn't even get him his 50. All that money was mine, and money came out of Buck hands. Well, he ain't had no business doing that. He made Buck got them come off 100. I told him, hell no, and he got them go 50. You go 50. Nah, Buck told me you don't want to fit. No, he gave me nothing. I had a fit of my own money. I had $350. They got $345. I got to let Babe come down here and got them go to property and get that shit. Come down here and sign a piece of paper. I got to fill out a property release form or a waiver form.
And we're going to stop it at 10:46. In 2013, and have you looked at any reports of a armed robbery of an individual by the name of Derek Dotson?
Yes.
And who was a person, or who were some of the persons of interest in that particular case with the armed robbery of Derek Dotson?
Your Honor, can object on the bifurcation issue.
This
Overruled.
Confrontation clause, Your Honor. Just read the report.
Overruled.
Jeffery Williams and Walter Murphy.
Have you heard of the name of Adrian Bean?
Yes.
And what about an individual by the name of Frederick Prothrow?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Williams ever charged with either the two incidents we just referred to?
No.
No, he was, or no, you don't know?
No, he was never charged.
Okay. Next, I want to go to 537 Yankee.
And make sure that you know that we're all human beings. We all on the same earth. So with that being said, you can achieve anything, if not more than what you see other people achieving. And that's facts.
Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. When they got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rash, boy. I been jumping on these birds, McCoy. No one made my rich in 9 months. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant. Break the GTR, I love the crash cars. I'm a bad boy, so I got a bad bride. Futuristic ride, from Mars. Smith and Wesson 45, all in his arms. They don't play with me, kills they stay with me. Yo, baby, lay with me. She fell in love with my eyes, she the hockey ring. Come to kick it, I'm not on the soccer team. Won't make it as part of my prophecy. Rap Simmons, match my prodigy. I'ma do the dash, get to the bag, ain't no one as bad as me. Smith and Martin Lawrence, I'm a bad boy. When they got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet, I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for that breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rats, boy. I've been chopping out these birds, McCoy. No one made my rich in 9 months. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant. Sticky, Ricky, I swear scared there's not no sticky. I shot at his money, now he no longer mention me. You say you want smoking, I've been coming down the chimney. You got barbecue, your bitches are so fried and they're crispy. I had all my jealous when I shot at the cut. Act like you on war and they gon' smoke it like a friend. I'm just keeping it real, but you understand black sports Ferrari got the pipes at the back like a stack, yeah. best. Work for the best. Go like a chest. I be the best. I got the neck. I can turn a check. Live like Project X. I ain't Smith and Martin Lawrence. I'm a bad boy. When I got off my ass and got to the cash and got in my bag, boy. You don't think it's sweet? I stay with the heat even though I'm a sad boy. You better watch the way you breathe around me for the breath be last, boy. I've been drinking red rash, boy. I've been chopping on these birds, McCoy. No one bet my rich a million 9 months. Overseas, honey skin, bitch, croissant.
We can stop it at 2:46.
What is the date of the release of this song? Or at least when it was posted?
Said premiered January 15th, 2021.
And were there any particular words of note to you in this song?
Yes.
What was that?
I shot at his mommy. He no longer mentioned me.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as 1 triple DI. Are you familiar with what that location is?
Yes.
And where is that?
That's 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Zone 3.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That location was YFN Lucci's mother's residence during the time that she was a victim of 2 drive-by shootings.
And would it be of note, hypothetically speaking, if the drive-bys were purported to be by members of a particular gang whose gang member wrote a song or sang a song that says, I shot at your mommy, now you no longer mention me?
Yes, that would be significant.
Overruled.
Why would that be of note?
Because it actually happened. It was a real crime that happened where the rival's mama was shot.
Showing you,
You understand the bifurcation
Yes.
issues, so.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 4 DDI. And 5 DDI. 6 DDI. 8 DDI. 11 DDI. And I want to also show you 1 GG. Is that the same location?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 GG. Showing 6 GG. 14 GG. 17 GG. 20 GG. And 26 GG. Again, as an expert, what if there's a word such as I shot at your mommy and you no longer mention me, and you see particular evidence of that when you're doing your investigation? For you, in your opinion, what if anything, is being communicated?
Sustained.
Why is that of significance to you?
Because
As an expert, why is that
I-
of so
I
different?
don't know what the answer is going to be, but it is potentially going to be a 704B issue. So,
I'll move on, Your Honor.
all right.
Now, we spoke about the first song, Slime S, and you said you wanted to look at the lyrics to see if there was anything else of note of you, to you. Permission to approach around?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535YB. Would that help refresh your memory to look at those words?
You ready for me to answer?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Just looking at the words, as far as significant, for gain or furtherance of gains, the part about the neighborhood
Hold
sixties.
on. Consistent with being, just what is of note to you without talking about whether or not
Just
that's
some
further?
lyrics about, neighborhood sixties and troop and stuff like that.
What is the significance of Troop?
Troop was a, NH60, leader in, over off of Old National Highway,
Okay, you said an NH60.
neighborhood rolling 60.
Okay. I want to ask you a few more hypotheticals and then we'll be concluding. Hypothetically, if there was a member of a gang who shot at or in the direction or shot a gang investigator that was trying to arrest him, and this person shot at him multiple times, would it be of any significance to you as an expert if there was a song by a member of that same gang and in that song it says killing 12? Would that be of any significance to you hypothetically as a gang investigator?
Your
As a
Honor,
gang?
I think so.
No, Your Honor, that was the one that you sustained it earlier for mentioning that Mr. Apt objecting, you sustained it earlier.
That's incorrect.
He asked.
You sustained a different objection I made. She was allowed to testify about her opinion about 12, and it's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
And I'm not talking about the word 12.
Sustained.
Just generally speaking, when you talked earlier about how the music plays a role sometimes in your investigation, again, are you looking at to see whether or not there is some information that may or may not support any music that you may listen to, that you may find as a part of your investigation?
Objection to our investigation and the contours of it is irrelevant.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I object to the premise of her investigation. She can testify to facts. She can't educate the jury on what's important to her.
Okay, can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. As a gang expert doing your work with gangs, if music becomes a part of your investigation, does it become important if there is any type of evidence or information that support what may be contained within the music?
But the same objection, not down to Kennedy jury anyway.
Sustained.
As an expert, was shooting at a police officer, and could that increase the status in a gang?
Yes,
How?
it shows your the other gang members that you are willing to put in work for the gang, put your life on the line, because sometimes if an officer fires back, then you can be killed. So you will risk your life for the gang. But if you can do it and get away with it, you get stain. And stain, the definition of stain is you get like not really rank, but you can get like appreciation, or you can get, street creds. With a lot of the gang members are looking for to be get street creds, not only from the higher ups in the gang, but from the gang members that they, roll with, or even just from the public.
Thank you. Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Go and ask this. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music.
Okay.
And how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffery Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out, or a record label put out for public consumption, besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
I'm not just including it to you, I'm expanding it to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term of the word. So overruled.
I don't even understand. Okay.
You can continue.
I was just saying, I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out, that had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Did you ever look to like a pattern? How many times in Jeffery Williams songs, I'll just leave it at his, then I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors. They probably know, but
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a snatch and grab. Anything to get money. It can be considered a lick.
how often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry, talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much just to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him and that he.
John, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury and I'm going to excuse you, please.
All right, from the jury.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or use poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong, please apologize, but it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a 10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life, whatever the quote is. Okay, Mr.
I understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music. And I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony, but I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she ought to know better anyway. But I do think it was kind of vague enough and wrapped up in enough other things. I'll give a curative instruction if you all would like, or we can just move on. Or you'd prefer.
I would just ask for the mistrial. I believe it will be denied, and that I could preserve it with a curative instruction. Yes.
Okay. We need to probably take a break as well. So if you want to work on curative language, I'll just be a couple of minutes and then I'll be back to consider potential curative language.
Okay.
And if y'all want to get together on it and come up with something that y'all agree to, fantastic. If not, just work on what you think would be appropriate, and then I'll take it into consideration. Let's take our break as well right now. And can you please instruct the witness to stay as far as possible away from things like that that might get into bad character evidence. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Your Honor.
we'll take a quick recess.
How-
10 minutes long.
Thank
I'll be back before then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if you would just consider asking the jurors if they can strike from their memories and notes the last response. It was non-responsive of this witness, and we will
All
do
right.
it again.
I'll just say disregard the last response of the witness. It was non-responsive. And then pick up from there. All right. let's
Then,
get
Your
it.
Honor, can I just reserve my motion for
Yes.
mistrial? Thank you.
And then feel free to re-ask it in a way that is not going to elicit the same thing.
Okay.
All right, can we get the witness on the stand and the jury out? It'll be a couple more minutes. So we'll just recess in place for a few minutes. All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to instruct you to please disregard the last response given by this witness just before the break, as it was non-responsive to the question asked. And go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. How many songs, if you know, does Jeffery Williams in his poetry talk about licks?
I don't know how many.
All right. In your testimony in DeKalb County Federal Court, I believe you said Fulton County, you might have said Gwinnett County. If I'm wrong, you correct me. You've testified as an expert in gang.
In Fulton, DeKalb, Federal, and that's about it. Three. Yeah,
Okay.
3 counties.
I apologize. So in any of those times, have you ever testified about lyrics?
No.
This is your first time?
Yes.
And do you have any experience or study or expertise or training in the history of the rap music?
No.
And do you have any training or study or experience or education in African American literature culture?
No.
Okay. To prepare for today's testimony, did you ever speak with Jeffery Williams producers, the people who actually put out the songs?
No.
Do you know whether any of your coworkers ever did that exercise?
I don't know.
Have you ever spoken with the promoters or the marketers who market this music?
No.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with any record label personnel that's affiliated with Jeffery Williams?
No.
How about, do you know whether Jeffery Williams is, you mentioned 3 songs, I believe, Slime, and I'm just not going to say it, but SH blank T, Just How It Is, and Bad Boy. Fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know who actually wrote the lyrics to any of those songs?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know when any of those songs were actually created? By created, I mean actually done in the studio.
No.
All right. Did you ever speak with any of the co-artists on these songs?
No.
Now, when you talk about, let's say, let's take the song. I'm just going in order of the numbers. So 535 YA, which should be Slime SH blank T, okay?
Yes.
You testified that it was released in March of 2016 from what you were either told, investigated, found out, discovered. Is that fair to say?
I think we said that that's the date that it was uploaded to YouTube.
Okay. Do you know the date it was actually released?
No.
And on that, you talked about you were interested in a lyric. I just want to make sure that I don't misquote it, about a Tahoe. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And it's 100 rounds in a Tahoe. If I'm saying it wrong or you think it's different, just, correct me. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know what the next line is to that song?
N-word, lighten up your tacos.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
When it says 100 rounds in a Tahoe, does that mean that the bullets went into a Tahoe, or does it mean that there's 100 rounds of ammunition inside of a Tahoe that someone's driving? If you know.
100 rounds in a Tahoe, it could be either or.
And did you do any type, and I know you, Detective Underwood, did you do any type of investigation to find out, if you could, what is the essence of that line?
I did not. It was just ironic that crime happened with a Tahoe and the victim was the ops.
How many rap songs. I'm just limiting to rap songs. And if you don't know, just say, I don't know. Talk about rounds in a vehicle.
I don't know specifically how many. I haven't kept up with that.
The next line of that song is something to the effect, and if I'm wrong, again, correct me, give him surgery, not lipo. Do you see that? Is that something like that? And if I'm wrong, just correct it.
Say give him surgery, no lipo.
No lipo, thank you. And then the next one, the next line or artwork is, they don't blame that, and I'm not going to say it, but B-I blank C-H for pulling you down. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What does that mean as far as your expertise and analysis with the Donovan Thomas, God forbid, killing with the Tahoe behind him, that there's something to do with a B-I blank C-H pulling that person down?
They don't blame that B word for pulling you down. That could be a woman. It could be reference to a woman bringing somebody down, or.
How does the Donovan Thomas, tell the jurors, from your investigation, how does the Donovan Thomas killing relate to a woman pulling someone down?
I think on direct, we said that the entire song didn't reference the murder. You're making the song about the murder. We said on direct that that first line was in reference to the murder.
So
that was it, just a snippet.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Are you done? I didn't mean
I'm
to.
done.
Okay. So from your analysis, you or somebody, your teammate, found one line and ignoring the context or the other words or lyrics around the line. Is that fair to say?
No, we didn't ignore it, but that particular line stood out because of the words that were used.
Did any of the other lines assist that one line that you're focusing on with the Tahoe?
No, but it jumped off into, like F12 and killing 12. And so 12, Donovan Thomas wasn't 12. So we can't say this song was about just Donovan Thomas. So we know that. We know that just that particular first line, and he did it a couple of times. He said it 2 or 3 times in the song. So he jumped around talking about a lot of different stuff in that particular song.
Do songs, in your experience, and it doesn't have to be rap music, do they sometimes repeat lyrics throughout the song?
Yes, they do. The hook, maybe, or yes.
What'd you call it?
The hook.
Okay. Now, you mentioned killing 12, and the line is something like killing 12 and then SH blank T. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And 12, I think the jurors know, that's a symbol, a slang for police officers. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And is this unique to Slime, SH blank T, killing 12 in music of the rap industry?
I don't understand that question.
Is killing 12, that phrase, or killing 12, SH blank T, is that unique to this song?
I'm sure there's a lot of rappers that probably talk about killing the police, but this song had the YSL S word first, then killing 12 S word. Like it was referencing that's what YSL do, kill 12.
And which police officer, God forbid, was killed that you're referring to?
In this song, I didn't say one was killed, but killing 12 is like, I want to kill 12, or it could reference anything.
Do you have, through your investigation of this case, your knowledge and collective knowledge, do you have any police officer that, God forbid, has been killed?
No, but I have seen where YSL members have fired at the police more than once.
All right, let me do this. Could you talk about YSL members, and then we're going to come back to the other songs, if that's okay. I'm not trying to jump around on purpose. Can I, would you mind looking at State's Exhibit? I believe it is 418Y. And you just looked at it earlier and helped the jurors.
Okay.
Can you pull up the picture more if possible, if it's not? Okay. And you remember this, and this is in 2015 in Houston. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Who is the person to the immediate right? Well, you see Jeffery Williams in the center,
Yes.
center bottom. You pointed him out to the jurors.
Yes.
Who's the young lady to his immediate right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Let's start on all the way on what we would look at the right, wearing the gray RG. You know what RG is, that sweatshirt?
Rich Gang.
All right. You know what Rich Gang is?
Yes, record label from Baby, Brian Williams.
And who is that person? If you were
Who, Brian Williams? Oh, I'm sorry. In the picture, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Demikian Garlington, aka D.
Tell the jurors the last time Jeffrey Williams had any contact whatsoever through your investigation with Demikian Garlington.
I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't know when.
Who is the person now above Demikian Garlington in the white shirt?
That's Kelvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley.
I'm going to ask you the same question. When is the last time Jeffrey Williams had any communication through your investigation with Mr. Kelvin Treadwell?
I don't know. Back whenever in 2015, when all this was going on, they stayed, in touch. But this been, like you said, 10 years ago almost.
Do you know when that touch ended?
No, I don't.
The young man next to him, is that Trontavious Stevens?
Yes.
Also known as Tick or Slug?
Yes.
All right. The young man next to, well, do you know how much contact Jeffrey Williams has with Trontavious Stevens? Since
I don't know.
All right. The young man next to Mr. Stevens, is that Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yes.
And how much contact has Jeffrey Williams had with him since 2015?
I do not know.
The gentleman to the right of Mr. McMullen, is that a gentleman named Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Also known as Muntuk?
Yes.
How much contact, or when is the last contact Jeffrey Williams ever had with that gentleman?
I don't know.
The young lady next to Mr. Sledge, I know you can't identify her, but a sister of Jeffrey Williams, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And then we come down from the sister, and right in front of her, there's a young man in black with his right hand up all the way to the left. You see that?
Yes.
And that person is?
I think I said on direct, I don't remember. I can't identify that person.
Okay. And how about the person in the red sweatshirt right next to that person's left?
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
All right. Did I do the person who is to the immediate left of Mr. Williams sitting down holding the bar?
Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And do you know the last time, and I'm excluding obviously this trial, but the last time that Mr. Jeffrey Williams had any contact?
I don't know, sir.
All right. Thank you for that. All right. I want to go back to where we were. And I'd like to talk to you. I'm just going in order of the exhibit number. It's 537YA. I believe it's a song Bad Boy. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said it's released.
No, I'm sorry.
You said it's released. Give us a year again or a month again.
We said that it was uploaded, premiered January 15, 2021.
Okay, so January 2021 is approximately 6 years after January 2015. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And in that, you highlight or articulate or focus us on a particular lyric. I just want to get the lyric. And that lyric is, I shot at his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And you related that back to January, I may have get me on these dates, January 22nd, 2015, January 26th, 2015, shooting at Mr. Bennett's mother's home, and his mother got shot on the 2nd or January 26th, 2015 date. Fair to say?
Yes, but that second part, he no longer mentioned me, it refers to the back and forth that he and Lucci did on social media for the whole world in Atlanta to see. They were going back and forth for a while.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that back and forth, okay? If the shooting happens in January 2015,
Mhm.
and the lyric that you're telling the jury about and educating the jury is, I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentioned me, is it your understanding that since the shooting, he being, you're saying Mr. Bennett, right? YFM Lucy?
I'm saying that the mother is that's who he said. He no longer mentioned me. He's referring to Lucci.
YFM Lucy,
Yes.
also known as, well, his given name is Mr.
Rayshawn Bennett. Right.
Okay. So you're saying since January 26, 2015, if I'm wrong, just correct me, Mr. Bennett no longer mentions Jeffery Williams. Is that what the lyric means to you?
No, the lyric means to me that we have been going back and forth, talking about each other, targeting each other on social media, having words go back and forth. And I think that whenever I think Jeffery Williams put something out about his mother. He said something about his mother on social media about he glad he takes care of his mother or something like that. So I'm thinking that he was just taunting or just like he was doing on the videos that he was making. He was taunting him in this song.
Okay, and I know you're giving a state of mind. You're trying to say what Jeffery Williams was doing, but through your investigation and through this lyric, are you not saying that once the shot, God forbid, came to the mother, on January 26, 2015, this lyric means that he, Mr. Bennett, no longer mentions me? Is that what the lyric means? And if it's not, and if your answer just states...
I can't say what exactly it means. I'm saying what I saw as an investigator, as a gang investigator, when the back and forth and the gang beef continued way after the 2015.
Now, the words before in the art, do you know what the words are right before I shot his mommy, now he no longer mentions me?
I don't have that copy of those in front of me.
If I showed you a copy, would that refresh your memory?
Please.
You have it? May I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Giving you, if you want to see anything else from the song, just let us know.
Okay.
That refreshes your memory. Just tell me that it does.
Okay. I see where you got the arrow. Okay.
Can you tell the jurors if it's accurate, from your investigation, if it's accurate? Otherwise, we could pull up on Google, whatever you want. Tell the jurors what the line is above the line that you highlighted for the ladies and gentlemen jury.
It says, you say you won't smoke. I've been coming down the chimney.
And then the next line is the line about?
You got barbecue, your B word. I'm so fried and they crispy.
How does the line that you highlighted for the jurors, how does that coincide, if you know, in context, with the line about the chimney and the barbecue?
The part about the smoke is significant because that's slang for you want to keep starting stuff, or you want a piece of me, or it's slang for, when they say you want all the smoke, or I got the smoke, or you don't want no smoke. So that's significant. But the part about the barbecue and the
fried and crispy. I can't say what that meant.
Detective, you told the jury that you don't study Jeffrey Williams' lyrics or songs. How did you come about learning about these chosen lyrics from these 3 songs?
It's not that I didn't study them or I don't study them. It's that I can read words and I see what the words say. And a lot of times if I'm investigating something or if I know it's an ongoing beef between you and the ops and you sending messages through your music or through the words that you're putting on paper or on wax or whatever they call it, it's noticeable because of the investigation.
Wouldn't you want to then go out and ask somebody who was there at the time of the creation of that song, how did this lyric come about?
No, it's self-explanatory mostly. I mean, it's words, but the words mean stuff. It means something.
From your vantage point of what you do for a living, those words mean exactly what you believe.
Yes, it's been several songs that have gotten people killed around Atlanta, for sure.
Do you know what rap songs are primarily, I'm not saying everyone, primarily about rap music?
What is rap music about?
Yeah. Did you ever bother?
It can be expression. It depends on, I guess who it is and what they're saying. Every rapper don't rap about violence and guns and gangs and killing.
Does any other rapper rap about violence and gangs?
It's a lot of rappers rap about guns and gangs and violence all the time.
And have you ever been to a concert, Jeffrey Williams?
No.
You ever been to a concert of any rap performer?
I was just at Usher the other night, but he's not a rapper.
Okay. Well, have you ever been at anyone you consider a rapper?
Yes. Maybe not recently, but I have been to rap concerts. I'm not really into rap as of late.
Do you ever notice the crowd, that they're all diverse?
Yes.
Do you know whether rap is the number one gross industry financially in the world?
I believe that.
Do you ever think about why is it popular?
Objection, relevance, sustained.
Do you know whether this type of violence and gangs and killing 12, is that popular?
It is, but it shouldn't be.
Let me ask you about just how it is, okay? I think that's the third one that you asked about.
Okay.
Oh, before we go to that, Bad Boy, who is the co-artist on that? The jurors saw a video. There were 2 people singing.
Yes. That's another rapper.
Who is that?
I don't know Bad Boy.
One more time. You don't have to look at anything.
I mean, I'm looking at the name of the person. I don't know him. I just know that he's a collaborator with Mr. Williams.
Do you know that person's performer's name?
No.
Do you know whether any of these lyrics were changed in any way after they were actually sung?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether that can occur?
I mean, anything's possible, but whenever they play it on the radio or play it on YouTube or you can kind of look at what the words are and the person is actually rapping it on a music video and you can see it visually, then the words are the words.
I'm saying after it's actually recorded, do you know whether sound engineers or record producers, do you know whether any of the lyrics sometimes get changed?
It's possibly, but like I'm saying, once it's released, the words are the words.
In 539 YA, it's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And in that one, you referenced, I done the jacking, now I'm full-time rapping. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether any other artist has that exact lyric before Jeffrey Williams used it in the song?
I don't know.
You also targeted, in my words, mentioned the word wax. You just said that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what wax means.
It was just my terminology of whenever music is made or the tracks. I kind of reference that with the tracks that were made or or they put it on wax. It could be like on a record or, I'm old, so could be a album or a cassette tape for all I know, but it's just a term that a lot of the artists use when they laying down the tracks or the music.
So this song that the jurors heard is entitled Just How It Is. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in that you targeted the second time, we known to kill the biggest, and I think you said
I think I said kitty, but I think it's cat.
That's fine. I think you said something like kittens of the kitties or something, but it's
The biggest kitty of the cats, I think I said, but I had it backwards. I think it's
that's fine.
We killed the biggest cat of all the kitties.
Okay. And you told the jurors that in your vantage point, you believe that that may have some reference to Jeffrey Williams, from Jeffrey Williams to the Donovan Thomas killing. That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of Jeffrey Williams being friends with Donovan Thomas in January 2015?
I am.
And when it says we known to kill the biggest, and I think you corrected, cats of all the kitties, the line before that, do you have the words in front of you?
I don't.
Would you need to see something?
Yes, please.
You're on me. May I approach? May I approach?
Yes.
I turned it this way just because I did what I did before I made an arrow, but this is the whole song.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Okay.
Find that.
I didn't mean to turn my back. If you were ready.
Okay. Okay, it said, you want me to read the line before we known to kill the biggest cats?
Yeah, if it refreshes your memory, if that's accurate, yes, if you don't mind.
We don't speak about the S word on wax. It's all mob business.
And then goes right into.
We known to kill the biggest cats of all kitties.
So that line above, the one about we don't speak on wax, from your definition of wax, does that mean we don't speak on record, we don't go on something that's permanent to talk about mob business? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But then this entire song is about criminality. Or most of it, I don't want to say all of it.
The song kind of, it talks about the beef that the interaction at Lennox, which happened. It tell you to ask the cops, the detectives, they know all the business. So, on one hand, saying that we're not going to talk about it, but we talk about it.
That's my point. So it's interesting in that song saying we're not going to talk about anything, but yet it's being talked about, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether any of this music, these lyrics, I know you don't know who wrote them, but you don't know if they're just art, do you? And not autobiographical.
It can be art. It can be looked at as art. I agree that it's art, but I think
that when actual crimes are committed and you brag about it in a song, or you reference it in a song, or you taunt your ops in a song, then it causes problems. Because like I said, I've seen where songs have gotten 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds killed here in Atlanta because of things that were said in a song.
Well, that's terrible. But where in any of these songs that you looked at does it mention the op means opposition? Fair to say?
Yes.
Where does it ever mention IF gang?
What?
IF gang.
It does not.
I mean, that's your, and you're entitled to it, but that's your opinion. That's your personal opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where does any of these songs mention Jeffrey's friend Donovan Thomas?
It don't.
Now, I want to go to Jeffrey's releases, album releases, and songs releases. If you're not familiar with them, I'm not going to ask you about them, but are you familiar with his songs, like the names and how they're spelled? And
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. With regards to, you know who Dwayne Carter is?
I do.
Phenomenal performer known as Lil Wayne.
Yes.
Are you familiar with his music?
Yes.
Are you familiar that on or about the 26th day of April 2015, he was here in Atlanta and in a tour bus, and that tour bus was fired upon?
Yes, that was a part of our operation planners.
Okay. Now, you knew Jeffery Williams was performing in or around Holly Grove, Louisiana during that same time, same date. Fair to say?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Now, were you aware through your investigation, through you or your teammates, your prosecution team, that earlier that year, 2015, 2014, Jeffery Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that in 2016 and 17 and 18, Jeffery Williams and the performer known as Lil Wayne did music together?
Objection, or assume effects not in evidence.
I'm asking.
Sustained.
I'm asking questions if she's aware. All right. Through your investigation, to you or anyone else, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, whether Jeffery Williams and Lil Wayne did music together 2016, 17, and or 18?
I didn't see that in the investigation.
All right. Do you know if anybody ever spoke with Lil Wayne during your investigation?
I think they might have spoke to his people, maybe around the tour bus incident, but
Okay.
I'm not sure who and how, because that was like a Cobb County incident. So I think somebody there did.
I'm excluding like a tour bus driver or something. I'm saying like the let's do this. Anybody, to your knowledge, ever speak with you? I assume it's not you because you would have told us, but you or other people on your team ever speak with Lil Wayne's musical assistants?
Not that I know of.
All right. Were you aware that Lil Wayne put out, since the tour bus shooting, more recently, an album with Jeffery or a song with Jeffery Williams?
Objection, assume effects not in evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether Lil Wayne has put out a song with Jeffery Williams since the tour bus shooting?
I don't.
Do you do any type of investigation, or do you have any training or experience into the promotion of music, specifically Jeffery Williams rap music?
No.
And by that, I mean like something on YouTube, come to this event,
That
or-
wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator.
I couldn't hear you. I apologize.
I said that wouldn't be relevant for my job as a gang investigator. I don't study music. I don't, you know, like I said, when we investigate crimes, we look at the crime. The music might come into play once we're looking at the crimes that happen. But as far as us just focusing on music or targeting music, that's not what we do.
Let me show you what I believe. Well, can I have state's exhibit number? Do you mind, Fred? Can you give me Howard Road? Let me show you with the court's, Honorable Court's permission, what's already been marked and entered into evidence, but I don't have the number, so
Okay.
Ms. Knight is helping with the number, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, is it okay if
Yes.
I play that once
Yes.
it is announced? While that's being pulled up, were you present for a February 28th, 2015 interview with Detective Dennis? There's others there. And Mr. Copeland, you know, Kenneth Copeland is Lil Woody.
Yes, I was there, but I think I was like in another room. We have a room where we have a monitor where we can watch the actual interview live. I wasn't actually in the room where they were interviewing him.
Okay, so you're watching via some sort of
Monitor.
connectivity, and you can hear what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. I may want to ask you about that, but make sure that we get this first.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I play 117E?
Yes.
As an errand. Tell me if you've seen this before. It's already in evidence, okay?
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, better yet. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too, nigga. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any type of work to determine whether that was choreographed and promoted by the record label or anybody with the record label? Do you
No.
know? All right. In that February 28, 2015, I call it interrogation, interview, whatever, conversation with Mr. Copeland or Lil Woody and one of your team members that you're watching on the other line or other room.
No.
Do you remember it coming up by Detective Dennis saying it's marketing? A lot of rap is entertainment, it's marketing. Do you remember all that?
Somewhat. It's been a while. But
Do you have any knowledge of how much money has gone into marketing the performer known as Young Thug? Do you know?
I'm sure a lot.
And that marketing backs up a certain type of image for the music. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever speak with any of the marketers to prepare for this case at
I
all?
did not.
Do you know who Future is? A performer, fabulous performer, Future.
Future, the rapper?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know whether that performer has any type of symbol, like an animal symbol? And if you don't, just
No, can't think of one.
okay. Do you know whether Lil Wayne has a symbol?
It's not coming to me right away.
Okay. Does a goat sound familiar? And if you don't know, just
That sounds familiar. It seems like I seen that on an album cover or something.
okay. And Future, an eagle. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And Drake, an owl.
Yes. I
And
remember the owl.
And have you seen Jeffery Williams collaborate with all those different individuals, those performers?
I have.
And have you seen their album covers or pictures with the snake and the goat, the owl and the snake, the eagle and the snake? Have you seen that?
I've seen a couple of, not all of them. I really haven't paid attention to them.
I want to go over with you. You were asked questions about the rodeo tour, or what known as the rodeo tour.
Yes.
And you were asked about whether crime slowed down in March of 2015, something to that effect. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you know what Jeffery Williams' schedule was in January 2015?
No.
Do you know how many days he was physically in Atlanta area?
No,
How about in February 2015?
I don't know.
Is that going to be the same answer for the rest of 2015?
I mean, looking at this exhibit, he was pretty busy.
Well, that exhibit ends on around April 2015. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you ever, through your investigation, know that Jeffery Williams was performing all over the world in 2015?
I did not really keep up with it, but we kept up with it, but we didn't keep up with it. So we kind of noticed like you said, the slowdown of the crime in March, which we saw that he was on tour and gone a lot. So
when was the uptick again in the crime?
it started back in April.
Okay. Do you know where Jeffery Williams, whether he was in Atlanta in April?
According to this tour thing, he was April 15th, April 1st, April 2nd, and April 3rd. He was on tour. So the rest of April, I can't say where he was.
Do you know whether he was in Atlanta?
I don't know.
And that's going to be the answer for the rest of the year, right?
Yes.
Where was Jeffery Williams physically living in 2014?
I have no idea.
How about 15?
15, I was a part of the search warrant team. Can I talk about that? The residents.
Yeah. Your Honor, I think we need to move past.
Just answer the question of whether you know where he was living.
Yes, some parts of 2015.
Okay. How many residents did he have in 2015?
I'm not sure. I just know of one.
How about 16? 2016?
No.
Same answer throughout until May of 2022?
Same answer.
All right. Do you know whether he was living for a considerable periods of time outside of Atlanta during all those years?
I don't know.
Okay. How many times in and around January 2015, God forbid the killings, January 10th, 2015, okay? How many times did Jeffery Williams initiate? I mean, he's the one to initiate the caller to Demise McMullen.
I don't know.
How about Kenneth Copeland?
I don't know.
Justin Cobb?
I don't know. I didn't look into that part of the investigation.
Okay. All right. Now, you were asked about whether Jeffrey Williams, you were shown a stack. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit numbers 220, and then it starts with A and it goes alphabetically throughout. You were asked about January 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, whether you found any schedules of concerts. You remember that question?
That was on the flyers.
Yes.
Did we see any flyers?
Yes.
Because it was a list of flyers for the whole year, I think.
Yes. Do you know that who got those flyers?
No,
Do you know who Detective Racy is by any chance?
I do.
Now, January 11th, 2015. Do you know where Jeffrey Williams physically was?
I don't.
Do you know whether he was filming a music video?
I don't.
Sustained.
Same question on the 12th. Do you know whether what he was doing?
On the 12th, where he was? I don't know.
Do you know what type of work he was doing on the 11th, 12th, 13th, et cetera?
I don't.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. App.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. My name's Jay Aft. I represent Mr. Kendrick.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
So I listened carefully to your testimony. When you were giving an answer about, or answers about a photograph depicting Mr. Kendrick standing on the hood of a vehicle, you said you wanted to focus on, quote, the crime at hand and who committed it, correct?
I didn't say it was a crime. I said it was disrespect.
Okay. So you don't believe that my client was committing a crime?
If he didn't damage the vehicle, no.
Uh-huh. All right, great. And you didn't, you perceived that that was an act of disrespect, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you question Mr. Kendrick or any of Mr. Kendrick's associates about him doing that?
I did not.
Did you question Mr. Rayshawn Bennett about that incident?
No, I didn't.
And to be clear for the jury, Rayshawn Bennett is the person who you believe owned that car, correct?
Correct.
He's also known as YFN Lucci, right?
Yes.
So you didn't question him about how he perceived it?
No. And
you didn't question any of Mr. Bennett's associates or friends about that incident?
I didn't, but Mr. Lucci spoke out on a pod with how he felt about that.
Okay. But you don't know for you're assuming that it was gang related, correct?
I'm not assuming. I know what was going on when that happened.
You didn't question anyone involved, but you knew.
I didn't have to question. I knew that it was a gang beef going between YFN, Lucci and his crew, and also YSL and their crew.
When is the last time before that photograph that Mr. Bennett and Mr. Kendrick spoke in person? Do you know?
I think they ran into each other at Lennox, but that was just according to social media, where they actually talked about them running into each other or talking.
Do you know whether or not they ran into each other that day at the mall?
I think I saw something on social media saying that they did.
Is it possible that they made a bet that day and this was just someone winning a bet?
I don't know what was said.
You don't know, right? Because you didn't ask anyone, correct?
No, but the
You're
guy
assuming.
stood on the guy.
Let her finish her answer, and y'all are kind of talking over each other. So try not to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right.
I don't know it, but I don't think they even made a bet because, like I said, it was a lot of animosity and tension between the two groups.
And you wouldn't know because you didn't bother to question any of them, right?
I didn't question them, no.
Yeah. So you don't know for certain whether it was gang related or a bet or what the reason was or the intent was behind Mr. Kendrick standing on that vehicle. That's fair to say. You don't know because you didn't question any of them.
I saw the reaction of Mr. Lucci when he was questioned about it.
Why not ask him? Why not go and ask him then?
I didn't have to ask him. I saw his reaction. He wasn't happy.
He didn't have to follow the evidence.
He wasn't happy.
It's possible he wasn't happy because he lost a bet and it had nothing to do with gang activity. Yeah, it is assuming facts. You don't know one way or another what the reason or intent was in my client's mind. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know what his intent was, but he got a reaction out of Lucci.
You believe in the First Amendment, right?
I do.
You believe in people's right to free speech?
I do.
You believe in musicians' ability to create lyrics for art, right?
I do.
But you stated in your testimony that you think rap music that depicts violence is popular, but it shouldn't be.
I agree. It shouldn't be glorified.
And
I stand by that.
You also said that there are songs which have killed children in Atlanta. Which songs?
I don't know specific songs, but I know that it's music. The reason for the beef, as far as the Atlantic Station situation, they were going back and forth on social media with songs and disrespecting each other. Next thing you know, is gunplay and children are dead.
You're the expert, detective. Which songs? Which songs regarding rap violence caused the death of children?
I don't know the name of the songs, but I know that those particular kids were involved in music, talking about each other in the music. Then it's violence spawned because of the music.
Do you think you should be an expert on rap lyrics?
Sustained.
I never said I was an expert on rap music. You said that.
You understand that lyrics and even lyrics about violence can be used as art to depict, to be marketed and for commercial purposes without being factual, right? You agree with that?
I have heard of that and seen that, but
and that can be done in
it's
movies.
it's not a good thing. That's all I said.
Not a good thing.
Right.
You ever seen the movie The Untouchables with Robert De Niro?
Probably not.
No?
No.
Goodfellas?
Seen Goodfellas.
Okay. So do you think Robert De Niro should be charged with crimes because he depicts murder and violence?
No.
What about Al
didn't do it.
Pacino?
If he was charged when he stepped off the movie set and he went and did the actual things that he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
But you said in earlier testimony that if it's depicting previous actual acts of violence, then that should be a crime.
Like I said, if Robert De Niro left the movie set and went out and shot somebody like he did in the movie, then yes, he should be charged.
That's not what you said earlier. You said
I'm saying argumentative, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you say earlier that someone who is rapping about a previous act of violence should be held responsible for that?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said that they put in the music or in the wording of the songs things that have happened, meaning whether it was a shooting, whether it was a drive-by, whether it was a smash and grab, whatever. I say that sometimes this can be a confession. Sometimes it can be taunting just to the other gang members or the ops or whatever.
So if it's taunting, then it should be criminalized. Is that your?
I didn't say that either.
Okay. So Bob Marley singing "I Shot the Sheriff" is okay too, right?
He shoot the sheriff in real life like that man did up in Kentucky, then yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Or if it's like the sheriff shot the judge.
You don't know much about Bob Marley's life, do you?
What do I got to do with anything?
But you understand that you've already testified that you have no concrete evidence that the lyrics that were played in this courtroom earlier are directly related to any actual criminal activity, right?
I didn't say it was connected to criminal activity. I never said that.
Well, okay. So they're just art. They're just free speech then. We can agree on that?
It's free speech, but like I said, when you talk about a crime that actually happened and your group is the suspect,
It's what? It's what?
It's obvious that you were involved maybe in that crime.
It's obvious that you were involved if you're singing about it?
Could have been.
Yes, sir.
Object to the characterization of it's obvious that you were involved, maybe. And I'm going to object to Mr.
Overruled. What else? Hang on. To Mr. App's misstatement. Is that what you said? Ask your question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. So what you're saying is if someone sings about an act of violence that previously occurred, then it's obvious that they were involved.
That is a misstatement. That wasn't.
Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. I'm saying that if crimes have been committed and then you go brag about it in a song, it's hard to defend that you didn't have anything to do with what you're pretty much confessing in a song.
Okay, and I guess that's my point. If Robert De Niro plays Al Capone and he's playing Al Capone in a movie, is it then obvious that he's the one who's in the mafia? I don't understand. Why is it that singing about a previous crime that occurred somehow ties you to that crime? What evidence do you, and let me rephrase, what evidence do you have that either Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Williams actually committed the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I didn't give you any, I didn't tell you that I had evidence of that. Did I tell you that?
You testified.
I testified that they killed Donovan Thomas.
You testified that it was obvious.
Got me
a moment
mixed
ago.
up. I didn't tell you that.
So it's not obvious that they're involved?
Objection, Your Honor, because I'm not sure where we're going to go, and so I want to.
Well, a minute ago.
Hang on and let me listen to her objection.
Can we approach her?
Yes. All right, Detective, we just want to make sure that with regard to Mr. App's questioning, he's going to confine his questions to things that have to do with his client, Mr. Kendrick. And you should likewise confine your answers to things that have to do with his client right now while he's the one questioning, okay? And not talk about any of the other co-defendants on trial here. And things like a search warrant that got the results of which were suppressed, don't even veer into territory like that. And I'm not going to go through all of the different possibilities, but just be mindful when you testify to be careful not to testify to anything that, as an experienced detective shouldn't be being talked about. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other kind of parameter anybody wants to mention?
Well, Your Honor, and I guess I'm speaking to the detective as well.
Okay.
Detective. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I am not asking this question, and he is specifically asking about Mr. Kendrick. I would not anticipate that the answer would include pronouns such as they or things of that nature. And I would ask that anything be strictly limited to Mr. Kendrick.
I understand.
All right. Anybody else?
I'll absolutely limit my questions relating only to Mr. Kendrick.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get the jury back. They may not be ready to come back, but.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Detective, you were saying that it, and I don't want to misquote you, but that if someone raps or sings about an act of violence that actually occurred, then it becomes obvious of what?
To me, it's bragging. Could be taunting or bragging.
And well, let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether Mr. Kendrick wrote any of those lyrics that were played in the courtroom earlier?
No, I'm not aware.
So you don't know if my client was even involved in writing those lyrics.
I never said he did.
And you're not aware of Mr. Kendrick in any way, shape, or form being tied to or involved in the murder of Donovan Thomas. Isn't that true?
I know he was arrested and charged or a suspect for it.
Were his fingerprints found anywhere?
I didn't work the homicide portion of that. You would have to refer to.
So you don't know. You don't know if his
I
fingerprints.
didn't get into the homicide investigation.
You don't know if his fingerprints were found on the Tahoe or any evidence in the case?
No.
You don't know if his DNA was found?
No.
You don't know if any ballistics were found that were tied to Mr. Kendrick, correct?
No.
In fact, you're not aware of any eyewitnesses who saw Mr. Kendrick commit that crime, correct?
I don't know of any.
And you went to great lengths to give an expert opinion about what the state refers to as exhibit, I believe, exhibit 535 YB, which is the song called Slime. And I apologize, I may be less genteel than Mr. Steele is, but it's a piece of evidence. The song's actual name is Slime Shit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated earlier, you don't know the date that song was released, right?
No, I only see the date that it was uploaded to YouTube, like I told Mr. Steele.
You don't know the date it was written?
I don't.
You don't know who wrote the lyrics?
I don't.
And so if that song, if I told you that track was released officially on September 16th of 2015, and that
Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question. If hypothetically, if those lyrics were released in 2014, before the murder of Donovan Thomas, then wouldn't it be fair to say that the Tahoe mentioned in the song had nothing to do with Mr. Thomas's murder, right?
That would be fair.
You're not suggesting that whoever wrote the lyrics was psychic and predicted the murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I did not say that.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Come on up.
Good afternoon, former agent.
No, I'm actually a retired investigator, but I was a former task force officer.
Retired investigator. Okay, retired investigator Underwood. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good.
All right, good. First of all, I just want to get one thing out of the way. And I know you were answering a question. You brought up some Atlantic Station incident that has nothing to do with this case.
Oh,
correct?
no, it has nothing to do with this case.
Okay.
It was just referencing gang violence.
Okay, cool. You, in preparation, you knew you were going to be testifying eventually, and you provided a CV.
I did.
To the state, correct?
I did. It's probably been a while though, because I might have updated it since I did my Daubert, maybe.
Okay. Yes, I understand. On Friday, when the state was asking about some of your background experiences, you were asked, have you received training on how gangs use music to promote violence? And you answered yes.
I have.
Okay. Could you tell me the name of that class and who taught it and when that occurred?
I have attended like the Georgia Gang Investigation Association training where, and I can't remember the name of the individual. I know Marissa Viverito has taught one at APD, but when I went to the GGIA one, I can't remember the name of the instructor, but I've had like at least 2 or 3 classes.
So Marissa Viverito is someone who worked for the DA's office in Fulton County, correct?
She used to.
And right, and she's also worked for the state of Georgia, correct?
Yes.
And you know her to be on the witness list for this case, correct? Okay, so she taught that class.
She taught one of them.
Okay.
I've been to more than one.
Well, who specifically talked about how gangs use music? What individual, what professor, or was it an artist that talked about that? Who was it?
It wasn't a professor, it was law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. And who was the law enforcement?
The one that I do remember recently was Marissa. She taught one at APD.
All right, Marissa Viverito, who used to work for the DA's office. Okay. So there was no one from the music industry, no artists or anything there. Okay.
No.
How gangs, you were asked if you had training in how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. Again, who were the musicians or anyone that spoke to you about that?
No musicians.
Okay.
The classes that I've taken have been all from law enforcement when it came to gangs. My other classes at Columbia Southern were professors, but they didn't talk about gangs.
Okay. And the how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs. What date was that? Who taught you about that?
I told you what class. I don't remember the instructor on one of them, but I do. Like I said, the most recent one at APD within the last 3 years. It might have been while she was still here. She taught that one. That's the one that stands out. But I did go to one down in South Fulton as well, but it was like a GGIA training.
You were asked how gangs use. You were asked about your training or education and how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness. Who taught that class? Is that the same answer?
It would be the same. Yes.
Okay, so no one from the music industry, and it seems like
every class was law enforcement.
And the one that you're speaking of is Investigator Viverito, who's on the state's witness list for this case.
That's one of them.
Okay. And the same answer would be for your experience when the state asked you how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs. Would those be your same answers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you were asked by the state here, among other things, to talk about lyrics in this case, and you've been speaking about specific lyrics.
Yes.
Okay, in that Bad Boy video, you didn't recognize the other artist?
No,
You
I
ever
don't
hear-
know who that is.
You ever hear Juice WRLD?
I've heard of it, but I don't. That's not anybody that came on the radar because he haven't probably committed a crime here in Atlanta.
Okay. So as I understand it, in preparation of this testimony, and correct me if I get the timing wrong, sometime last week, the state gave you some music videos to review or some songs to review.
Yes,
Okay. How many?
the 3.
Okay. It was just those 3.
Just these 3.
Okay. And they were all songs by Jeffery Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Did they not ask you to review a song called Homicide, written and performed by Lil Woody featuring Fagiano?
Never heard of it. No,
Have you ever watched that video?
I haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of this song?
No.
You aware that in that music video, in that song, Woody talks about putting money on someone else's head?
Not aware.
Are you aware that the person he talks about putting money on their head is a heavy-set African-American male?
Not aware of that.
Are you aware that the person he conspires with in that video to kill the heavy-set African-American male is Trevante Turner?
And I'm saying objection vague as to, are you talking about what happened in the video?
Yes.
This video, and so
I haven't seen the video.
Okay, so you're not aware that Trevante Turner played the role of the hitman in Woody's video where
I haven't seen that
he
video.
depicts killing a heavyset African-American male. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, are there any other defense counsel questions? No. All right, is there redirect? Go ahead.
Mr. Steele asked you when he was questioning you if any of these lyrics mention Donovan Thomas Jr.'s name inside of those songs. You recall
I
that line of
recall that
questioning?
question.
When you're listening to songs that may become a part of your investigation, do the ops usually say specifically the person's name, or is it more of a hidden message? What has been your experience when you're listening to the music that comes a part of your investigation?
My experience is not directly, saying the person's name is like sending a message, but like if that particular person or that person's group or person's gang know that I committed a crime or know that we have beef, then a lot of times they know it's obvious who they're sending the message to.
And when we say it's obvious, is it obvious to the opposition gang who the message is being targeted? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mr. Shard asked you about whether or not anyone from the music industry came and taught your class. Do you remember him asking you a series of questions about that?
Yes.
The classes that you took, were they focused on music or focused on gangs?
Focused on gangs.
And have you ever had anyone from the music industry come and talk to you about gangs?
No.
Court's indulgence.
All right, any recross by anybody? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Sharon Latner to the stand.
All right. Welcome back, Ms. Latners. You're still under oath.
Sit down.
Sure. Yeah, you can go ahead and sit down. You're still under oath from your prior testimony.
Good afternoon.
Before coming to the witness stand, did you have an opportunity to review a CAD report and some 911 calls?
Yes.
Ms. Latners, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 1 November, 1 November Delta, and a disc marked that contains, I should say, 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo. And Ms. Latners, just look up at me if you've had opportunity to review that. Ms. Latners, Are those the items that you reviewed before coming to testify this afternoon?
Yes.
And what are they?
Copy of the CAD report for February 23rd, 2019, and the 911 calls.
And is there any markings on that 911 disc that you marked on?
Yes, I placed my initials on it.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD reports and associated 911 calls for that incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 November, 1 November Delta, and the disc that has 1 November Alpha, Bravo, and Echo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Latners, I'm going to first publish 1 November. Ms. Latners, what is the date for this CAD report?
February 23rd, 2019.
And what did this call come in as?
Image shots fired.
What was the call type and description when the call was complete?
Person shot.
What was the location for this person shot call on February 23rd, 2019?
50 Mount Zion Road, Southwest, Brandywine Townhouses, Atlanta.
In what zone is that, Ms. Latners?
Zone 3.
Now, what time was this CAD report a officer generated or 911 call?
911 calls.
What time was that call received by APD dispatch?
Call went up to dispatch at 04:37 a.m. hours.
Were officers dispatched at 04:37?
Yes.
Was the call received at 04:36:40?
The call came into 911 at 04:35. 911 sent it over to Zone 3, dispatched at 04:36.
And Ms. Latners, what time were those officers that were dispatched arrive on scene?
It shows 04:42 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, I wanted to draw your attention on, you see on page 2 of this CAD report,
Yes.
at the bottom, you have unit ID 1394, and it has a code of a LC. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
The bottom of page 2,
Yes, ma'am.
1394 is the sergeant for that zone.
And what does that LC indicate?
Location change.
And can you explain to the jury what that time and what that time is and what it reads afterwards?
Unit 1394 advised at 6:10 a.m. hours, he arrived at Grady Hospital.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 3, do you see the CAD narrative?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that first entry is at 4:35:54 a.m.?
The person advised the 911 call take a shots fired in that area at 50 Mount Zion Road.
And Ms. Latners, if you look 2 lines down at 4:36:40 a.m., what is the remarks indicate following that?
Call advised he heard 10 shots in the area.
Does it say 10 plus shots, Ms. Latners?
Plus shots in the area.
And if you look further down at 4:38 a.m., what does that CAD narrative remark indicate?
Well, it shows a call came from a T-Mobile. Then it says address at 2835 Old Hateville Road, Southwest, and they gave a phone number out, the person who called. It's a duplicate call.
And what is that last line at 4:38 a.m.?
It looked like second rounds of I heard from the hills of the apartments, did not see anything.
And Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 4, do you see at 4:39 a.m. it starts with male caller?
Yes.
What does that remark section in this CAD narrative indicate for the jury?
Another caller called in, advised male caller David requests to speak with officer at apartment Y Yankee 5. He gave out his phone number.
And beneath that, where it starts at 4:47 a.m., what does that indicate? Starts with unit.
Advised a unit told his dispatcher, advised male inside a blue Charger in passenger side, possible 50 was shot to the head.
So that's possible signal 50 to the head.
Yes.
And is there a related CAD indicated beneath that at 4:48:56 a.m.?
He advised this incident is related to CAD number 190540456.
And Ms. Latners, if you look a couple lines beneath that at 4:54 a.m., that starts with ELU. Do you see that, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
What does that indicate for the jury?
The officer advised the dispatcher blue Dodge Charge, gave out the tag number, temporary tag number 245-40289, which is a paper tag.
And Ms. Latners, what is immediately beneath that 1 minute later at 4:55 a.m.?
He advised his dispatcher possible vehicle, possible code 19, which is a stolen vehicle out of Cobb County.
And Ms. Latners, at 5:07 a.m., do you see the CAD remark that starts with unit ADV?
Unit advised shell cases near building X-ray.
And Ms. Latners, what at the very bottom, or a couple lines from the bottom at 6:10 a.m., it has unit advise. Do you see that?
Yes, unit advised the victim is 48, which means a person is dead at 06:09 a.m. hours.
Now, Ms. Latners, is some of the 911 recordings that are on that disc pertain to this CAD report ending in 454 from February 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to publish one November alpha.
All right.
Are you ready?
Atlanta 911 operator 7198. What is the address of the emergency?
I live in an apartment called, they used to call it the Wood, but they call it the Crystals now. And the address is at 50 Mount Sinai Road, Southwest. Someone out here shooting, about 10 shots.
Okay, do you want to speak with an officer?
Yes, ma'am.
You do?
No, ma'am. Can you have someone just come out here?
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Latners, Your Honor, the state is going to publish one November Bravo at this time.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911 operator 7357. What's the address to emergency? This is Atlanta. This is 911. What is the address to your emergency?
The address is 50 Mount Sinai Road, Southwest. Apartment Y5.
I can't. Apartment 15.
Y5.
Y5. Do you need fire, police, or ambulance?
Police.
What is your name?
David Goodman.
David, what's your phone number?
Your Honor, I'm just briefly muting the phone number.
That's fine.
Is there a gate code, sir?
No gate code.
No gate code. Okay. All right. Let's see. And what's the name of the apartment, sir?
Crystal Apartments.
You said Crystal Apartments?
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on out there, sir?
I just heard a bunch of shooting. I'm not sure if it was aimed at my apartment, but it sounded like it was aimed over at our apartment.
Okay.
I just want to make sure.
Did you call already, sir? Because it's showing that we did get calls in reference to this.
No, this is my first time calling.
Okay, yes, sir. We did get a call about, do you want to speak to the police when they come out?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me confirm, you said you are in Y5, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get help out to you, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Knight. And Your Honor, the state's going to publish 1 November Delta.
All right.
Ms. Latner's is 1 November Delta the CAD report that was related to the first CAD report we discussed with the jury?
Yes.
And what are the last three on this incident number for this CAD?
0456.
Did this come before or after the first CAD report we discussed?
After.
What is the location for this CAD?
Is advised Oak Drive and Pendleton Circus Southwest.
And what was the call type and description?
Shot fired.
Is it the same zone?
Yes.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time did this 911 call come in?
0436 a.m. hours.
And what time did officers arrive?
0457 a.m. hours.
Ms. Latner's turning to page 2. Do you see the CAD narrative remarks?
He advised multiple shots fired in the area, no further.
And then is that last line at 4:48:56 a.m. reference the first CAD we discussed?
Yes.
And Ms. Latner's at the very top or near the top on the front page. What is the disposition for this CAD report?
Code 12.
Is that an investigation?
Yes, it is.
Was there also a 911 call that corresponded with this CAD report, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state is going to publish 1 November echo at this time.
All right.
Atlanta 911, I'm 37087. What is the address? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can barely hear you, ma'am. It sounds like you're whispering.
Yeah, because it just woke me up. There's a shooting going on in my neighborhood, and it sounds like it's coming from Oak Drive.
Oak Drive and what other cross street?
Pennington, Old Hateville.
All right, how many shots did you hear?
Oh, it was a round, and then it sounded like it was another gun that was weaker than the first round. That about 5-7 shots, and then there was a second gun that was going off, and that was about 3 or 4.
Okay, did you hear anything else besides the shots being fired? Any vehicles speeding away?
No,
Anyone yelling?
No, just the shots.
Okay, we'll get someone out there to check the area.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye bye.
Stop at 1 minute and 21 seconds. No further questions from the state, Ms. Lattner. Thank you.
Any defense questioning?
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners. I'm Attorney D. Williams. I'm going to be very brief. I know you want to go.
Yes.
So looking at the CAD report, do officers have access to the contact information of 911 callers?
Say that again.
Looking at the CAD reports, do officers have access to the contact of the 911 callers?
Most of the time, officer want to talk to the caller, he would ask his dispatch to call the caller back.
And do all the 911 calls go over the radio or just to dispatch?
The 911 calls goes to dispatch. Dispatch the officer out.
Okay,
Two different sections.
two different ones? Okay, thank you. And then upon the request from the DA's office, your office turned over all the records regarding this incident?
Yes.
In all calls that require an officer on scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
Say that again.
All calls that require, I guess, are dispatched to a scene, are they entered into a CAD report?
The 911 call creates the CAD report for calls to come through 911. If an officer pulled out on a call, their dispatcher will create a CAD report for them.
Thank you, Ms. Latners.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Oh, help me.
All right, let's not comment on the various attorneys.
Hello.
How long do 911 calls preserve?
Well, since Atlanta take over 1 million calls a year, our system can only hold so much. So the system purge out the 911 calls itself. We don't purge it out. The system does that.
How long does it, when you say purge, you're saying call on January 1, 2015, let's say, excuse me, January 11th, 12:04 a.m. January 11, 2015, 12:04 a.m. How long will that call last?
We should hold the call. 911 should hold the audio for at least 3 to 4 years.
3 or 4 years.
Years.
So in my January 11th, 12:04 a.m.
What year?
2015,
We will not have.
we're going up to approximately 2019,
We'll have 2019.
and then it's gone.
2015, we don't even have that system anymore.
Thank you. Your Honor, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect?
Your Honor, one question. Ms. Latners, would CAD reports and 911 audios, are they subject to FOIA request,
Are they subject to what?
to Freedom of Information Act request?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All righty, any recross?
Do you know whether Mr. Jeffery Williams was arrested on May 9th, 2022 in this case?
I can't answer that.
Do you know whether May 9th, 2022 is after January 11th, 2019?
I can't answer that.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you are excused.
I can leave.
You can leave. No idea whether they'll have you back again or not, but call your next witness. Yeah.
Your Honor, the next witness has got the first initial of M and the last name initial of S.
All right, thank you. Last name, right? Last name?
Yes.
We ready? Yes. Thank you. I can't see what's on that screen, so. Thanks. We're ready. Thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat. I want you to state your first initial and your last name, and spell your last name. Okay? Into that mic.
My first initial start with an M. My last name SMITH.
Say, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how old you are?
I'm 23.
And can you tell the jurors, did you grow up in the Atlanta area?
Yes.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Forest Hill and Maynard.
Okay. And back in February of 2019, can you tell the jurors where you were working?
McDonald's on Moreland.
Okay. And what were your hours or the shift that you typically worked?
3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And I want to ask you a few questions about people you may know or may have known back in February of 2019. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell the jurors, do you know someone by the name of Miss Tahira Hartfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you know her?
I grew up with her. I went to school with her. She was a friend back then.
Okay. And are you guys the same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said you grew up with her. You went to school with her. How many years would you say that you knew her?
From like the 5th grade to probably up to that time.
Okay. So 5th grade up until at least February of 2019?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, did you call her by her first name or did she have a nickname?
I mean, she had a nickname, but I call her by both.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors the times that you called her by her nickname, what was it?
Brazy.
Okay.
But I rarely called her that because I don't know her by that.
Okay. Did other people, when you guys were hanging out with your other friends, call her by that nickname?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you have an Instagram back in 2019?
Yes, I did.
And did Miss Hartsfield, did she have one?
Yes.
Okay. And were you friends with her on Instagram? Were you familiar with her Instagram account?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you. I'm sorry about that. I want you to look at State's Exhibit 21 and 22N. Okay?
Yes.
And by looking at those, can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in State's Exhibits 21NN and 22NN?
Yes.
Okay, and let's talk about first 21NN. What is State's Exhibit 21NN a picture of?
Tahira Hartfield.
Okay, and is that her Instagram account that she had back in February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And in 22NN, Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize that one?
Yes.
And how do you recognize the picture in 22NN?
This me.
It's you?
Yes.
And is it your Instagram account back in February of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And does both 21NN and 22NN represent the Instagram account for your friend, Ms. Hartsfield, as well as yourself back in February of 2019?
Yes.
At this time out of the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 21NN and 22NN.
M or N?
N, I'm sorry.
All right, Nancy. Those are admitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, back in February of 2019, did you know anyone by the nickname Little Rod?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors, how did you know Little Rod?
I met him through Tahiru.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you know Little Rod's real name?
No.
Okay. Did you always call him Little Rod?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you know somebody by the nickname of Bally?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, how did you know the male whose nickname was Bally?
I was introduced by Tahira through both of them. I met them through her.
Okay. And do you remember, if we're talking about in relation to the shooting in February of 2019, how long, I guess, had you known the males with the nickname Bally and Little Rod?
I had just met them within that same month.
Within that same month?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, the male that you knew as the nickname Bally, did you know his real name?
Mine. But I'm like learned it from the stuff
Okay.
that's going on now. Yeah.
Okay. So did you know his last name back in 2019?
No.
Okay. So you just knew him by his nickname as Bally.
Yeah. I met them through her, so I didn't know them personally.
Okay. And you said you met him in the same month. Can you tell the jurors within that month how many times had you hung out with Bally and Lil Rod?
I mean, that first day I seen them, from that day, like the second day, we was going over there to Blaylock them house every night. Like, it was never a dull moment. Like, we was having fun. So when that situation occurred, it was just like came out of nowhere.
Okay. And you said you would go to whose house and hang out and have fun
Blaylock.
and chill?
Blaylock.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how many times do you think that you went to Blaylock's or
I'm not
Bally's
sure.
house?
I'm not sure.
Okay. More than once?
Yeah, it was more than one.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to go to the person you knew by the name of Lil Rod?
I mean, we all just used to be right there at Blaylock house.
Okay. And do you remember, I know it's been some time, where or what general area that Blaylock's house was?
I just knew it was on Cleveland. I'm not familiar with over there because I don't hang over there. I just went to school over there. I was introduced to over there by them. I don't hang over there. I don't know nothing about Cleveland for real.
Okay. And you said off of Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the times that you spent with Lil Rod and Bally, can you tell the jurors in your interactions with them, did they tell you they were in a gang?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember the detectives after this incident asking you if you knew if Lil Rod and Bally were in a gang?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives that both Lil Rod and Bally were members of the YSL gang?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about some other people that you may have known back in 2019. Did you know a male named BJ?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know his real name?
Bernard.
Okay. And how did you meet Bernard, or the person whose nickname was BJ?
I was long time friends with him. Like, he used to come over my house and stuff. We grew up in the same neighborhood.
Okay. Was he friends with Miss Brazy?
I mean, I really don't know. I could just only speak for me, but we all was around each other one time. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess a better question is, did you and Ms. Brazy and Mr. BJ, did you guys all hang out fairly often?
She didn't used to be with us, but when I used to hang with him, like I used to see him in apartments and stuff like that. It was like a hey and bye situation.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors back on February 23rd of 2019, did you work that day on the night of the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you work your regular shift or the hours that you talked about today, 3 to 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors after your shift at McDonald's was over, what did you do next?
I went home, took a shower, and I was there. Like really the whole house was asleep. My mom, she was up and out. Like my sister, them, she was downstairs asleep. Everybody kept really telling me not to go out the door and go out the house with her that night. But me, I just wanted to be hard headed, go with my friend, have fun. I went with my friend, and that's what went down.
Okay. And when you say go out of the house with her, who are you referring to?
I was with her, and we got in the car with Lil Rod.
So who's her?
Brazy, Tyra.
And so when you got home from work, was Brazy already at your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why was she at your house?
Because she was homeless, and she was already like asking me could she stay there and stuff. But my mama had already been telling me like she had to go prior to that because I guess she was doing stuff or giving them little signs when I was at work about what was going to go on and stuff like that. So my mom told me she had to go, but she was staying with me.
Okay. And you said you guys were leaving the house. Who picked you up?
Lil Rod.
And can you tell the jurors if you got off from work around 11, you went home, what time would you say you left your house that you live with your mom and Miss Brazy?
I can't really remember what time we left.
Okay. Do you think you, after you got home from work, that you were home for an hour or 2 hours or longer?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you remember what kind of car Lil Rob picked you up in?
Yes, it was a van.
It was a van?
Yes.
Remember what color?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I should have asked you this earlier, so I apologize. The people you're referring to as Little Rod and Bally, were they, do you know if they were around your same age?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you go to school with either one of them?
I'm not sure. I was introduced to them by her. Like, I didn't know them like that.
Okay. When you say her, who are you referring to?
Tahira.
Okay. Now, after Lil Rob picked you guys up, can you tell the jurors, where did you go next?
I can't really remember.
Okay. What was the plans that night after you were leaving your mom's house?
I know, okay, we pulled up to Bally House. We got out the car. We went in the house and stuff like that. We in the house. I was talking to Blaylock then. Boom. After that, went downstairs, played the game. I dozed off. In the midst of me dozed off, I hear Tahira on the phone saying, pull up, we finna do one. Do one mean fuck.
Okay. Well, let's not tell me what anybody said. So you talk faster than any of us in the courtroom, okay? So let's just back up just a second. So you keep saying Blaylock and Bally. Is that the same person?
No.
Okay. So
yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. So the person you know is Bally is his real name or the name he was given at birth. His last name Blaylock. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now you said that y'all went from your house when Little Rob picked you up. You went to Bally's house. Is that what you said? Yes.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember, I guess, where the general area where Mr. Bally's house was?
I just knew it was some apartments. I don't remember, but I kind of do. Like, if I go there, I remember, but I don't really remember.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors, do you know or do you remember, you talked earlier about where you knew that Little Rod's house where he lived was off Cleveland. Do you know if the apartments you just described where Bally lived was close to the Cleveland house that you described where Lil Rod lives?
Yeah, they stay across the street from each other.
Okay. Now, when you got to Bally's house, was it still just you, Miss Brazy, Lil Rod, and Bally? Was anybody else there?
I'm not sure. I just know it was us four though.
Okay. And you said once you got there, you dozed off?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yeah, I went to sleep, and after that, I heard like
Well,
I hear her.
don't tell me what anyone said. You
I heard her in the background. Boom. After that, I heard what she said. I got up. In the midst of me getting up, Blaylock attacked me. I went out the door. I see a Dodge Blue Charger pulling up. Next thing you know, I went to the car because BJ rolled down his window and he
Okay.
was like, Mariah, where they at? He was asking me where somebody was. Boom. After that, me and he was talking about going to do like get some weed or whatever. Boom. After that,
hold on 1 second. Miss Smith. So
yes.
you said there was a conversation. Was Miss Brazy, was she talking to somebody in the room or was she talking on the phone?
She was never outside with me.
No.
When I went out the door.
When you
Oh, she was over the phone. Yes, she was over the phone.
conversation that woke you up was with Miss Brazy on the phone with was it a male or a female?
I'm not really sure. I don't know.
And you said then you went outside and there was a blue Charger.
Mhm.
Gotta say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you know anyone did you know a blue Charger was going to pull up?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when you got outside and the blue Charger was there, did you recognize anyone inside the Charger?
Only BJ.
Okay. And was it just BJ in the car, or were there other people in the car?
It was two other people in the car, but I didn't know them.
Okay.
Never seen them.
Okay. Was this the first time you met him?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And do you ever get into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you got into the car, did you get introduced to, you said there was two other people in the car?
Mhm.
Yes.
I mean, I can't really remember. I don't know. I just know we was all in the car
Okay.
and we drove to the other side.
Was BJ driving? Was he in the passenger seat?
BJ was driving.
Okay. And do you know who was in the front seat when you got in?
And Jamari.
Okay. And who was seated in the back seat with you?
Brazy was by the door. I was in the middle, and the little boy Red was on the other side.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So you said that you went outside and you met BJ and the people you met that night as Jamari and Red.
Mhm.
Can you tell the jurors, when does Brazy enter into the picture? When does she come outside?
She came outside when I got in the car.
Okay. And did she also get into the car?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Where in the car did she sit?
She sat by the door. I was in the middle.
Okay. So was she in the back with you?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell the jurors when everyone's in the car, where are you guys going next?
I guess we was going to get weed.
Okay.
After that, we pulled over there, whatever she led them to, some apartments I never been in. I'm sitting in the car for a little minute. Next thing you know, she get out the car. She leaves. She come back and get me as soon as I got the car.
Hold on, before we get there. So how far did you go from where BJ in the blue Charger picked you up and took you to buy some weed? How far was that trip?
I mean, it was across the street, literally across the street.
And I think I heard you say that Ms. Brazy directed BJ where to go?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And when you guys got there, do you remember inside the car, did you or anybody else give anyone any money to purchase marijuana?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. And so once you get there, can you tell the jurors, do you all go inside to an apartment or?
No, she get out the car first. Then next thing you know, she come back and get me out the car, and the car just got shot up all of a sudden. But when we get out the car and we started running, I seen Blaylock and Leroy running towards the car, like literally shooting the car. I saw them.
Okay. And had you ever been, you said this was an apartment complex. Had you ever been there before?
Never.
Okay. And I want to show you what's the marked. That's State's Exhibit 10, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy, through 19, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. All right, let's start with states exhibits 10, 11, and 12 and N, okay? Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize them?
Because this were right here on this thing, I can't really.
Well,
know.
don't show us.
Okay.
Do you,
You can
Have you-
show it to Mr. Abbasi who's questioning you, just don't show it to the jury.
Yes, ma'am. I remember this right here because this where we was parked at. This the breezeway I ran down to go in the back with Tahira. We was in the bushes, hiding right here until Loride came to get us. She led us through a cut. We got in the car with him. They took me back to Blaylock House.
let me ask you this question. In states exhibits 10 and through 13 and do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the apartment complex that you've described where you guys stopped to buy marijuana?
Yes.
Okay, and at this time around the state would tender what's been marked as states exhibits 10 through 13 and
Those are admitted.
Okay, now I want to show you states exhibits 13, 14, and 15 and can you tell me, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize the photographs in states exhibits?
This the car that we was in that pulled up.
Okay, and is that vehicle or that's depicted in states exhibits 14 through 16 and fairly and accurately depict the blue Charger that picked you up that night?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as states exhibits 14 and through 16 and
Those are admitted.
Okay, so you said you did recognize and the vehicle depicted in states exhibits 13, 14, and 15 and fairly and accurately depict the Charger that picked you up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this time around, the state would tender what's been marked as states exhibits 13 through 15 and
14 through 16 or 13 through 15?
I misspoke. It is,
All right, those
it's-
are admitted. 14 through 16, right?
it's 13 through 15. I apologize.
Okay, so what was, I thought it was 10 through 13 the first time around. Was it only 10 through 12?
I apologize. I
That's
got
okay.
confused this late now. It's so 10 through 12 and
Okay.
N are the maps.
All right.
And then the cars 13.
Okay, those are all admitted.
Okay, so I want to put up on the screen in front of you here in a second, states exhibit 10 and N, okay?
Okay.
And it's going to pop up right in the computer right in front of you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
being put up. Ms. Smith, could you tell me, so you said you guys parked, the car parked?
Mhm.
Yes? Gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
And how long was Ms. Brazy, how long was she gone from the car when she left to go to the apartment?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, was it a few minutes? Was it an hour?
Probably like a couple of minutes.
Okay, and you said she came back?
Mhm.
And can you tell the jurors, when she came back, why did she come back?
When she came back, she got me out the car. As soon as I got the car got shot up.
Okay, and why they are pulling that up on the screen, I want to show you State Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. All right, so while that's getting put up there, can you tell me, do you recognize the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19? And can you tell the jurors, how do you recognize those photographs?
Cause that's the breezeway we ran down.
Okay, do those exhibits, the photographs in State Exhibit 17 and through 19 and fairly and accurately depict, I guess, the apartment complex and the, bless you, the breezeway that you said that you guys ran after the shooting started?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender what's been marked as 17 and through 19 and.
It's admitted.
All right. Okay. So can you show the jurors, do you see the red line that's in the middle of State's Exhibit 10NN?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you see where it starts near the parking spaces?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is that where the car parked, the Charger that you guys were in when you arrived?
I'm not sure what spot, but it was somewhere right there.
Okay, was it in that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about, I guess, after the shooting started, you saw Lil Rod and Bally, I guess, come running at the car, shooting at the car, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Can you kind of show the jurors the area which you saw them come running towards the vehicle with guns?
I mean, I really don't remember when I ran through the breezeway. I just knew I seen them.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember.
And in 18 and can you tell the jurors, is this the breezeway that you're talking about? As soon as it comes up. Do you see the breezeway?
Yes.
And is it the area in the middle of State's Exhibit 18 and where there's an opening with stairs?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said you ran through that breezeway, and where did you go?
In some bushes with Tahir.
Okay, and the bushes, in relation to, I guess, the building that we're looking at, where you ran through the breezeway, where is this, I guess, the area with the bushes in the field?
I mean, the bushes was right there, literally, in the back. Like, as soon as we ran through the breezeway, the bushes was right there. It was a field in the bushes.
And State Exhibit 10 and which will be in front of you in 2 seconds. Can you kind of show the jurors, orient them kind of where you ran through the breezeway and past the buildings?
I mean, I'm assuming these the bushes right here.
Well, I don't want you to assume. So can you kind of circle the area or point to the area on the photograph?
You can't see it on the screen?
Oh, I forgot your screen isn't interactive. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna walk over here, okay? And I want you to tell me where to stop. So if this is the breezeway and you ran through it,
The bushes right there.
These bushes? So the bushes at the top left-hand corner of State Exhibit 10NN?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to those the bushes or the area where the bushes were by yourself?
No, I was with Tahir. I ran in the bushes with her.
And you said you ran towards those bushes because you heard and saw Lil Rod and Bally shooting at the Charger.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors how many shots did you hear?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did you hear one shot, two shot?
Multiple.
Okay, more than 10?
I'm not sure. I just know I heard shots.
Okay. And how long did you guys kind of, I guess, wait or stay in the bushes?
Not for long. Like after it happened, she led me through a cut with her, and we got in the car.
Okay. And prior to kind of going, I guess, through the cut into the car you just talked about, can you tell the jurors, as the shots are being fired at the Charger, who's inside of it?
BJ, Jamari, and Red.
Okay. And as the shots are kind of ringing out and being fired towards the car, can you tell the jurors, do you see the Charger that BJ, Jamari, and the person you knew as Red were in? Does it stay there or does it move?
It stopped. The car stopped, and only 2 people got out.
Okay. And when you say it stopped, how far did it get from the area you described where you guys had parked?
I'm not really sure. I just know I seen the car after.
Okay.
When we was in the bushes and stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you saw the car after when you guys were in the bushes, do you see anybody get out of the car?
Only 2 people.
Okay. And do you, at the time the 2 people get out of the car, do you know who it is?
BJ and Red.
Okay. And
I didn't know at that time, but now I know.
Okay. So at that time, you only knew 2 people got out of the car.
I never knew who they was though.
Okay. And you said you guys were in the bushes for a little while, and then you said your friend Miss Brazy, she led you through a cut. Yes.
Yes.
And how far, I guess, from the bushes, or how long does it take you to get from the bushes and through the cut to the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it a long walk?
I mean, I really can't remember like that. It's been so long.
Okay. And once you said, how did the car know, I guess, to where to pick you up?
I don't know. I was following her.
Okay. And who was driving the car?
Lil Rod.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was it the same car that Little Rod had picked you up in earlier that night from your house?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got in the car, who was in it?
Just Lil Rod, me, and Tahir. That's it.
Okay. And where did you, Lil Rod, Miss Brazy, and you, where did y'all go next?
They took me back to Blaylock house.
Okay.
And we was there. They left, locked me in the basement, and went back to the scene.
Okay. And you said they locked you in a basement. Why did they lock you in the basement?
I don't know.
Okay. How long were they gone?
I mean, I'll say like 30 minutes at the most, because the mom came in, she was screaming and stuff. It's like she knew what was going on, and she locked me back inside the basement. After that.
Whose mom?
Blaylock.
Okay. And did you tell her what happened?
No.
Why not?
I mean, she was in a rage. She was looking for her son.
Okay. And did the time that you, I guess, are locked in the basement, did you have a phone?
Yes, I found like a little phone in there. I called my mom. I called her 2 times, but she never told me that no police is at her house right then. After that, I called my grandma. My grandma told me to call my mama back. I called my mama. My mama yelling and screaming, homicide at her door at this point. I tell my mom where I'm at. At this point, I'm scared. I really don't know what to do. I didn't tell them that I talked to my mom when they came back. They just kept telling me that we was going to the basketball court. They come back. I played like I ain't talked to nobody or nothing. We all get ready to go out the house. The police pull up. Everybody take out running except me.
Now, you said you found a phone in the basement to use. Did you have a phone that night? Your own phone?
No, I didn't have no phone. No.
Where was it?
I mean, I didn't have my particular phone on me. I don't even think I had a phone
Okay.
at that moment.
And when you got back to Bally's house, and before they leave you in the basement, is Bally and Little Rod, is there any conversation about what just happened?
Yeah, like they was getting calls from people. People was telling them about.
Speculation, hearsay.
And let me I'll ask a more direct question, okay? So, and I should ask you this first. So, when you guys get to Bally's house, is he already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you three go back, I guess you, Miss Brazy, and Lil Rod, you all go down to the basement. Is that where Bally is? Yes? Okay, so I just want to ask you these direct questions. So what do you hear Little Rod and Bally discussing about what happened with the shooting?
I mean, I really don't know what to say because they keep saying objection every time I say something. So I really don't know.
All right, I get it.
You don't worry about what they say. Just stop, and then if he asks you another question, unless you hear objection again, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
But just tell me what Bally and Little Rod said. Don't tell me what anybody else said, okay?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I
Okay.
really don't know.
Do they say? Well, let me ask you this: are they talking about the shooting of the Charger?
Yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I mean, I just hear Blaylock saying, "Oh man, I ain't know that was him." This and the third.
Okay, and does Little Rod say anything?
I'm not sure.
Okay, and as they continue to talk, would you say they're kind of bragging about the shooting?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And then how long, I guess you guys, let me back up. You said you're going, when they get back, you said you go to a basketball court?
We didn't never make it there
Okay. And why didn't you ever make it there?
because the police came.
Okay. And you said when the police came, everybody else ran?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go with the police
Yes.
anywhere from, I guess, the area where the basketball court is?
Yes, I went with them.
All right. And where do you go?
Down to homicide investigation.
Okay. And do you speak with a Detective Hogan and a Detective Casey?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, I guess, are talking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, does your sister, I guess, come down to APD
Yes.
headquarters?
Yes, she did.
And when you first begin to talk with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey, is it just you and the two of them in the room?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. And tell me this, when you initially start, I guess, answering the questions that the detectives have for you, can you tell the jury, are you honest? Do you tell them the truth about what happened that night?
I mean, at first I was kind of shook up. I kind of lied a couple of times, but when my sister came in there, I felt more comfortable and told the truth.
Okay. And do you, I guess, kind of tell them a series of stories and lies about what you knew happened with the shooting of Jamari?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And why do you tell them several different stories or different lies as they're questioning you?
Because I was scared.
Response.
Self-serving what?
Overruled. You can answer. You can answer.
Could you ask me again?
So why don't you tell them the truth as they continue to ask you questions?
Because I was scared. I was feared. I never been in nothing like that. I don't even get in trouble. I don't even have a record. So,
What were you scared of?
I mean, life. Things go on.
Now, you said your sister They let your sister eventually come in the room with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when she comes into the room, can you tell the jurors, I guess, why do you feel, or do you begin to tell them what you told the jury that you saw Bally and Lil Rod do to your friends inside the blue Charger?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about your sister being in the room, I guess, makes you feel more comfortable to tell the truth?
Yes.
What about her being in the room?
I mean, I felt more comfortable
Okay. Why?
because that's my sister. She was there with me.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the speaking with the detectives, are you able to give them like the Instagram names or usernames for Little Rod and Bally?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you, do you, I guess, do you look up Lil Rod's Instagram and give them pictures
Yes.
or show them pictures? Okay. Let's see. So I want to show you in States Exhibits 23NN and 24NN. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
Because that's Lil Rod.
Okay. And are those the photos of Little Rod that you showed and sent to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict or are copies of the photos that you showed and gave both Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibits 23 and 24, and as in Nancy, and as in Nancy.
That's your minute.
All right, so I want to publish those photos. Now, in States Exhibit 23, is this how you, I guess, how Little Rod looked back in February of 2019?
Yes. I'm not sure if that's how he looked, but that was a picture of him.
Okay. And is that the same with States Exhibit 24, and as in Nancy, and as in Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in both of those photos, person you've described as Little Rod is holding a gun?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the guns that you see in either one of those photos, does it look similar to the gun that you saw Little Rod with on?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar what type of guns they had.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about, we just talked about the guns. Can you describe to the jurors, do you remember telling the detectives or describing for the detectives I guess the type of guns or the size of the guns that you saw that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember describing,
Sustained.
well, during that interview on February 23rd of 2019, do you remember describing, I guess, the length of one of the guns that you saw Little Rod with?
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
You can answer.
You can answer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. When you say you're not sure, do you not remember?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you don't remember describing for Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod with a long gun?
I probably did. It's been so long. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not sure for real.
And do you remember specifically talking about the statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally saying after they got back to, or after y'all got to Bally's house? Do you remember telling the detectives about that?
I'm not sure.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So when you say you're not sure, do you not remember telling the specific statements that you heard Little Rod and Bally talking about at Bally's house to the detectives on February 23rd of 2019 during that interview?
I don't remember.
So do you don't remember telling Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you heard Little Rod say, "We really just popped them N-words"? Do you remember?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then Bally, you heard Bally say, "Hell yeah, one."
I'd ask for a limiting instruction. It's not going D2E. This is spilling beans. I would object. Anything used against Mr. Wood.
I don't know what the full thing is going to be.
I mean, I don't object to I guess the limiting instruction we've been giving as it relates to any statements previously made by any previous co-defendants.
I don't think that was exactly his objection. Y'all come up to the bench real fast for me.
You know. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've already told you a couple of times that sometimes witness comes in, a testimony evidence only comes in for a limited purpose or against only particular people. And this is another one of those circumstances. So you have just heard and are going to hear about statements by Blaylock and defendant Ryan. And you may consider those statements only against defendant Ryan and only as to count one. You may not consider either of the statements from Blaylock or Ryan as to any other count, and you may not consider them in any way in determining the guilt or innocence of any of the other defendants in this case besides Mr. Ryan is to count one. Okay. All right, let's get the witness back in. I wish we'd done that beforehand, but yes. Okay, so I just referenced, sorry, are you ready? I just referenced statements by Blaylock and Defendant Ryan, and what the court means to say is that according to this witness, statements were made, the court's not making any kind of finding or comment or determination whether the statements were in fact made, whether they exist or not. Okay, obviously it's up for you to determine all of the evidence in the case. So, okay. Back with the witness. All right, go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Smith, we think we left off. Do you remember talking to and telling the detectives that you had then heard Bally, the person you've called Bally or Blaylock, say, hell yeah, one of them N-words dead twin?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I want to show you State's Exhibit 20, N as in Nancy, N as in Nancy. And do you recognize the photograph depicted in 20NN?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that photo?
There was a little boy that was shot in the car.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict the person you met that night as Jamari in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit, what did I say, 22NN? 20NN, I'm sorry.
20 NN, it's admitted.
Now, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you set up BJ, Jamari, and Red to be shot that night?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Bally and Little Rod were going to come running out, shooting at the Charger with BJ, Jamari, and Red?
No.
After all of this happened, Ms. Smith, can you tell the jurors, did you fear for your life after this?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me why.
Because my mama's house got shot up multiple times. I was working, I was receiving threats. People went to my sister's job. It was just a lot of stuff that happened pertaining to this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness? No, we need to go ahead and get moving on this. So it's time.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm attorney Angela D. Williams, and I represent Rodalius Ryan. And I'm going to talk to you about what you testified to at the trial in September 2021. Do you remember testifying?
I kind of don't.
You don't remember?
No,
Do you
I don't.
That's fine. Do you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
All right. I think we're going to break here for the day and start back again at 9. So I'm going to excuse y'all with your same instructions as always.
What?
And Ms. Smith, I'm sorry to have to make you come back tomorrow, but we're going to need you back here at 9 tomorrow as well. I think it was just going to take too long to get through it all today. So sorry about that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused. Yeah. So the issue on the floor had been Misty Williams' reference to a trial and how that needs to get handled. And I had asked at the bench, was the state intending to ultimately tender Mr. Ryan's conviction at trial for this murder? Because if that's the case, then they're going to know there was a trial. And otherwise, and if so, we need the limiting instructions still. And if not, then we need to figure out how we're going to refer to, if testimony is going to get used, how to refer to it.
Prior proceeding.
Right. And that would certainly work. So what's the state's intention with regard to whether you're introducing the conviction?
The state intends to do so, Your Honor, but I obviously wasn't going to mention it or do so until
Sorry, I can't hear.
Basically, yes, is the answer.
Yes.
All right, then we need the limiting instruction, and we're going to need that probably, before tomorrow. And yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I'm not trying to step over Miss D. Williams' case. From my perspective, I'm not sure under what legal theory the conviction would be entered. Mr. Ryan is, to my knowledge, unless he testifies, it wouldn't be for impeachment. The legal determination by another jury, I don't understand the relevance. I mean, this jury needs to make a decision, and this is listed as an overt act, to my understanding, in this indictment. So we're inviting the jury to know that a separate jury made a factual determination on one of the overt acts. And I view that as problematic.
Well, I think that, as to Mr. Ryan, that's evidence against him, and he's frankly already been confronted with it. The issue is with regard to anybody else.
Well, from my perspective, and I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, but why would we're hearing from witnesses in court.
I mean, I guess in the same way that some other co-defendants' guilty pleas have come in.
But those would be admissions. This is not an admission. This is just a determination by a separate jury, which I don't believe that's not evidence as I understand it.
What's the state's response?
So instead of just giving you a off-the-cuff answer, I'd like to do some.
All right, so we're going to have to arrive really early in the morning because these are some pretty critical issues that I have raised over and over with y'all, that we were going to have to deal with this when it came to Mr. Ryan's conviction. And I think Mr. Kendrick might have a plea or something as well. So I don't want to wait till first thing in the morning for them. But of course, that seems to be the way we do a lot of the things we do in this case, off the cuff. To get something to everybody as soon as possible, including potential limiters. All right, where are we on the Wooney Lee evidence? Since I assume he's going to get reached sooner rather than later this week as well, right?
Your Honor, I had sent out a document we received from the state, which had the compilation of everything they originally submitted that they wanted to offer into evidence with Mr. Wooney Lee. I think the state has possibly gone through and eliminated some pages, but they've not finished doing that as of earlier. So if they want to specify which pages, then we can raise our objections. It was a document I sent earlier, 31 pages.
So, Your Honor, I have, and he's going to be testifying in this trial. And so, unlike the Blaylock Instagram that we hashed out before putting up this act, the predicates for introducing his Instagram, for the most part, there is a couple that I do believe are co-conspirator statements. He's also testifying that they would be via impeachment in terms of the right predicate questions. And so when what this PDF that defense counsel and the state are working off of is items that the state had identified, I think back in August, or when we made this larger co-conspirator statement of party opponent Dropbox link that we shared with all counsel. And so that what I am doing is, as the state continues to do, looking at what the state had organized as potential either co-conspirator statements or items that would address in Instagram with this witness, the universe of items that need to be pre-litigated, so to speak, in terms of these are group threads, messages that he makes to other parties. So what me and Ms. Abbasi were doing was just, I was going through them, giving courts previous rulings and thinking through the efficiency of this witness and what the state wants to use. And so
Might we reach him tomorrow?
we could reach him tomorrow, Your Honor. I think it's most likely to reach him Wednesday.
Okay.
But we could reach him tomorrow.
So then our lunch will be spent at least partly hashing out whatever y'all don't sort out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
And I do think one key thing with this witness is pre-hashing out. It's essentially what questions the state can ask is kind of predicated on these items, because the state, other than just a small few, can't introduce any of these Instagrams unless we ask the question. So for example, some of these are firearms.
Mm-hmm.
If we asked this witness a question about, has he ever possessed firearms, ever sold firearms to other YSL members? I'm using hypotheticals for purposes of this. The court may let us ask one of those questions. He may agree. We can never get these in. The court and the state would not intend to ask him repetitive questions on that. And so I highlight that in terms of this evidence for him is just like, for example, if he said something contradictory on the stand, the state could use as impeachment purposes a wide range of items.
Right.
So I just highlight that for the court in terms of the efficacy of going through his specific Instagram before he
if y'all
testifies.
end up concluding that this is just kind of normal trial evidence, that if it comes in for impeachment because he needs to get impeached, then it comes in just like anything else, that's fine. If it's stuff that we're going to have to litigate other issues about, even if it does come in, then obviously I'll need to know that.
Yes, Your Honor.
So y'all need to be thinking about and working on that before lunchtime tomorrow.
I just need to know which ones the state actually
Well,
intends
y'all
on.
can get together on that. Okay, so witnesses, and I know we haven't gone through all of the Monday witnesses, but witnesses 3 and 4, you now intend to call both of those people or no? Or is that just still an either or? It was an either or before. You don't know?
Your Honor, it was an either or before. Depending on how these witnesses testify, the state may need to call both of them. And so out of an abundance of caution, they are both included there.
And then ADA Hiles, is he like taking the place of some other witness? 'Cause
Yes,
I
Your
didn't
Honor.
see him on this list before.
So, Your Honor, he testified in the initial trial specifically about
Mr. Ryan's trial?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And so there's trial transcripts. He actually testified at the motion for new trial as well. And so when defense counsel and by defense counsel, I mean Ms. D. Williams, Ms. Abbasi, and myself, given the guardrails, so to speak, of his testimony is well lined out, he's essentially describing these Instagram records that both so that witness is replacing what initially on that list was going to be either investigator Viv Rita or Sprinkle for the Jamari Holmes murder.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just FYI for the media, it is okay to show that witness whenever he takes the stand. Hiles. All right. And can I also just ask, as long as we're talking about scheduling, I know y'all are going to circle back on your big order of proof and exhibits list to Mr. Arnold at some point, and y'all have indicated the date. Other than him, is there any other witness in the first 50 that the state still intends to call? Are we through with those acts and counts and what have you? How about if y'all just take a look at that tonight and let me know in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Because it appears to me that we're through most of 1 through 50, like I said, other than Arnold, but they're, just let me know. Okay. All right. I think we need to be here at 8:30 in the morning. And that probably is, we're still, I mean, I'll see whether we end up starting at 9 or not. Hopefully we can, if y'all can get me things.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. See everybody at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.